the two worst things you can be called in the streets is a snitch or a coward, and this particular story is delving into both. Wack 100 was accused of being a snitch by Hater World, Blue Devil, which is the guy that we are focusing this particular story in right now. He's a Mexican Cerrone gang member, and obviously, yeah, he was accusing Wack 100 of being a snitch in his previous videos. He invited Wack to his set and to talk about black and brown relations. And as a result, all of a sudden, it went sideways because it was only after the fact Wack 100 found out that this guy was accusing him of being a snitch in some previous videos. Now, is there some truth to that? The answer is yes. I've seen previous videos in the Hater World podcast where he talks about Wack 100 and Blueface snitching on a bunch of Sureños or essays for robbing a chain. And I think the reality of that whole situation was that Wack 100 and Blueface had to report an item that was stolen that had insurance on it. So in reality, is that really snitching? I mean, I let you, whoever the experts are out there that will probably know better than me, to tell it. You explain it. You tell me if you think that that is snitching in any kind of way. If you call your insurance after you get into an accident, is that snitching in any kind of way? And the answer, well, I'm not going to answer for you. That's for your own common sense to answer one way or another. But either way, I got to tell you, this story right here is really fascinating. Out of nowhere, I saw these two guys were going to be in the same podcast, by the way, with Wack 100 as a guest of Haters World. And Haters World has been a very successful podcast, especially on the Hispanic Mexican Sureño Southsider side of things. And by the way, this whole entire story doesn't just deal with the Southsider, even deals with Wack 100 getting into it with a former Norteño who was considered a dropout in some people's interpretation, or even not his interpretation, but that's really what he's classified as in a sense of being really, yeah, a former gang member that is no longer there. And another thing to understand about that is there's this different how do I say this, politics within different sets. In other words, there are some people out there that have a really strict program. In fact, so strict that it may lead people to be put in very dangerous situations, situations where they would have to crash out a whole lot sooner with no particular game plan or any regard to, let's say, not leaving any evidence behind or anything like that to that sort, right? So there's different reasons why people drop out. And I got to tell you, either way, it's not a good look. It's not a good look to the point where it can be used against you when two people are trying to diss each other, when there is an argument about a certain particular subject, and now your whole entire resume in the streets has to be put into question. So what do we have with this particular story right here with Wack 100 and Blue Devil, or known as Haters World, right? Well, again, it's a lot of gang politics that's going on here. Obviously, with a little bit of a racial element, even though both sides, I'm going to be honest with you, are not really trying to make this into a racial thing. However, I must say there is a racial element in gang culture to which it's inevitable and something you just cannot, for whatever reason, let go of, right? That's just what it is. It's just embedded in that particular culture. But if we know anything about gang conflict, we usually know just the conventional Hollywood image that we know it to be, which is what? Just the Bloods and the Crips Obviously, Tupac, as you see right here, is a great representation of that. Obviously, there have been more Bloods out there that have probably put in work or have created more of a legendary status in the streets than Tupac ever has. Even though Tupac, to his own right, obviously has his own status going on, right? But nonetheless, he's the iconic image of that particular section. Eazy-E, not so much. Obviously, Snoop is probably the most famous guy on the blue side. But either way, when you think of Menace to Society and when you think of Boys in the Hood, it just really reflects upon black on black violence, right? For uh, a better term of it, the Bloods and the Crips within that particular city in LA. So that's what you usually know conventional gang banging to be, at least in a Hollywood sense. What they don't tell you is obviously, yes, the Bloods and the Crips have had a history that goes back, that stems from the 1960s and 70s. Some will even argue and say that it has roots to the Black Panthers or anything like that. But I don't know if I would agree with that particular notion. If anybody has any expertise on that particular subject, and if you know better than me, I'm not going to claim to know any any better than the next person, but I would highly doubt there is a Black Panther element to that in any kind of degree, because it's just two different ideological settings. But nonetheless, that is a cultural attachment that is in the perception of many other people. But on any regard, what a lot of people don't know about other types of gang activities out there, especially in California, let's take Stockton, for example, right? There's a lot of Asian and Mexican on crime violence and vice versa, Mexican on Asian violence. Particularly, there's the Asian boys, and then there's the Norteños, and then there's the Sureños. So there's a whole lot of intersection and intermingling of fighting. And then there's obviously famous rappers in Stockton that have came out of 8th Street, that have came out of the other side of that particular conflict. Obviously, J-Bo and EBK. That is the side of gang conflict that a lot of people don't know about, right? So there's a lot of that present going on. Obviously, here's from October 20th, Operation Kryptonite, where they had all these Asian boy Crips in Stockton and 8th Street. By the way, a street that I'm very familiar with. I know a lot of people that live in that area. I've known a lot of people that lived in the Stockton area. First came out here in '06. Growing up in Jersey, I've known nothing but Stockton people in California. And yeah, man, let's just say that this right here is what happened. October 20th, the feds came down and knocked on these people's door. And uh, yeah, you look up all the paperwork on this. It's out there. It's available. I'm not uh, presenting to you guys anything that is a secret or anything like that. This is all public information, all within October 20th. But I'm just giving you guys sort of a little breakdown and understanding of what type of gang conflict there is in California, not just the conventional Hollywood black on black, Crip versus blood type of scenario you have going on. Obviously, this has a lot of blood and Crip lineage behind it, but nonetheless, it's still a matter of differences of politics that range from California, right? So before I move on to the Wack 100 and the Blue Devil and the Haters World beef, this right here, there's two famous rappers that are part of this particular operation that had gone down right here. Obviously, there's MBNL from Stockton. He's another rapper that's featured on here. And then there's Bands, who's also featured on here, 21 years old, also by the name of Renaco Flores, 21 years old. And MB Nell, he's known as Jonel Doggone, 23 years old at the time when this had happened, which was October 20th. So Yeah, and Nell, I'm very familiar with a cousin of his from that part of the world in Stockton and 8th Street. So yeah, this is basically the Asian boys, and obviously they have two well-known rappers in their section. And you know what? Here's something I could tell you about both of these guys. Okay, when it comes to bands and MB Nell, they literally live exactly what they say in their raps. Okay, and that is a for sure thing that you can understand about these guys. They definitely live out their raps. Like, there is no doubt about it. They are all about everything that they say they do, and they got the street cred to back it up.
The same when I'm out or when I'm locked up. No capping in my rapping. If I'm lying, let me die now. Bottom out and hammer my Brody ate up his biz. Bitch, I live up on the A. I'm not up in the hood. How you saying that you slip on we sleep, you niggas?
So, like I said, there are just some people out there that really live what they say, and what they say in their raps. There's actual rap sheets to back it up and everything in between, right? So, yeah, there's just some people out there that stand on business. Now, when it goes back to this Wack 100 versus Blue Devil situation, what do we got here? We got a guy that, quite honestly, did not stand on business. Okay, if you're going to be a South Sider, if you're going to be a Norteño, if you're going to be a Blood, a Crip, if you're going to be an Irish mobster like Conor McGregor. By the way, a story that we're going to get to later on if you guys just stay tuned. And, but yeah, if you're going to be any of these guys, you have to stand on business. If you want to be that guy on the rap music video that is standing on the cars, that's throwing all the money around and this and that, you got to stand on business. And unfortunately, in this particular situation that we are dealing with, Blue Devil, he's really looking bad here because Wack 100 literally punked him. Okay, let's get to a little reaction to this. Okay, I want to show you guys exactly what I'm talking about, right? To kind of put it in context. Now, look, is Wack 100 a snitch? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know enough to really say that one way or the other. There are a lot of people that are saying that. There have been videos made about him from World Star, but for one reason or another, it got taken down because obviously Wack 100 sued them for defamation. So once again, we really don't know the truth. So if you don't know the truth, look, give the benefit of the doubt or just say nothing at all. Okay? So let's get to my man Dubs. Okay, one of the most trusted guys that I know in the gang and prison channel. I'm going to play this video right here and we're going to react to it.
What's cracking, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. New video. Wow. You know, I did a video earlier and I spoke about this individual. I gave my advice that he should take the video down. And guess what happened?
Okay, so that's crazy that he's telling him to take the video down. Did he listen? I don't know, but let's take a look at this right here. This was the day after Wack 100 had that wholesome conversation with Blue Devil.
He went on Wack 100's show. And I want you to see exactly with your own eyes. I want you to hear with your own ears what happens here. And I want to preface this. This individual right here, Blue Devil, has spoken about Raza in foul-ass fucking ways.
Now, look, that can be interpreted one way. It can be seen as foul. It can be seen as treacherous. Or it can be seen as constructive criticism. At least that is the way that Blue Devil sort of views it. He views it as, well, this is just constructive criticism. And he doesn't really mean anything anymore other than that. But let's continue.
See, because the Raza have a different program, and he knows how to maneuver within that program.
So what he means by the program is, for those of you that know, you know. If you don't, then it's not for you to know. But yeah.
Program. But see, he's dealing with Wack 100. He's dealing with a black man. He's dealing with a Pyru who functions under a different program. Blue Devil, you don't get to.
So in other words, what he's trying to say is, just because, yes, he's older than you, or I don't know if because he's from a different program. Yeah, he's from a different program. So in other words, you can't allow him to talk to you in any kind of way. There has to be some kind of repercussions behind that.
Hide, homeboy. Let's check this out, man.
Both ways.
Yeah,
There you
I'm
go, right
clouding,
there.
clouding. This
Yeah.
wasn't no disrespectful thing. And I didn't understand. Like, I just went to address that we not racist. We ain't on that.
So, like I said, the day before, he went on Blue Devil's podcast to address that, hey, you know what? I'm not racist. I grew up in Pacoima. I grew up with a lot of Mexicans. I grew up eating Mexican food. I grew up embracing Mexican culture. I have no hate for Mexicans, even though I will honestly say Wack 100's crew in his particular section, some of them may have had conflicts with Mexicans, but it doesn't mean that they hate Mexicans overall. It just so happens that whoever they may have been in conflict with just happen to be Mexicans.
And let me explain. He's going to explain it, but just so we understand. Blue Devil has done videos saying that Wack is a cop, Wack is a right. You know, Blue Devil likes to throw stuff around. He doesn't do his homework. He hears something. You know, something could have a grain of truth, may not. And I'm not saying that with him, with Wack. I'm just saying this Vato will regurgitate shit. And
Oops. I said anything that is ambiguous or anything that is somewhat remotely juicy or clickbait worthy, he's going to jump on it. And you know what? As content creators, this is literally what you do. You look for the top stories that are going to chase the most clout in terms of grabbing the most attention because of the drama behind it. Right? That's what we do. And quite frankly, if you follow that route, you're going to get views. That's just the way to it. But sometimes there are consequences if you come half-stepping with your reporting and what you have to do when it comes to giving the right information in the most accurate ways without any disputes. And unfortunately, a lot of the disputes with Wack 100's accusation are a little bit fuzzy. They're not clear, and quite honestly, there's a lot of biasness behind them. But let's continue on.
Wack didn't know that he had been called a cop and a rat by a Blue Devil. And that's what he's about to address right now.
But then I woke up this morning and there's comments going crazy. I'm like, yo, why they people tripping?
Listen, if you've been in a car accident, don't call an attorney. Use this AI app instead. That's what I did, and that's how I got this.
Right? I didn't know why they people was tripping. But now I see
What's good?
Blue
What's
Devil.
up with
I
the Blue
see
Devil?
why they tripping, Blue Devil.
Well, that's how it is. That's how our people are just like that, dog. They never happy.
Nah, Blue Devil. You said a lot of crazy stuff that I never knew you was saying. You calling niggas rats and police and
About
So-
what?
Hold on.
About
Blue
you?
Devil. You call
bro, you were supposed to, bro.
So right
if
here,
you
this
saying
this
that
starts
type of,
addressing.
those type of things, right? Yeah. I already
Okay, right here, this is where Wack is literally addressing where he starts hearing all of these different things that he had never heard before. Right? And this was after the fact. I think it was a lot of people in the comment section or just a whole bunch of people giving him clips of what Blue Devil has said in the past. And I told you, Blue Devil has mentioned Blueface, the artist of Wack 100, where they got robbed by allegedly a few Mexicans. And as a result, they had to call the insurance company to report that. And somehow this is constituted as snitching. And this is what I mean by a lot of these evidences are not really clear. But let's continue on.
I didn't even know.
Huh. I'm really like, I'm blown away. I'm really blown away by this. And
he's saying that he's blown away because Blue Devil is getting punked right here, according to what a lot of people are really seeing in Blue Devil right now.
The way this all plays out is mind-boggling. Check this out.
Oh, I didn't know the name of the podcast, right? I don't be keeping up with people. So I thought we was going there because niggas was saying we racist, right? So we can go address that. But
yeah, so this is what I mean. Again, he went into that podcast with a guest, by the way, accompanied by Loose Cannon, maybe with more people behind the scenes. But when he went into the Blue Devil Haters World studio, man, you're going in there in a territory full of Sureños that are 30 deep, secured. Let me just say that. All secured, locked down to the max, and yeah. Right? You're going into his territory. But he came there for peace. He came there for business, and both parties understood that, and it was exactly that. It was a very respectful conversation. Not only that, very informative. A lot of the information and the history that Wack had mentioned, and just the advice that he would be given all the raza in terms of what they could do in the podcasting and rapping and entertainment world, and the limitations that they have. I mean, it was very educational. And then it came to this the next day.
if your fans been watching you, your subscribers been watching you, call niggas rats and police and detectives and all this, and we get there in front of you, and not one time you address that, I see why they looking crazy.
I told you we've been running content for like 2 years. You said 2 months. We said 2 years.
But watch this. If I say I'm running
2
content,
years.
right? If I say I'm running content, right? And then you come up there and talk to me, right? And you ain't been keeping up with me. You're like, I don't keep up with what that dude is. Channel, I don't know his channel. Then the next day, you get Wack said Blue Devils game.
It's crazy, Holmes. It's fucking nuts that this dude put himself in this position. And when you go to his channel, he has 7.
And what he means by that is it is as if he forgot that he had made videos about this guy prior to inviting him in. That's why when I first saw this, I said to myself, man, he's inviting a guy that he had previously talked smack about. How is this going to work? But here we are.
17,000. As I'm recording right now, he has 17,000 views. For what is about to happen to him here, and what is the damage it's going to do to his channel, his brand, there's no coming back from this. For 17,000 views.
Why don't you own an apartment building? I'm serious right now. Let me show you a path that could change your life.
Pay attention.
Wack said Blue Devils a snitch. Wack said this, and not one time did I ever say any of these things or address you on why I thought you was gay or why I thought you was a snitch. And everybody is dapping up and it's all love.
We did. It was all the shit that we talked about was you doing work with 6ix9ine, you working with.
And watch this. He's also going to address and ask him, what about 6ix9ine working with a cartel? Right? Now, how does a cartel justify working with a snitch? And then they talk about, well, they sort of had different politics down there. Or do they? Or don't they?
Rats and PCs, and we brought that up yesterday.
No. 6ix9ine we addressed.
Yeah.
Right? because I addressed y'all that y'all scared to say something to them essays across that border. They just gave
that ain't our politics. We told you that yesterday.
Politics, bro. They call dogs on y'all. But see,
So now
they
this
told
is
me
where
you really ain't.
this right here is literally a separate argument, right? This right here is more of a smokescreen. Now, Wack is asking him, well, why didn't you address the snitching thing? Well, we did. No, him asking about 6ix9ine being a snitch and working with the cartel is a completely different story and a different ball game than Wack 100 actually being a snitch himself, as what Blue Devil has accused him of.
They from a barrio, so I get it.
Man, listen, that ain't true, homie.
So
They
what barrio
capping.
you from?
I'm from Looney Stress, homie, Southeast LA.
Oh,
Now, you know what's really crazy about this? For a long time that I've been a listener of Blue Devil and Haters World, I've never really known who he was, nor what hood he came from. There have been whispers going on in the internet. You could look it up, and then there have been answers on that, but he would never out front say it. But it's crazy that he would be forced to say it in front of Wack 100 as sort of a way to really let the I wouldn't say oppositional gang member, but somebody that's obviously not in his program. The first time that he's actually revealing it on camera or confirming it on camera is somebody that's literally banging on him online. But let's continue on and see this.
We can talk about that off camera.
Yeah, Dubs is right about that. There are certain conversations that would probably be best left off of camera, and that's not something that they should have talked about on camera.
Wack, man. Wack is running this dude.
And he is right, though. Wack is really, realistically taking control of this whole conversation.
And it's going to get worse. I'm probably going to skip through some of this political stuff he's trying to engage in. I'll probably skip through some of that. We'll get to the good stuff.
okay, so if you from Loonies, right? You telling me them double letters don't know. You telling me that they ain't called
Record label
right in over there.
with us.
Dubs is trying to skip over them talking about the Mexican cartel or the Mexican mafia.
We told you that
Okay, nah,
yesterday.
yes they do, because they cartel.
Cartel.
Now hold on, bro. 6ix9ine face is on the side of a big ass building. And
I heard you. We heard you yesterday.
Okay.
We heard you yesterday.
That's only gonna happen under one circumstance.
Let me skip all that. That's irrelevant stuff right there.
Yeah, that dude did what he did. People in Mexico called a dope.
Didn't talk about it, but
Are you for real?
politics in Mexico, way different politics.
But
in Cali.
but I asked you yesterday.
Again, the answers, the entertaining, it's like, hey, Holmes, look, I can't talk politics on camera, Holmes. Like anything like that, we can talk off camera, but what's really
Yeah, I see what Dubs is talking about, but it is rather strange that all of this is being brought up again. Maybe the reason why a lot of this is being brought up is to sort of smoke screen each other's flaws here. Obviously, Wack is very sensitive about being called that because these are accusations that have been thrown at him, whether they are right or wrong. Again, so far there hasn't been really any strong evidence, just a whole bunch of people that are sort of biased against him, and I don't know if you can really take their word for it. But the question here is, what is Blue Devil going to do looking really bad getting punked like this? On the other hand, you also got to understand, this is online. There's really not much you can do online, but if somebody is calling you out and telling you to pull up, I mean, you really got to tell them, I'll pull up, or give some kind of intent that you're willing to get down or meet for a one-on-one or something. And that's sort of what they're looking at Hater World for, to do something. Are you really that guy or you're not?
on your mind? That's what he should have said. What's really on your mind? Like, what are you getting at? And then take it to that point. Entertaining what?
Do I got threats say at the end of Power Room?
Of course
Why
not.
you my
Why would?
Sherry Rice and Sauce Gardner. Sauce and Rice. Kind of funny that two guys with food names ended up in the NFL.
Probably just a coincidence.
Oh, like we only made it to the pros because sauce and rice are a good way to sell.
Game food. Get deals on saucy wings, rice, and more. Only on Uber Eats.
See this property on Craigslist for $4,300 a month? Well, it's been sitting empty for the last 28 days, and there's
You. What do you
So why
mean?
you-
You're,
so why-
hey,
if you
listen.
don't think you can get the
If your shit's on the internet, that's
if you
just
don't
content,
think
my
you can
boy.
get the
And you know that.
Internet.
And you know that.
Hold on, bro. No, Luke. Hotel music on the internet, bro.
So what Blue Devil is arguing here is, hey, you know what? It's on the internet. That's all that I'm really just doing this for. But Wack is saying, well, if you're going to keep it real on the internet, you're going to keep it real 24/7, and that's just that.
Hotel music is on the internet, nigga.
And that's
They on
that's
the
cool.
internet.
And that's cool.
Why you ain't saying none of them? Because y'all scared,
Hey,
bro.
maybe I haven't got to it, dog. Maybe I'll get to it
You
today.
ain't got to it.
Maybe
You
I'll get
scared.
to it
So
today.
now you going to take the interview down. They say you getting pressed
I ain't taking shit down, homie.
Okay, so why you didn't call me the police when I was right there?
Now we're getting to it.
All right, yeah, that's a good question. Why didn't you call him the police when he was right there?
Blue Devil called him a cop in content and was scrunched up in his own set with two other dudes while Wack 100 and Loose Cannon were coming.
Dubs is he's clowning him right now in the arrangements of the seats that they had going on during that interview, right? Wack 100 was sitting comfortably on one side and Loose Cannon was next to him. They were both comfortable. On the other side, there were three dudes sitting in like a sandwich type of situation. And that's sort of what Dubs is hinting at right now.
Comfortable right there. Why didn't you call him a cop when he was there? Why didn't you bring that up? That's what he wants to know. Let's see.
Bro, look, you should have done your research the same way I should have done my research. Yeah.
So he's saying you should have done your research like you should have done your research like I should have done my research. I mean, this is crazy.
Yeah, you knew where you were going. Come on.
None of your
You came on your
Why
platform,
you
though,
didn't
family.
call me the police when I was right there, bro?
Bro, we told you. We told you.
That you seen in real life, dude is who he is?
What?
Why you didn't call me the police when I was right there, bro?
Bro, you came in very respectful, so we gave you that same respect.
No, I came in because I didn't know none of that was going on.
I believe Wack. I really think that Wack did not know anything of what was going on whatsoever, right? But yeah.
So he just makes content, putting jackets on motherfuckers, and then invites them to his spot. So he just talks about shit to talk about it. He don't mean it. It's just content.
You know what? That's a very good point. There are a lot of content creators out there that really don't stand on what they mean, right? They make this content, they say and give accusations to different people without really standing on anything other than just the idea of, hey, you know what? I think this is good content. Okay, we'll run with it. There's really a half-ass work on finding out information on a specific subject, but the half-ass information that we have sounds juicy, so let's run with it. I think that's ultimately what Dubs is criticizing right here, and I can't help but agree with him.
I
Well, you
thought I'm
should have.
addressing some racist shit.
You're addressing all kinds of shit.
I'm coming in to address, I'm not a fucking racist.
But you also address that you're not a rat because you're not working with rats, right?
Oh, bro, did you call me a rat? Bro, I'd have sucked.
Well, here's the thing, right? Wack 100 believes that, hey, you know what? It is not a problem to work with snitches I mean, look, I kind of get what he's saying, right? What he's saying is, let's say I hire a plumber, right? I don't go and look at his paperwork. I don't go and say, well, did this guy snitch or is this guy good or this and that? I mean, look, in all honesty, you're going to look at somebody's paperwork who's, let's say, doing your plumbing job. You may want to make sure that these people are not on Megan's Law. But other than that, I think you're not really going to care who you're going to do business with. And I think that's where Wack is sort of in this. Well, why is he doing business with 6ix9ine? Well, I don't know, because he doesn't believe that 6ix9ine was a gangster in the first place. He believes that he's a civilian, so he's acting upon a civilian matter, to which he went out and told the police what had happened. And this is where a lot of these rules and murky lines sort of appear in these conflicted arguments that these two are having.
Knock your ass out, homie, on Pyro, nigga. And blood, I come up there today. Blood,
did you hear?
Hey, listen, hey, check this out. Blood, we can get on today, man.
That right there, as soon as he said that, Blue Devil should have said, run it, and got off the fucking camera. He's Mr. Activo, allegedly, right?
He's right. Look, the minute somebody calls you out, you go and you address it straight away. You know, you tell them, hey, look, that's not going to happen. I'm going to beat you up, or we're going to meet up so I can beat you up. Either way, run it. I agree. That's the true sentiment that you got to have in this game, man.
He's a street dude, allegedly. See, when you're really in the streets and you're really that active motherfucker, Holmes, that's all you needed to hear. Let's see what he says.
Head up. You would have called me a rat, and you know it, nigga.
Welcome to Bed Bath & Beyond.
Who called you a rat?
Your ass out.
Who called you a rat?
We can get out, homie.
Who called you a rat?
Nigga, I'd have sucked your ass out.
I said, who called you a rat?
Calling me a rat, nigga.
I said, who called you? I said, who called you a rat?
Okay, so you know what? Everything that Wack was just doing right now, these are all grounds of violations to every degree, right? He called out his whole entire hood. He called out his whole entire set. Blue Devil has to answer to this.
So now he's disrespected Blue Devil's entire barrio that he named for him. And he disrespected everything else. He gives a fuck.
And by the way, he's never usually named or called out his barrio like that ever before. Yeah, this was a bit revealing.
This is fucking outrageous, man. And you know what? He brought it on himself. You did content on this man and then brought him on your channel. So you obviously didn't mean it, right? I mean, you got to remember, when your content goes up, people remember what you say. It was a horrible look during the live. People were talking that the comment section was like, you lost your channel. Blue Devil, you lost your channel. As I'm recording this right now, this isn't even your content. This is Wax, and I'm still in the back of my mind hesitant to even put it out because I know you report people. This is serious. You can't take this down. You have people that are going to want some answers. You got...
Yeah, what he means by you got people that are going to want some answers, I'm going to leave that up for people that know. They know. And if you know, yeah. There's nothing more to say about that. But continue on and let's see what we can react out of this.
Your whole neighborhood dissed right now. You did. Your homeboys didn't engage with this, Vato. You did.
You's a bitch. Nigga,
hey, listen, homie, that don't listen.
You's a mark, bro.
Listen, homie.
To the Southsiders, you a disgrace to everything, bro. You's a fucking coward. If you'd have told me that in my face or mentioned that, I'd have stopped you out, homie. On Power Roof,
are you done?
You out. And we can get out today, nigga. We can line it up.
Are you done?
Fuck with me.
That are you done?
On facts, nigga.
Are you done?
Why is Blue Devil still on that camera? Why is he asking him if he's done? Well, you want him to disrespect you more?
Done?
Where in the fuck have you been? Anybody that has any kind of schooling knows, has seen a long time ago, Holmes. what it really is. You can't, you really sold out. You brought Wack on after you dissed him, and you didn't bring it up to him, and he has every right to be mad, Holmes. You did that. And now he's doing.
Yeah, Dubs is absolutely right about this. He has every right to be mad about this, right? Because he didn't know. He had no idea. He just knew that this platform was big for the Southern California Hispanics, and he thought it was a good way of sort of, promoting or giving the propaganda that he's not a racist, I suppose.
Doing all this to you, and you want him to finish what he has to say about you?
That's big shit. You should have said that in my face. You never said that, homie. I gave you love. I gave you love.
And we returned that.
Came and told
We
me,
returned
hey, bro,
that.
off of nothing. I disrespected you. You shook my hand. You shook my hand. You shook my hand. You ain't a man.
I just took a blue chew. Sir.
You not a man. Why you shake my hand if you think I'm a rat? Why you shake my hand if you think I'm the police?
Homie.
Why did you? Why did you?
I could explain why he did. It's because Blue Devil is about just getting the content every time, right? He doesn't care how or when. It's just, this is the consequences you have to face sometimes, right? You got to stand on something. You either got to stand on something or you got to have the accurate information that you're reporting, and you got to do both of those in a very efficient manner in this YouTube game.
Again, this is a different group. You can't.
In other words, you can't allow him to talk to you like he's your OG leader.
And hide. See, you hide. Everybody behind the scenes knows what you do.
What he means is that, look, there's guys out there that will literally call a gang for a one-on-one fight. Like you and me got a problem. All right, you know what? I'm ganged up. I'm going to go call the gang because me and this guy got a problem, and I'm not going to solve it because I don't want to run the fade. I don't want to fight this guy. I don't know, man. There's a lot of guys that are like that. I'm not like that. Look, hey, if I had to use a group of guys for anything, it would be because you owe me money, and I would rather not go through a long drawn civil case to try and grab it out of you, rather just try to take it out of you expeditiously in the most efficient manner that I can possibly find. And sometimes that would require a group of people. But in any regard, yeah, that would be the only time I would use them, but not for a one-on-one fight. And that's exactly what Dubs is talking about here.
Devil. But you can't with them. They function under something else. And I know you're spooked because you brought them to your place. And this is a bad look, eh? There's people that are seeing this, and that's all I'm gonna say.
You didn't hear it?
They're gonna want some answers.
Nigga,
You didn't hear it? You didn't hear it?
And I'm gonna
You didn't hear it?
So now he brought in, see, Wack brought up Droop's name, and now Droop got disrespected. But Droop didn't call, as far as I know, he didn't call Wack the things that Blue Devil called him. So you got your...
No, the other guy that was there, I'm sure, had no idea about anything that Blue Devil has said. Or if he did, it wouldn't be one of those ideas that they talk about every day, that it would be embedded in his mind. Okay, on second thought, maybe it would be a conversation that had come up at some point, like, you know, hey, whoop-de-woo, droop-de, Wack is a snitch or this and that. Oh, yeah, at some point, maybe a conversation had came up, but
your whole neighborhood disrespected, Blue Devil. Now you got your co-host and your friend disrespected because of your mouth. And look at you sitting there pleading. Hear me out, Wack. Hear me out. Let's see.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you this though. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you this. I'm not, dude. Why you said you know where you at? You seen what it was. Yeah, we know where niggas is at. So either you gonna retract that rat shit, or it's gonna be what it's gonna be, bro. Cause niggas is not playing.
Homie, we're going based off of what's on the internet, and based off the content, based off the paperwork, and based off all this shit that's there.
I'm asking you man to man right now. Are you calling
Listen, homie. I gotta go back through all that shit and read all that shit again.
So Blue is saying, you know what? It's all everything that is based off the internet and everything that everyone is saying. Yeah.
Homie. He called you a bitch, said you ain't a man, you're a buster. All this shit, and you calling him homie. And saying that you'll go back and relook at everything. I think we've seen enough, right?
Yeah, not a good look, right? Not a good look at all.
I think we've seen enough. This is crazy. What did you think was going to happen, Blue Devil? You did a live last night, and then you saw your own comment section, what they had to say. And then for some reason, you just really thought, you know what's an even better idea? To go on there.
Damn. Dubs is cooking right now.
All right. You did that, eh? You went on there. Congratulations, Holmes. And you got yourself disrespected, and you're still pleading for him to hear you out. You got your barrio disrespected. You got your co-host disrespected. People that had nothing to do with the words that came out of your mouth got disrespected. Don't.
Yeah, he's basically saying at the end of that video, hey, listen, don't run to anybody. Don't run to your barrio. Don't run to your gang. Don't run to your podcast hosts. You got to handle this on your own. And you know what? This is why I say you can't use a gang for a one-on-one fight. What we see in front of us right now is a one-on-one fight, and one guy is choosing to take it and the other guy isn't. But then you also got to understand, listen, man, we all understand pecking orders. There are just some guys that we will go out there and mess with, and then there are some guys that we're just not going to mess with. And that's just really the reality of it. I mean, there are guys out there that will not back down from anybody. There are guys out there like that, but they're very few. But they're still out there. Speaking of guys that are still out there that are really living that life, going back to, this Stockton Kryptonite operation that I was telling you about, right? So Stockton, California Police Department announced on Thursday successful Operation Kryptonite, which aimed at disrupting criminal street gangs in the city of Stockton. Ongoing investigation began in June 2020, resulted in 55 search warrants, 38 recovered firearms seized, 34 people arrested, part of our ecstasy, abundance of marijuana, cocaine. Families in Stockton can read a little bit easier. Okay. Yeah. So, this was what I had mentioned earlier with the Operation Kryptonite. Investigation was mostly aimed at certain street gangs in Stockton. The Asian boys Muddy Boys Crip, Little Ruthless Criminals, Comstock Crips, Loketown Crips, and Asian Crips, according to Stockton PD. Yeah, so yeah, man, this is the thing with Wack 100, right? He's a real one, right? He's done real things just like these guys right here have done real things as well. Make no mistake about it. Uh, However, having accusations like this, it's quite serious, right? And it does get to you to a certain extent, right? Now, Wack 100 is known for exposing a lot of people, right? He's exposed um wide range of rappers that have snitched. This is just a thing that he does. One of the people that he had exposed recently or not too long ago was this Armenian guy named G-Face, right? So what's interesting about him, he runs with the Armenians for a while, but then he snitched on the Armenians and then he started running with the Mexicans, which is why a lot of people were suspicious as to wondering, well, how is it that this Armenian guy who runs with Mexicans never had any of his Armenian homies around? Well, they found out, and the reason being is because the guy literally snitched on his Armenian homies. But make no mistake, man, Armenians are a heavy part of the gang culture in California and LA in particular. Speaking of which, let's go back to this old story back in the days when LA gang members find their way into Syria. Now, I don't know why they have a Daesh flag here, because these guys that they're talking about here did not represent Daesh whatsoever. They actually fought for the Syrian side. So exaggeration serves no purpose when it comes to the Syrian crisis, from the horrifying tales of rebel extremists eating hearts of dead men to acts of medieval corporal punishments these past 3 years. Los Angeles gang members currently fighting in Syria. The statement is true by virtue of information of a self-made uploaded video online that has been circulating on the internet. By the way, this has been already taken down, this video, but yeah, I remember it was, yeah, so the video showed two distinct gang members. One is a self-proclaimed Sureño, okay, and then Armenian gang power. How about that? Organized organizations of Los Angeles both are there for one reason, to be gang banging in Syria, homie. The two individuals that fit the bill, full body tattoo slang. Okay. And so they're basically working for Syria. Western intelligence agencies have known for years now that Syria has had a magnetic center that is particularly good at attracting heterogeneous mix of foreign fighters. Unfortunately, after seeing a video containing the same level of absurdity one would expect out of an SNL skit, if an Armenian gang member, American gang members have found themselves in the Syria trenches, who isn't there? Okay. So thus attract to fight for Assad. So this is what I mean right here. They are here to fight for Assad, right? And a little bit different than the ISIS or the Daesh situation that we had talked about. So yeah, that's pretty much all that there is to it. Let's get back to another story at hand right now, right? Obviously, here's something that we don't know, or we do know, about Conor McGregor. So recently he was found guilty. I have a video of that up right now, but many of you do not know that Conor McGregor is affiliated or is known to have mingled with the likes of Daniel Kinahan and the Irish cartel, right? So from one cartel that we're talking about to another cartel in Ireland, here we go. In our photo right here, Liam Brian. Lad had his arm around the Crumlin brawler during a trip to the UK last year. UFC superstar shows off a car flash in a hood, striking a pose with the son of a senior Kinahan cartel member. Okay, so this was the videos and the photos I was showing you earlier right here. So here we are. Okay. All right, a little bit of a sus picture right here, but all right. All right, so that's Liam Brian pretty much, okay. All right, and then another article regarding Conor McGregor. This was not too long ago, by the way. This was back in 2023. So this was last year that I'm about to show you. This one was, I believe, in 2018, 2017. This article right here, the one I'm about to show you, is just last year, right here, 2023. So Conor McGregor. Right here. All right. Pictured partying with senior Kinahan associates, the Graham, the Wig, Willian, right? Enjoys a booze up at the Kinahan associates ahead of the Katie Taylor fight in the Big 3 arena. So Conor McGregor, yeah, he's very well affiliated, right? And one can't argue that perhaps maybe there is a reason why the fiance of the victim, the so-called alleged victim, had been stabbed by a group of guys en masse. I don't know. But I can tell you, everybody knows that Conor McGregor is not a guy to mess with, right? So this is what I'm talking about right here. This was just days right before the beginning of the trial. Masked men broke into Nikita homes before a civil case against Conor. Wow. Yeah, not too long ago. This was around June that this had occurred. So, yep, obviously there was a guilty verdict on this particular situation. And yeah, there's a video that I have out for that right now. Go check that out. And for this one right here, that is all that I have for you guys right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Check out all the content that we have from lives, all the videos, and also on the community section. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys on the next particular video. Let's recap everything that we had talked about just right now, okay? Wack 100 gets into it with Blue Devil. For one, he was trying to repair his image as somebody who was seen as somebody that hated Mexicans. And then he just decided, hey, you know what? I'm going to go into a top Mexican American SoCal podcast, try to clear my name. And lo and behold, this is the same guy that dissed him and called him a snitch. And then went and confronted him and tried to punk him. And as a result, a lot of people just don't like the response of Blue Devil right now. But then again, maybe there are people that are in the know that know what they need to do and maybe are handling business and are doing it quietly. But then again, you never know by the end of the day. Also, we talked about Conor McGregor, his influence with the Irish cartel, how that may have affected this case in some kind of way, or maybe witness intimidation, but obviously to no avail. He lost the case. It was a small price to pay, but that was that. Also, understand this, not all rappers are fake. I know there's a lot of them that are. I know there's a lot of people out there that try to play a role just like what they do in the fight game, just like what Colby Covington does, just like what Conor McGregor does. But by the end of the day, there are people out there that are really real and are really real about that life. And we can't underestimate anybody out here. Not whatsoever. But also, the main thing that we got to learn from the Blue Devil and the Wack 100 situation is this. You have to stand on your information. In other words, you really have to check and make sure and verify that every single information you put out there is accurate, because otherwise you're just doing a disservice to the people that you were reporting about and to the people that you are reporting this to, which is the worldwide audience. But on any regard, this is really all that I have for this video. This has been another epic video that I had made. I hope you guys enjoyed it from top to bottom. I will see you guys in the next content, in the next live stream, and all of. Let's get right into it. Let's get right into it. Camera on right here. Get it on and popping. Live on and popping. Let's get it.
Anti-Muslim bigot Donald Cowboy Cerrone has announced his intentions to return to the UFC.
Now listen, that right there is how you start off a video. You accuse somebody of just blatant racism, and then that's it. You know, you say, hey, Donald Cerrone is an anti-Muslim, and that's how you start the video. All right, let's go and listen to what MMA Joey has to say here.
See, and I know that sounds crazy. That's a crazy opening. But there was a clip that surfaced.
He even, you know what? I got to be honest with you. This is the first time that I've seen this video. Okay, just giving you full context. This is the first time I've seen this video, and he even acknowledges it, that it's crazy how to start off this video. Let's start off from the very beginning. Let's take it from the top.
Anti-Muslim bigot Donald Cowboy Cerrone has announced his intentions to return to the UFC. And I know that sounds crazy. That's a crazy opening. But there was a clip that surfaced 6 months ago of Donald Cowboy Cerrone bragging about hating Muslims, bragging about his buddy, Mr. Stolen Valor, Tim Kennedy, hating fighters because they're Muslim and because they're from other countries.
I mean, does that really surprise me in any kind of way? Stolen Valor, Tim Kennedy, on top of Donald Cerrone, who's really, in my humble opinion, a dumb redneck. Let's just be honest about it, right? He's a dumb redneck of a thing. You know what I mean? Like, Donald Cerrone is not exactly really a smart man. He doesn't really have any sophisticated political opinions. He just regurgitates a lot of his political opinions from, you know, MAGA talking points, and really doesn't know or understand any of it or have any strong beliefs in a particular matter at hand. But anyways.
But Donald Cowboy Cerrone has a long past of being a racist, of being a homophobe, of being xenophobic.
Okay, well, yeah, I don't know about that. Now, look, does Donald Cowboy Cerrone look like the type of guy that would be capable of that? Yeah, absolutely. He does look like the type of guy that would look like that, right? You see these type of dudes with, I don't know, John Deere hats, or I don't know what it is that they wear. You know what I mean, right? You just look at the appearance overall, cowboy boots, cowboy hats, and all of that. He looks the part, but I never really knew this reality for Donald Cerrone in any kind of way, but in any regard.
Of allegedly saying racial slurs as well. And the UFC is just willing to welcome him back with open arms, which doesn't surprise me at all in the least bit, to be quite honest.
But here's the thing about the UFC you have to understand, right? For better or worse, they do allow their guys to speak their mind and say whatever it is that they need to say without the type of repercussions that you would get in the NFL, NHL, and all the other major sports. Now, look, I like that. But if you want to maintain that, you have to be very consistent at the reality of the fact that this is just what you do.
But forget about all that. You know, we got a lot to unpack. We're going to check out a bunch of different clips. But on top of all that, you have a 41-year-old man who's been inactive for 2 years on a steroid vacation, as Jim Miller called it, which we're going to look at that clip as well.
41 years old doesn't really seem that old in context to a lot of other fighters that have returned at some point. But yeah, taking steroids in between that time would probably be very good for Donald Cerrone and would help his recovery and his return. Let's go on and find out what weight class, what particular opponent he has in mind, and maybe even a date that we can get out of this if we can.
Well, he's winless in his last 7, hasn't won a fight in over 6 years. He's been winless since May of 2019. and now he takes a retirement, uses a bunch of PEDs, admittedly, which we're going to look at in this video as well, him openly admitting it on camera, and then we're going to have him return to the UFC at 41 years old. That is absolutely insane. But let's jump right into this because we have a lot to unpack. This dude's a scumbag, and no one else is going to cover it, so I figured, why not? And let me start off by saying this. If you're one of these people who hate when somebody calls out someone for being discriminatory against people of certain religions or certain races or whatever it may be, and you're so offended, unsubscribe. I don't care.
Yeah, listen, shout out to MMA Joey on this one, right? Because here's the thing, right? Look, as a Muslim, I'm not a fan of one particular political party, right? Well, let me just say this. It's not the political party that Donald Cerrone favors. I can say that much. But that other side, I don't favor them at all, right? I think a lot of them are a bunch of crybabies. I think a lot of them are a bunch of wusses and wimps. I think a lot of them just need to cry over anything. And a lot of them virtue signal. This is the mark of a liberal, to be quite honest with you. They are virtue signal artists. But I tell you what, when they do call out racism or when they call out xenophobic, anti-Islamic sentiments and things of that nature, what you get out of that, this is what you get out of that, okay? You get people that say things like, oh, you're being too soft, or you're being a square, or I mean, you're being a snowflake, or this and that. I understand all that, but then, you know, at what point can you really call out the reality of racism? See, everybody tries to shun this whole idea of, you know, anti-wokeness to the point where, you know, nobody wants to call out the real racism as if like everything is just, you know, fair game and this and that. But again, shout out to MMA Joey for standing on business in this particular regard.
We don't need you here. Anyway, let's start off with this. His last win is May of 2019 against Al-Kheer. How insane is that? After that, got destroyed by Tony Ferguson. After that, got destroyed by Justin Gaethje and finished. After that, got destroyed by Conor McGregor. Conor McGregor invented shoulder strikes against him. Then he lost to Anthony Pettis. No contest against Nico Price. I think Nico Price got a point deducted for something. Otherwise, Nico Price would have won this fight. Then he grapples. He beats Rafael Dos Anjos in a grappling match.
Wow. Okay. Now that I didn't know. I didn't know that he actually did compete in a grappling match, especially with Rafael Dos Anjos, and then get an arm bar on top of that. Hey, I tell you what, that does show Donald Cerrone does have, you know, good grappling by the end of the day, love him or hate him. And look, he's got other grappling matches on top of that as well. He was there with Craig Jones, Joe Selesky, and then prior to that, his last fight obviously was against Alex Morono, which he got finished in the first round. So
loses to Alex Morono, gets stopped by Alex Morono, loses 2 more grappling matches, and then finally loses to Jim Miller in 2022 and finally retires, winless in his last 7 and being finished in 5. So anyway, he's now officially returning, which is straight up insane. Donald Cerrone targets summer UFC return after re-entering drug testing pool. And if you don't believe that, you look up the UFC drug testing pool. You go to UFCantidoping.com/test. 2024, Donald Cerrone 1 test session. So this guy is officially in the testing pool, which is a start. But at the end of the day, I mean, how despicable is it? You can literally fake a retirement, take PEDs, take steroids, and then all of a sudden, okay, I'm good to go. Let me be in the testing pool for a little bit. All those gains that I, you know, earned.
Now, look, here's the thing, right? I sort of understand where MMA Joey is coming from with all of this, but I understand also the anti-Islamic sentiments that he has. I also understand that Donald Cerrone is a dumb redneck to the fullest extent. I understand all that, but this whole entire USADA thing or stepping out of the testing pool, this is kind of standard. This is what you do. This is what happens when you retire. And quite frankly, I don't know, man. I have a different opinion on performance enhancement drugs. I think that it's over stigmatized. I think that it's also over demonized. But I think there's also a balance that needs to happen in order to have a force of authority in how to handle these things and to set limits where limits need to be set.
earned over the last 2 years doesn't matter because I'm clean now, which who knows if he's going to end up testing positive, but the UFC would probably bury this because the UFC drug testing program, and this is a topic for a whole nother video, is completely in-house. It is completely in-house, okay? There's no independent factor at all. They hired the guy that runs the UFC drug testing program. It is 100% in-house. So that's a whole topic for a whole nother video, but he's returning. The UFC has tested him, and he's a UFC Hall of Famer, but it's insane that they're going to welcome this guy back at 41 years old. And here's the clip. I pulled the clip of him on a podcast. He was on I don't even know what this is called. This is the Bet Online AG, but I think it's something about like Pac-Man Jones podcast. I think this is a former NFL player, if I'm not mistaken. But this podcast, I watched about 2 minutes of it. I did not watch it in its entirety. I could not stomach that. This is one of the worst podcasts I've ever seen in my entire life. But let's listen to Donald Cowboy Cerrone being asked about his potential return. Listen to this.
Back in the octagon.
Yeah, so I just re-entered the testing pool, so I have to be 6 months clean.
Look, I think he was thinking about throwing out an N-word right there. It wouldn't shock me at all. When you're gonna hear.
Sorry, I muted there for a second. I said, listen, I get it, MMA Joey. Donald Cerrone is what he is. We have our own opinions of him, but come on, bro. You're pushing a little bit. You're kind of reaching there, saying that he's going to use the N-word, right? We don't know about that, but on any regard.
From Aljamain Sterling, we're gonna look at an article from Bobby Green. Would not surprise me if he was ready to throw one of those out there right now. But yeah, he's gonna return.
So yeah, we probably June or July will make the comeback. Coming back for 2 more, just 2 more. I want 50 fights to the UFC. So I promised the wife, no matter what happens, no matter the outcome, 2 more and that's it.
So he's returning for 2 more allegedly. We know that's never how it works. He retired in 2022. MMA retirements never last. He's returning after abusing PEDs and steroids. And if you don't believe me, you know who we can take their word for it? How about Donald Cowboy Cerrone? Listen to this. What have you been up to, Donald Cowboy Cerrone? Oh, I just been using steroids.
Oh, this is bad. This video right here is bad. Now, look, I understand there's some things that MMA Joey is right about here, and then there's also some things that MMA Joey is sort of reaching for, and yeah.
Steroids left and right. Listen to this.
How's retirement been? What have you been up to? You're looking a little bit bigger than the last time we saw you.
Yeah, man, I got my hair done, so the hair's growing in. Got on steroids, so I couldn't come back if I wanted to right now. I feel good, man. I'm healthy.
So got on steroids, couldn't come back if I wanted to right now.
Look, here's the thing, right? Even Tom Aspinall himself, who is anti-drug cheat, and by the way, goes and slags John Jones for being such. Man, I gotta tell you, he even flat out said himself, hey, if I'm retiring, I'm going to go and take steroids because it's just what you do when you are an older gentleman and you want a higher quality of life, especially if you're used to being a high impact athlete and you want to maintain that all throughout your older age and whatnot, right? So, yeah.
So this guy is abusing PEDs, took a PED vacation, and is now going to return, that he feels great now. I feel jacked. I feel strong. I'm healed up. Now I'm going to return. I'll test for a little bit. I'll return, and hopefully I can win with some of those advantages I gained from PEDs. And this isn't, again, this isn't even the brink, the tip of the iceberg just yet, okay? The clip in the interview from 6 months ago where he's just literally bragging about hating Muslims is insane to the point.
So obviously this is the part that I didn't hear, but I'd like to see where MMA Joey is going with this because, to be honest with you, like I said, right, I've known Donald Cerrone to be just nothing more than ignorant redneck from Albuquerque, New Mexico. But other than that, I never really knew of him to hate Muslims in any kind of way. So let's find out what kind of information they got on this matter.
I don't think they ever released the full interview. I could never find the full interview, but luckily I saved it. We can take a look at it in a little bit. Next clip I want to show you. This is from his official YouTube channel, okay? This is from 2023, and this is literally a 2-minute ad for using PEDs and having PEDs delivered to your door. I'm just going to listen to some of it. Listen to this. This is the very, very beginning. I'm at 000. Okay, this is the beginning of the video.
So after the UFC, I said, I'm coming back, Soul Nation. So you can buy TRT and testosterone replacement, Walmart, pretty much anywhere nowadays, online, but you don't know what you're getting.
You don't know what you're getting. So what can you do? Let me advertise this company that you can order it to your door. You can order, he's literally advertising PED delivery services.
You don't know.
And to keep in mind, a lot of people that do take these things, right, obviously are not athletes, or not MMA fighters or boxers for the most part. But if you are, obviously there's controversy in using such substance. But if you're not, then who are you really hurting, right? And that kind of goes into the same argument with Lance Armstrong, right? Who did he really hurt by riding a bike, other than other people that are competing on riding bikes as well and just trying to get from point A to point B faster than the other guy on a bike? But who are they really hurting by the end of the day, right? So that's sort of my stance on the roids. And then the other stance of it is, hey, look, it's not a guarantee that steroids or anti-steroids are going to make the sport safer. It's the most unsafe sport in the world, and I don't know how you can potentially make it any safer.
So the correct amount to take. The guy at the gym and the guy standing behind Walmart, yeah, they can sell you pretty much anything nowadays, but getting the right stuff to the levels to meet your goals, you need a professional.
I mean, do we need to watch anymore? That's only 30 seconds. It's a 2-minute ad of him advertising a company that can deliver PEDs to your door. Okay. Next clip we're going to take a look at. This is Jim Miller talking about. He's asked about, this was, a couple months ago or a month ago, was asked about the return of Donald Cowboy Cerrone, the guy who has not won a fight since early 2019. The guy who's winless in his last 7 and has been finished in 5 of those 7, who is 41 years old. Okay. What does Jim Miller think about it? Let's listen. Jim Miller's the last guy that fought Donald Cowboy Cerrone and beat him up and finished him.
If they want him to get punched in the head again, then, do your thing, right? So, I'm not a very big fan of the whole like steroid vacation thing.
I'm not.
That's a new word for me right there, steroid vacation. And guess what? Steroid vacation can only be referenced in the world of MMA, right? Because if you say steroid vacation in a normal civilian world, well, what exactly does that mean? Does that mean that you're going to a place that has a high amounts of steroid consumption or the availability of it of some sort? But in this particular case, it's the only type of sentence that makes sense, or the type of expression that makes sense in the world of MMA and boxing. And that word is steroid vacation.
Not a very big fan of the steroid vacation. We're going to play that one more time because it's crazy that this loophole was basically even available. This is exactly what Conor McGregor did as well.
I'm not a very big fan of the whole like steroid vacation thing. like what are we doing?
So there you have it. You retire so you can get out of the drug testing pool. You inject yourself with PEDs, and then you return still having the benefits of the steroid abuse you did while you were in quote-unquote retirement. Okay, so Jim Miller calls it out there. Now let's move on to some of the other things, because this has been going on for years with Cowboy Cerrone. There's always some type of allegation about Cowboy Cerrone. And to steal a line from Dan Hooker, where there's smoke, there's fire. When multiple people allege something and these people aren't even connected, and they're saying similar things about the same guy, and they're not just saying they heard, I heard through the grapevine this or that. They're saying, I witnessed this, I experienced this. It's most likely true. And here's Aljamain Sterling. You can see how young he was at this point. This was a while ago. Saying, look, Donald Cowboy Cerrone called me the N-word, essentially. Listen.
Oh, wow. Okay. I do remember this. I can't believe this is surfacing right now. But yeah, I do remember this story vividly, and then it just never really stuck in my brain. And I think with good reason. I think it didn't stuck to a lot of people's brains, because here's the thing, right? I'm telling you right now, positivity is a weapon. And I'm not this negative guy that's trying to be anti-positivity or this and that. I just think that using positivity can really help make a lot of people forget the negative things and those negative things that need to be addressed. this is one of those situations. See, they wanted to forget about all this because they think of Donald Cerrone as this wholesome guy. Oh, yeah, he's base or this and that. He's so base. Whatever. Let's see what we have to say back then with Aljamain Sterling.
So you can make the judgment for yourself, but that's what I took from this, and that's what everyone took from it at the time.
Talk about it. I don't know Donald Cerrone.
Yeah.
Donald Cerrone came up to me.
Want the effects of Viagra, but faster? Meet Rose Sparks. They contain
Drinking. He made a comment about my chain. Okay, haha, cool. I understand the chain's not real. It's a joke. It's a persona. It's my character. It's the Funk Master. Okay, I get it. So we go to the bathroom. He makes another comment.
Oh.
And he actually says something inappropriate. And for me, I wasn't gonna just let him slide and just say that because one, I don't know you.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, we all know what he was talking about there, but there's more.
one of my boys from my town. You ain't gonna say no words like that and talk to me like that and make me feel a little uncomfortable. And see, if I get it, if his boys, he talks to his boys like that, that's cool. But we're not boys. So for you to come out of your face and say something like that, it's kind of weird for you to feel that.
So I want to ask the question on this particular matter at hand, right? Did Donald Cerrone say the N word with the R on the end or with an A in the end, right? Because obviously there is some significance to this. Now, look. Here's the thing. I sort of agree with what Aljamain Sterling is talking about, right? I've talked about this extensively before when I mentioned a rapper, Stupid Young from Long Beach, Asian, Cambodian, Asian boy Crip rapper, Stupid Young, who uses the N-word, right? And nobody gives him any flack for it because guess what? He lives in Long Beach, has a lot of black homies that allows him to say that. But obviously there's a lot of white guys out there too that are from the hood that are allowed to say that. Now, is this the same context, or did he really say it in a word of an ER? My assumption is maybe Donald Cerrone said it with an A in the end as a term of endearment, because if he said it with an R, it would have been a bigger commotion than this, right? And that's kind of the thing, right? Like, either way, it's not a good word to use. I don't use it, even though it may be or maybe not appropriate for me to say. I'm just not going to say it either way because as a Muslim, one of the things you have to do is perfect your speech either way. But here we go.
That comfortable with somebody who you've never actually hung out with, never actually even had a conversation with or anything. So I felt a little uncomfortable that he felt that that was okay. So I called him out on it. And later throughout the night, it just kept getting heated. And then one of his boys, I called him out on it. I was like, you allow him to talk like that around you? And he was just kind of like, oh, man, man. And I was just like, all right.
So anyway, there you have Aljamain Sterling saying Cowboy Cerrone was calling him the N-word, okay? I mean, people could say, Joey, that's not what he was saying. That's what he was saying. He was saying Cowboy was saying this. I wasn't comfortable with it because I don't know him. Why is he calling me that? And, I called him out on it. This was a while ago. Fair enough. We're gonna look at some more recent examples. But also, this was a while ago. We're going to check out what Bobby Green had to say. He just said some racist stuff, Green said. He said stuff like random racist stuff like, quote, we got to check him. We got to check him. Black people like to steal. I'm like, what the? And I'm getting hot in front of thousands of people. All these people are here for the signing, and they're going, oh. And then, so he's saying racist stuff to Bobby Green. There was more to this. I tried to find the original MMA Hour where he said all this. Could not find it. It was deleted, it seemed. I searched for like 30 minutes trying to find it. It seems it was deleted. But also, he said this. He was out groping every woman in his line to do his signing, Green said. He was groping these women. They got husbands. They got fiancés. They got boyfriends. I'm like, that's messed up, man. Just because this guy's a nerd and he can't do anything to you, you're going to do this to him. Anyway, it goes on a little bit more. You know what's funny? I can actually give some firsthand knowledge to this. This didn't happen to me. Okay, I was there with my girlfriend at the time. I was at this event. I actually met Donald Cowboy Cerrone at this event. And when I saw him, he was already a bit drunk. So I actually have no doubt that he was probably doing this, okay, because he was drunk there.
But I mean, that's the thing about it, right? A lot of these guys, they're just alcohol induced and they blame a lot of their ill behavior on alcohol. And many of these guys, they don't have the balls to act like that without alcohol. But Donald Cerrone's drunk all the time. So you just imagine what kind of guy he is when all of these things go down. And look, man, in the whole Conor McGregor fight that he did, right? Everybody was talking about, how Conor is a horrible person or this and that. Well, I got to tell you, man, there's a reason why Donald Cerrone never pressed on him for any of those things during the press conferences, the pre-fight rituals and all that. He never mentioned any of these things because guess what, man? Sometimes scumbags sort of defend each other like that.
Bobby Green calling him out for saying racist stuff, calling him out for groping women would not shock me at all because he was there drunk. Next thing we're going to take a look at, and we're just going through this rapid fire. I don't want to make this a 40-minute video, but right here, you have Donald Cowboy Cerrone calling Daniel Cormier a homophobic slur. And I know people are going to say, Joey, why are you so soft? We'll get to that in a second. Let's listen.
Well, all right. I kind of agree with that, right? If you're saying the word that I think you're saying, and if it's an F word, and I'm not talking about the FU word or anything like that, I don't know, man. It's not something that would, vehemently offend me in any kind of way. But let's see what he's talking about here.
Listen to this.
Boy, DC, I saw terrible. What? Terrible. What?
Attention retirees, if you're willing to be at your computer from 9 a.m. to 10:45 a.m. on most weekdays.
How are you going to give up weight and then fight like a fag, man? Wait a second.
So again, we'll play it one more time for you boys. He's talking about, I forgot what fight he was talking about. This was a while ago as well, but listen to this.
Terrible. What? How are you going to give up weight and then fight like a fag, man? Wait a second.
And then we'll listen to a little bit of
has he lost his mind? I mean, what is this guy talking about? Donald Cerrone? Who made you the person? Like, on what ground does he stand on to be able to say something like that to someone like me? He can tell me stuff. If he had a problem with the way that I performed, he could have told me in the back that day, DC, that wasn't a very good fight, man. I didn't like it.
And it's crazy because DC could make Cowboy his bitch. Could make him his bitch. But instead, Cowboy...
Well, MMA Joey, that's primarily the reason why he's not going to say that to him, right? But that's neither here or there.
Cerrone has to... Oh, he's so big and bad. He's got to call DC a homophobic slur. And what bothers me about this, I'm not really offended by any of this. I think these people deserve to be called out. But what bothers me is people champion and cheerlead this type of behavior. Like, oh, they said a homophobic slur. Oh my God, yes, I love them so much. Like, it's so completely and utterly bizarre to me. I mean, think about Manel Kape. Manel Kape has never beat an elite level fighter. He's a pull-out merchant. He pulled out more in 2024, in the first quarter of 2024. I think he pulled out the same amount of times Khamzat Chimaev has in his entire career. He has been busted for PEDs. So you got all those things combined, and somehow he has some type of fan base at flyweight just because of the fact that he said a homophobic slur on the mic. Oh my God, it's so badass. He's such a badass. And Cowboy Cerrone, all these things may have been a while ago, but Donald Cerrone has kind of been out of the limelight a bit. But about 6 months ago, he did some type of interview. I don't know what interview this was. This clip was originally posted by MMA Mania. They never posted the entire interview, so I could not find that. But this is the worst thing, okay? He goes on camera. I literally can't even fathom this. He goes on camera to brag about hating Muslim fighters and hating fighters.
Okay, so this is where I'm really interested in this particular story, right? Is there any traction to this in any kind of way? We're going to find out. Let's see what MMA Joey has to say about this.
From other countries. He's bragging about his boy Tim Kennedy taking, doing malicious stuff to them because they are Muslim or because they are from other countries, and literally says, I hate them. I hate them, Tim.
A lot. My favorite thing about Tim Kennedy is he's like as American as apple pie. So we're at Jackson's, and any of the Russian Muslim fighters who come in, Timmy would take it upon himself to just take down, smother, and absolutely destroy these dudes. And they were always bigger than I. They're the smaller. I don't know if ISIS cleared them yet or if the United States cleared them to come over into America just yet.
So old Timmy boy would do horrible.
Yeah, so this is the thing about all these, super American tough guys or whatever, right? They like to say, oh, that's base, oh, that's great, or this and that, oh, you said something about Muslim, oh, that's great on you, ha. That's how they operate. They operate in this very childish, petulant way and whatnot.
Horrible things to fighters just because they are Muslim and because they are from other countries. And believe me, there's more to this clip. It gets worse. It gets worse. He doesn't just stop there. Imagine bragging about. That's what's so crazy. I've said this before with other things that have come out, not about Cowboy Cerrone, but just in general. If these are the types of things they're saying in front of cameras, what is he saying behind closed doors? I would love to know. But let's continue on with this clip.
I'm not real sure on that, but they weren't here. But I'd be sitting on like, yeah, get him, Tim. I got a radio controller. He would just annihilate him, and I loved it. And he would smile and laugh and just rub their face in the mat, like I just do malicious shit. And I'm like, fuck yeah, Tim. That's what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, get them. They're Muslim. Get them. They're Muslim.
That's what I mean, right? Again, a petty, petulant, childish behavior at its best.
Freedom of speech, brother. Freedom of speech.
And then you come back and like, fucking, I hate him. I'm like, yeah, me too. I hate him, but there's nothing I can do. I'm 155 pounds. That dude's 200 pounds, and you just destroyed him.
Think about that. Think about the ending to that clip. Think about how insane this is to be doing a sit-down on-camera interview and say something like this, and he's bragging.
Fucking, I hate him. I'm like, yeah, me too. I hate him, but there's nothing I can do. I'm 155 pounds. That dude's 200 pounds, and you just destroyed him.
You know what we need to do? We need to book Donald Cowboy Cerrone's return in 2025 against an undefeated Muslim prospect. And we need to show him this video beforehand.
I actually like that idea. That's actually quite a good idea for Donald Cerrone to get into a fight like that. That would be absolutely great, honestly. But who at that weight class would be able to do that? Let's see. Shafkat, it's not in his rank. Kamzat, not in his rank. A lot of these guys are not in any of their ranks, so we'd have to look, right? You know what I mean? But there is somebody out there, an upcoming guy. That's a good idea, MMA Joey. I like that.
Because this is just despicable behavior. Imagine talking like this. Imagine singling someone out at your gym where you're supposed to have some type of borderline friendships. And I understand, okay, maybe somebody just started, but you're going to go out of your way to, don't take my word for it, but take Donald Cowboy Cerrone's word for it. Do malicious stuff. Let's listen one more time.
On that, but they weren't here. But I'd be sitting on like, yeah, get him, Tim. I got a radio controller. He would just
like, yeah, get him, Tim. Get him, Tim. What an idiot.
Just annihilate him, and I loved it. And he would smile and laugh.
And by the way, we're talking about practice. In the famous words of Allen Iverson, man, we're talking about practice, dog.
Just rub their face in the mat, like I just do malicious shit. And I'm like, fuck yeah, Tim. That's what I'm talking about.
On January 1st, we're starting a 4-week chair workout challenge for beginners over 50.
That's what I'm talking about. That line really bothered me. I'm going to jump through the screen right there. That's what I'm talking about, Tim. By the way, Tim Kennedy, I have to do more research. I may do an entire video on this. Tim Kennedy, I knew this for years. I could smell it on Tim Kennedy. Tim Kennedy is a Army veteran who's been bragging and embellishing stories and lying about medals for stolen valor, and he was recently exposed badly. I might make a dedicated video on that.
I mean, look, that doesn't surprise me one bit, right? Look, for what I know and from what I've seen from a lot of special forces guys, Tim Kennedy is an exception and is a unique case, right? Well, what do I mean by that? See, a lot of special forces guys and anybody that's ever made a military career on that level, many of these guys live in secret. They live in a very covert manner. They're not really out there like that to any degree. They're not really out there pushing any lines or doing anything controversial or trying to stand out in any way. When I look at Tim, he looks like an absolute Hollywood special forces type of guy, right? Like I'm talking about the quintessential stereotype of what you see out of a special forces guys in a movie that would be unrealistic in real life. In other words, braggadocious, very much out there. He comes across as more of an actor than an actual real SF guy. Now, obviously, he's a real SF guy. He's earned that. That's not something that you can take away from him. But I'm just saying this is an observation on his behavior in comparison to other people that are in that field.
But that's the guy he's bragging about. He's bragging about Tim Kennedy hating people because they're Muslim, hating people because they're from other countries, and doing malicious stuff to them. And Donald Cowboy Cerrone couldn't dare do that because he was too small. He couldn't bully. I know.
Well, that kind of coincides with everything that Donald Cerrone was doing earlier, right? When he would do those things knowing that those other guys can't do anything to him. Looks like he's trying to avoid karma in some kind of way.
So there's going to be comments on this video saying, Joey, you're so soft. You're such a beta soy boy. You're so this and that.
Yeah, look, so that's the thing about that, right? Every time somebody calls out any form of racism to any degree, it is somehow deemed like a snowflake or this and that. And again, I told you guys, there's a lot of things that I find very snowflake-ish about the liberal left and things of that nature, but it doesn't mean that when somebody calls out racism for the blatant actions of what it is, it doesn't mean that it's being soft or anything like that. It just means that you don't like their worldview and you want to impose your own worldview rather than trying to understand an objective point of view in that particular matter at hand. So
imagine bragging about physically bullying people and doing malicious things to them because of their religion. That is completely and utterly insane to even do, let alone go on camera and brag about it. By the way, this clip may be hard to find. I will link the unlisted clip down in the description if anyone wants to check it out. I'll list all the videos that I used in this video down in the description as well, because nobody's going to talk about this. Nobody else is going to talk about it. MMA content creators, media, they're going to be too worried. Oh no, the fans are going to get behind Cowboy. They're going to hate me for pointing this out. I'm just pointing this out. Disgusting behavior.
yeah, good. That's the way that it should be by the end of the day. Well, anyways, man, that is all that I have for you on this one. You want to check out the rest of that. Obviously, there's just 20 seconds left of that video. But on any regard, this has been a great stream. This has been a great video that I have made for you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next content, inshallah. MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You can't be here. You was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there.
All right. Welcome, guys. Fight is about to start. You got the Uzbekistani taking on Chris Johnson here, or Charles Johnson, rather. Here we go. First fight of the night. And by the way, stay tuned because we still got Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach later on tonight. All right, Ramzan Tamarov walking into the cage right now. A good Saturday to everybody. And by the way, Ramadan Mubarak to everyone across the world. If there's anybody out there that's fasting for Ramadan, let me know in the comments section below. How are you getting on? What times are your fasting hours in your part of the world? Right here in the United States in particular, out here in Sacramento, California, Northern California, our morning Fajr time is right around 5:30 30-ish, right around there. And so our breaking fast for sundown is right around just right before 6 o'clock. So close to 6 o'clock, right before it, somewhere around that time. So, and as days go on, it turns to, let's say, 5:59 is today is a breaking fast. Tomorrow will be 6 p.m. After that, it will be 6:01, 6:03, and then as days go on. So, yeah, we got a whole month of Ramadan ahead of us. And you know what? Ramadan is not a yearly thing. It is literally a thing that happens every 8 months. So it's kind of different in the way that our Islamic calendar works. But yeah. So yeah, that's what we got going on. Charles Johnson now ready to make the walk. All right, so we're just getting a little bit of the info on Charles Johnson's training schedule. So he sort of makes time to work on core strength, right? Among the other training sessions that he does on a daily basis. Here's the thing. I think that core strength is a very underestimated thing that a lot of people don't work on. I think it's the difference between how you can build up power and how you can build up torque in the way that you throw your shots. So there's a lot that that comes with building a good core. And according to the announcers right now, Charles Johnson does a very good job of sort of doing that for himself and being as prepared as much as possible. So here we go. First fight of the night. We got the announcement. Let's hear it out right now. All right, and Ramazan Tamirov starting us off tonight against Charles Johnson. I believe he's fought Muhammad Makayev before, and another person in this card who's fought Muhammad Makayev, obviously, Manel Kape. All right, here we go. Jason Herzog as the referee, round one. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence. Charles Johnson versus Tamirov. And here comes Charles Johnson looking very frantic in the way that he's moving his hands up and down, sort of circling around. And Tamirov sort of taking the choice of circling around him. Right in the feel-out process, no strikes have been thrown at each other yet, or at least none has been connected in any kind of way. We're just about 30 seconds now into this fight. 4:29, 4:28, 4:27. Okay, there's a spinning back kick right there by Tamirov, followed by a spinning attack of some sort. Oh, that's a good one right there. He knocks him down with that shot. Oh, that was a good one. That was a good one. Every time Charles Johnson tries to mount an offense, it seems that Tamarov comes back with an even harder shot. There's a spinning back kick attempt right there by Tamarov. Yeah, Charles Johnson connected with that front kick right there, only for Tamarov to come back and sort of knock him down. Yeah, Johnson sort of taking a different approach now, a whole lot more movement on the feet. Uh, just a bit of a flat-footed stance earlier, pointed out by Dominic Cruz in the commentary booth. All right, and of course, next week you got Ankalaev versus Pereira. There it is, another spinning attack by Tamarov. Yeah, Johnson's doing a good job of pushing him forward right here. He's got some knees, and then he counters him with a spinning back kick again. And that is the end of the first round. I'd give that first round to Tamarov. I think Tamarov caught that one. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I'd give the first round to Ramzan on that one. Let's hear the corner of Charles Johnson here. So you need to hit him straight down the center. All right, here we go. Round number 2. All right, good clinch positions right here by Charles. Now he's shooting in for a single leg. All right, yeah, that's a good knee right there. Good knee by Johnson. So there's the front kick right there. All right, so now Charles Johnson is now doing a better job from the previous round of sort of pushing the action in a way where he's moving forward at him, whereas before he was sort of being pushed back by Tamarov as they were sort of striking at each other. And now also some of the best spinning back kicks I've seen out of Tamarov tonight. One of the things you got to do is sort of offset that by getting in close range. So sometimes a spinning back kick can really work off of a good momentum off of a distance, right? So if you kind of close that distance, it's a lot harder for them to throw that. Good left hand by Johnson right there. Yeah, it's very good that more than half his strikes are landing in this one, according to percentage. Look at this, 53% significant strikes by Tamarov, 40 for Johnson. All right, here we go. Round 3. Oh, very nice. He's holding onto his leg, and then he's throwing punches at the same time. And then right after that, he went for a spinning back kick again. He's got a high propensity for throwing like spinning back kicks. Yeah, he's letting his hands go on this one right here. Here we go. There's some combinations and uppercut right there as he's walking down Tamarov. There's an uppercut right there by Johnson. Let's see how he follows up with this one. Yeah, the gas tank of Johnson's insane right now. Just constant movement, constant strikes, constant grind. But so far, Tamarov's doing a good job of keeping up with it. All right, so that's the end of the fight. Let's see who wins this one. I think Charles got this one, man. His grind, his constant volume, although the accuracy on Tamarov is undeniable. So let's see how the judges see this one. All right, we will be back for the decision. Well, all right. So Tamarov walks off with the victory, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that he just had the more accurate volume. All right, so next up, JJ Aldrich versus Angela Lee. Now, the last fight, I got to say, right, accuracy is what wins fights. there wasn't a lot of, well, there was a lot of takedown attempts on the part of Charles, but, you know, it wasn't enough. And again, just, you know, fighting at the highest level, especially when it goes to a decision, judges have a hard time really deciding who the winners are in fights like that. So moving on to the next one. Wow, talking about she almost nearly died. Obviously, it's an exaggeration in how hard to train for this training camp, but ultimately, that's sort of what you want. But you'd be surprised how many people go into fights really ill-prepared or just not at their best for one reason or another, you know, but they just go and try to wing it. Not this time, according to the camp of Aldrich here. So here it is, walking into the cage right now, waiting for KGB Lee to enter the cage. All right, here we go. Round one. Aldrich versus KGB Lee. All right, here we go. Round one. All right. Yeah, really a bit of a slow, methodical start for these two. But at the same time, not so much of a feeling out process. A little bit of a fast and good start between them right now. There's a jab right there by Aldridge. Nice leg kick exchanges right there. So a lot of distance range management going on in this fight. There's a takedown by Aldridge right there. Nice mix up on her part. Now try to sort of fake with the jabs and then switched up the levels and then shot in for that double leg. And here they are on the feet right now. Now they're back squared up. Yeah, that is a good point by Dominic Cruz, right? Just because somebody's been out for 3 years, it doesn't necessarily mean that they're rusty or anything like that. I mean, look who's talking, right? It's Dominic Cruz. This is a guy who was coming off of an injury, got stripped of his title, and then came back and beat Takeya Mizugaki within like the first round of his comeback and looked really good. And at the time, Mizugaki was a top 135 contender at the time. Yeah, so that is one thing that you got to understand about MMA, right? Um, the takedowns are part of the strike in ways that the takedowns are not part of the strike in kickboxing or boxing, if you know what I mean. So, in other words, every movement that you make that threatens with a takedown or threatens with a single leg or threatens with a clinch, all of that is tied in together with the combinations that you throw there, right? So now they have to take that into consideration, even if they are kickboxing with you right now, which is what's happening. So, yeah, Aldridge initiated the takedown earlier in this round, which kind of shows that she's capable of that. And it is something that Lee has to look out for as this fight continues on. All right, round 2 coming up. And how about this, man? It's already 2 o'clock here in the West Coast, and sundown isn't too far away. It's not too far away, like 4 hours, less than 4 hours now, honestly, before we break our fast out here in the West. Wagwan, what's going on, Zayn? Zayn Musa boxing dosage in the house, man. What's going on, G? Hey, so are you going to be tapped in later to the Gervonta Davis Lamont Roach fight? Obviously, I'm doing a little double stream right now. You know, I got this going on, and then after that, obviously, it's Lamont and Davis tonight. So, you know, yeah, man, you know, come tap in with me later on for that one. And Ramadan Mubarak to everybody around the world. What's happening, of course. Yeah, yeah. So later we'll no. Oh man, how about this? My man Zayn says no betting this month, inshallah. Hey, you know what? You know what, Zayn? The fact that you're not betting anything this month, you'll probably enjoy the fights even more. The fights are probably you can actually like enjoy the fights now. For real, man. You know what I mean? But hey, all good in the hood, bro. You know what I mean? So all right, so here we go. Round number 2 between Lee and Aldrich right now. Oh, that was a nice kick right there by Aldrich, and then there's a follow-up by Lee. And Ramadan Mubarak to you as well, bro. Hope everything is good out in the UK. And shout out to everybody in the UK. Shout out to everybody in the Middle East. Shout out to everybody in the United States, East and West Coast. Yeah, Aldridge is just doing what she wants right now, and Lee, yeah, Lee is she's got to do something a little bit different here. Inshallah, we definitely will, bro. Inshallah. I'll send you a link later on. Like right around I think it's around 5 p.m. The main part of that is going to start. So, you know, let me know if there's any interesting undercards going on or any UK cards going on right now in on the boxing side. Likewise, man. Likewise. Oh, there's a nice jab right there by Aldrich. Really putting some combinations on KGB Lee right now. All right. Ooh, nice exchanges right here. Yeah, the silence in the Apex right now kind of gives me pandemic vibes a little bit. during the pandemics, if you guys remember, it was just nothing but empty arenas, but people forget, man. People forget. All right, so there's round one. I'm going to have to give that round to Aldrich on that one. So the corner of Lee is telling her that she needs to finish in this fight, and I think that's the best course of action. Look, Aldrich seems to be the much more technical fighter, a lot more crisp with the shots, already has a takedown on her, and she has to do something completely different and drastic in order to turn it around. And a finish, well, it doesn't hurt. At least it doesn't hurt for her. Right now, it's hurting. All right, here we go, round two. Yeah, there it is. More straight shots by JJ right there. I would not be surprised if the corner of Lee starts calling for this fight to end soon, right? I mean, but who knows, right? Okay, there's a bit of some life right there. There's a head kick attempt. Nice kick exchanges right here. Now Lee is coming back a little bit with some kicks of her own. So the thing with Lee is she seems to be one of those kick heavy fighters. There's a lot of fighters that are like that, right? Obviously, Lyoto Machida is a great example of that. Luke Rockhold is a great example of that. Kung Lee is a great example of that, right? So, especially if you're getting beat up in the boxing ranges, with the jabs and straight shots that Aldrich is throwing. I think we might want to try something a little bit different, especially if you can offset them with some kicks. All right, let's hear what Andrea Lee's corner has to say here. The corner is saying right now everything you got. What that means is that you're desperate and that you need to go attempt some serious shots. Oh, okay, there it is. Overcommitment. Oh, wow, what is this? She got a guillotine on her. Oh, that's close. Okay, no. I think Aldrich is going to get out of this one. Now she's got a front head choke. Now we got 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds into the final round, less than 30 seconds into this fight, actually. I think that as this fight is drawing close to the end, I'm going to have to say that, you know what, this is a fight for Aldrich. Look at this. Just the constant control, the constant grind, the constant, straight shots that she's been successful with. I think this is her fight, but let us see. We await the judge's decision now. All right. Well, what about that, right? He gets the black belt from instructor and then gets a win on top of that. Aldrich now moves on to the next fight. All right, on to the next fight now. All right, here we go. Silva versus Almeida. All right, here we go. Round number one. Silva versus Almeida. Battle about to commence. Round one. Let's go. All right, good shot attempt by Almeida here, looking for a single leg takedown. So the corner of Almeida is telling him he needs to be aggressive with strikes. It is as if whatever he's doing, he's not going to be able to stop it. And then he's asking him to do some feints, throw some jabs as well. So next round coming up. And of course, Manel Kape's fighting later on tonight. So, right, here we go, round number 2. Nice head kick right there by Almeida. I just thought about it. There isn't a single finish in this card yet. Not one. But Danny Silva might be trying to finish and trying to do something different than that, right? It's not trying to go to distance. Oh, those are some good combinations right there by Silva. Ooh, that's a nice spinning back fist right there. Yeah, the corner of Silva's telling him to style on him. I think I know what he means by that. What he means by that is constantly use fakes, things, and keep him guessing right in a southpaw position. By the way, shout out to everybody that's in here. Don't forget to like and subscribe because we are going to cover not only the UFC tonight, but also Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach later on tonight, along with this whole full card right here. All right, that's the end of the round. All right, corner of Silva is telling him you're up 2 as we go into the third round right now. All right, round 3. Ooh, nice flying knee right there by Almeida. And then here's Silva once again, stance switching, constant stance switching by Silva. Ooh. All right, steady pace with the things and fakes there by Silva, and then this stance switching constantly, like Terrence Crawford-esque, like in the way that he switches his stances. Yeah, that's interesting right there. As he was switching his stance, he went and put himself in a high guard block position. It's really interesting seeing that, like, stance switching used as a defensive mechanism. Yeah, real back and forth battle right here between Almeida and Silva. Front kick right there by Silva. Almeida, I mean. $60 seconds left. Spinning back fist right there. And Silva tries one of his own. They sort of try and mirror each other in those shots. Yeah, Silva surprisingly was just coasting through that last part, and it's like as if he sort of feels that he won that one. But great round for Almeida. Let's see how the judges fare on this. And we will be right back for the judge's decision. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Like and subscribe. right? Well, Silva wins that one by decision. Not really much of a surprise. It's a split decision. Not too mad at it. But by the end of the day, the judges had a tough fight to score, and I think they scored this one right. So on to the next one. All right, here we go. Ricardo Ramos taking on Mariscal coming up right now. All right, Ramos opens up with a spinning attack here just out of nowhere. So far, Mariscal with an undefeated UFC record. Now they're in the clinch position right now. There it is, low flying switch kick right there. Ooh, nice judo hip toss by Mariscal. Wow, how about that? He was fighting guys like Gregor Gillespie and Bryce Mitchell in the regionals. Now that's a tough outing, especially early in your career, in context given where they are now. There it is. He went and had a little slap right there. Oh, there's a left hook right there. Oh, okay. You're looking for another judo hip toss attempt. And oh, spinning attack right there. I think he connected. Oh, he connected with an elbow and a spinning back fist all at the same time. Some heavy left hands right there by Mariscal. All right, now he's looking for the grind right here. He's just on top of him right now, pounding away. All right, that's a good adjustment by Ramos right there. Now they're in a bit of a tussle and some scrambling changes. Now now he's fighting off a leg lock right here. Now Ramos is on top and little scrambles they got going on. Here's another leg lock attempt right here by Mariscal. Okay, now they're both attacking with a leg lock. Both looking for a leg lock right here. Right, good leg kick right here. So now Ramos is down. For 20 in the second round right now. Yeah, great stance switches by Mariscal here. I mean, it just gives him a different arsenal of moves that would confuse Ramos, especially in the offense and defensive side of things. Okay, really good exchanges by these two right now. 220, 219, 218 of the second round. Clinch position, and then Ramos goes for a knee right there. Yeah, by this point of his career, Ramos is probably the spinning elbow king of the division, if not the whole entire league. All right, that's the end of round two. Round three coming up. All right, here we go. Round three, final round. All right, here we go. Third round, the start of the third round. Nice head kick attempt right there by Mariscal. Misses. All right, so just right under 3 minutes left. 3:10, 3:09, 3:07, 3:06 of the third and final round. Yeah, Hepe's doing a really good job of just sticking to the basics here, while Ramos is really hitting him with a lot of spinning attacks, right? You know, and again, specialty that Ramos has going on is spinning back fist and spinning elbows. Oh, that's a good trip right there. The judo background of Mariscal showing up here. All right, less than a minute left right now. Very good performance by Chepe and Ramos as well. Again, a lot of these fights tonight, a lot of them have gone to distance, and quite frankly, very highly competitive matchups with a lot of them, especially with the last fight earlier where it ended in a split decision. So all right, less than 5 seconds. Ooh, spinning back fist of zone by Mariscal. All right. on to a decision. Let's see how this ends. All right, impressive win by Mariscal. Not something that surprised me. Obviously, the judo hip tosses was all there for him. What else was there for him tonight? The straight, crisp, straight shots. And now he gets to have an opportunity to possibly fight a ranked opponent. And again, very tough regional outings for this guy, right? He had to face the likes of Gillespie and Bryce Mitchell in the regionals. But here he is. Here he is. Great win for him. Next fight coming up. We are, I believe, going to the main card soon. No, not yet. I think one more fight and then into the main card. And then tonight, Gervonta Davis. Oh, how about this? This little sidekick that I believe Verdum threw at Travis Brown before, right? That same kick. They're showing in the replay right now. All right, next fight coming up. All right, so we got Austin Lane coming up next, the former Jacksonville Jaguar, NFL player turned MMA fighter. Let's see how this goes. All right, here we go. Round one. All right, here we go. Austin and Mario Pinto, round one. Heavyweight action right here. The former Jacksonville Jaguar, Austin Lane. Nice. Nice leg kicks right there by Austin Lane. Yeah, the size of Austin Lane is just absolutely amazing to see, right? I mean, the guy is a former NFL player, right? And we always wondered what it would be like to have an NFL player come into the UFC. We kind of see now. We kind of see. Like, we understand there is a certain limit and a certain ceiling. I mean, we've seen that with Greg Hardy. But Austin Lane is he's a different animal. So, or is he? I mean, he did fight Greg Hardy. He did fight Greg Hardy. Let's see. Yeah, I think he did fight Austin Lane. Yeah, he knocked him out in just 57 seconds, right? So, yeah, two former NFL guys. But I mean, it's just how it goes, right? Look at where Greg Hardy is at now in comparison to Austin Lane, right? I mean, that's what it is. A career in MMA is really just a marathon. It's not a sprint or anything like that. I mean, it's just what it is. Like, for example, I'll give you an example of what I mean by how an MMA career or even a boxing or any combat sports career is a marathon, right? Suppose Tyson Fury goes and retires tomorrow, right? So if he retires tomorrow, let's say, what's his name? Derek Chisora. Let's say he goes and wins a title tomorrow. Ooh, speaking of which, look at Pinto right here. He's trying to win his own title right here, trying to knock down Austin Lane here. A great counter on his part. Yeah, as I was saying, it's kind of like if, let's say, Derek Chisora picks up a title after Tyson Fury goes off in retirement and doesn't train anymore, and then he decides he wants to come back and fight. Maybe it may not be the same result, or maybe they may not fight each other at all due to the fact that they've already fought 3 times. But yeah. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah, Pinto is doing a very good job in the fight right now. Very good job. All right, here we go. Round number 2. Marco Pinto is doing a very good job of rocking Austin Lane. Rocking Austin Lane out his frame. Look at this. They're both trading at each other right now. This is really good trades for 2 heavyweights right now. Oh! Oh my goodness, Austin Lane just got laid out. Austin Lane just got laid out. Marco Pinto. Wow. 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 That was amazing, man. Amazing. Yeah. And he used the patience to get in there, and that was that. That was all she wrote. Shout out to Mario Pinto. Now we got you know what? There's a lot of undefeated heavyweights right now in the UFC. A lot of undefeated heavyweights. So Marco Pinto is no different. Boom. Look at this left hook. Boom. And then Austin Lane goes down. Now, obviously, not better than Greg Hardy, the way that he beat him. Greg Hardy beat him in 57 seconds, right? Which is kind of great. Like, football player versus football players starting out their careers together. But as time goes on, I mean, look, this idea that like, oh, football players are, going to make great fighters or this and that. I mean, this is an example that it's not really the case, is it? Yeah, it was the same shot that he look. So it's this what do you call it? Sort of like a check hook that he had going on here. Wow, man, Austin Lane's head is bouncing. Yeah, shout out to Mario Pinto on that one. All right, so here we go. Main card opener. All right, Barlow versus Patterson coming up. Wow. Okay, so check out Patterson here. This guy used to be a former 155er, and now he's where is he fighting at right now? What weight class is he at? So probably 170-ish around there. So. All right, here we go. Dan Barlow and Sam Patterson. 170. All right, here we go. Round one. Oh, wow. That's a devastating knockout. Wow, that was a good knockout by Patterson. I mean, kind of shows you, right? American athletes versus these British fighters. It's a different ball game, man. Shout outs to Patterson for this one. Yeah, good knockout by Patterson. On to the next fight right now. All right, William Gomis coming up next, straight out of France. And here's another undefeated guy, Hyder Amil from the Philippines. All right. All right, here we go. Round number 1 between Gomis and Hyder Amil. Go. Okay, some good elbows right here. Oh, there we go. All right, we got ourselves a 50-50 coach over here. All right, so yeah, Gomis is doing exactly right, using his height to get in there in these 50-50 clinch positions. All right, here we go. A body lock by Hyder right now. Good spinning elbow right there. Ooh, that's a flying knee right there. He just caught Amil with. Yeah, man, he is one of those types of fighters where even if he's hurt, man, he will just walk right through you. Good head kick right there. All right, that's the end of the round. Even though Amil did a good job of, keeping himself in there, I'm going to have to give that round to Gomez. Wow, Hyder's looking to finish right here. All right, and that is the third and final round. Great fight between them. Let's see how this goes. All right, here we go. Third and final round. All right. Nice exchanging kicks right there between them. Just about a minute left into this fight right now. All right, that's the end of the round. That's the end of the fight, actually. Hmm. All right.
Yes, Larry.
We got Zayn tapping in with us. All right. What's going on, Zayn?
What's happening, bro?
Ramadan Mubarak, brother. Ramadan.
Mubarak, my bro. I mean, man. Thank you, bro. How you doing, man? How's the fasting going? First
Good.
day.
I have about an hour.
Hmm.
I believe about,
1
I got
hour
about
left.
an hour left or so.
Oh, okay.
So you know, not too bad. You know, fasting in different parts of the world differ in time, right? And I think California, it's not that hard because so our Fajr time is right around 5 a.m., right? And
Okay.
then our Maghrib is 6. So
Yeah.
you know, I don't know, man. That's barely 12 hours. You know what I mean? And you know, and
Yeah.
that's
This year's not that bad, isn't it? Like, I remember a few years ago, summertime when we was fasting, the days were longer, bro. This is
yeah,
nothing compared to that, you know? For sure,
yeah.
man.
It varies. It varies in time zones. Like for example, if you live up in Alaska, your
Mm.
time zones up there is longer. If you live in let's say the Norwegian countries, their time is a lot longer. You know, so and it varies also every year because, like you said, you've experienced some years where it was really long, but then you've also experienced years like this where it's like at most 12 or 11 hours.
Yeah, facts, bro.
You know.
Yeah. Alhamdulillah, man. Well, at least we made it to another Ramadan, you know?
Yeah, yes.
Hopefully, may it make us better Muslims, especially myself, you know? There's a lot of bad habits I have, and we try and, obviously take one of them off one by one, you know? Obviously, it can't happen overnight, but, I'm going to refrain from, like, even though we're doing this live right now, usually I bet on the fights. I'm going to refrain from betting on the fights this month, you know? I'm going to see how it goes, you know? And hopefully I'll be able to give it up one day for good as well. You know?
Yeah, man, may Allah make that struggle easier on any of us, right? Obviously it's not, everyone has their own different habits of what it is that they go through. That obviously is one for you, but like I told you earlier, right? I believe I told you right offline. It was like, you're probably going to enjoy the fights a lot more now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In a less, hostile manner where you were like, oh man, this guy has to win or this and that. Because, it really is. Because look, what makes gambling exciting is the same reason as what makes it very devastating.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You remember the Canelo fight with Bivol.
Yeah.
You remember the fight with Sean O'Malley and Merab. You had a parlay on that one with Canelo because Canelo was fighting on the same night, literally right across the street from each other. Remember the Apex? I'm sorry, not the Apex. The UFC Noche and the and the Canelo fight, all in the same town, literally the same street, right? And you had a parlay on that. Because I really thought too that Sean O'Malley was going to win that, but now we see what Merab is about.
Yeah, Merab's serious, bro. Obviously, we thought O'Malley could outbox him as well, because he's a better boxer. But Merab just showed his quality of experience, especially against O'Malley and now against Umar as well. So, he's a real deal, man. He's really a good fighter. So we've come to notice that as well. But yeah, man, like at the end of the day,
and that's the thing with betting is that you just don't we do understand, but we don't know.
The thing is, it's combat sports, isn't it? Like, as much as you predict everything, as much as we get everything right most of the time, it's just sometimes where things that are out of our control happen, because it's combat sports. Anything can happen. Like with one punch changes everything,
Yeah. Yeah, especially outside of the ring and the cage is where really a lot of the fights are made. Like when I mean made, like the results of what's going to happen afterwards. We don't know if these guys are having, if they're having like family issues. Because there are some fighters that are forthcoming about that. Like, hey, I had a family pass away or this and that. They'll convey that. And then there's some that won't say anything. So now you don't know what's going on in their head. And so now they're going in there and everything that you think you know about this fighter, starts to exist because he's got all these other underlying issues going on in his life. So
definitely, bro.
It's
we as journalists don't really know that side about what's going on in the fighter's life. You get me?
Yeah.
Exactly what you said. Like they could be going through a lot of things, and that could definitely play a part in their performance when it comes to fight night. So people don't see these things, and you hit the nail on the head there. Like it gets very I'd say it doesn't get looked. It doesn't. The people overlook that, you know, regardless. You know what I mean? But it's something that they need to consider because, you know, like you said, the fight is won way before they enter the fight in the actual event. You get me? It's to do with their training camps and that. So, yeah, man, like exactly what you're saying there. That's why we're betting. It's haram for a reason, you know?
Yeah, because it's you know, there's just a lot. Oh man, look, I've known a lot of guys. Obviously, this is not sports betting. People who go to casinos, or
Yeah.
people who I've seen people lose rent money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
No,
they didn't have to explain that to their girl or their you know, wife and kids that, hey, you know, I lost out on all my.
Bro, I'll tell you one thing. Gambling is like the worst addiction you could ever have, bro. Do you understand? Because with gambling, you can affect everyone's life. People that love you, people that care about you, you know, and once you lose your money, it's like you've lost everything else basically. Because without money, you can't look after your family, you can't look after your wife, you can't look after your kids. And no one's gonna respect you if you don't have money, bro. As a man, you know, it's the worst habit you could ever have, you know, because you can either make it or you can lose it all, you know what I mean? More times people don't know what they're doing and they lose it all, do you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you know, it's just an addiction, you know, it's a bad addiction, like we said, you know. So inshallah, you know, one day I'll be able to stop it or, you know, just give it up for good, you know. So we make dua for that, man. You know what I mean? Anyone suffering with addiction, you know, hopefully everyone will be cured one day, inshallah.
Right. Yeah. And you know what? It's a very difficult habit to kick, especially if you're hyper competitive.
Yeah, exactly. People judge people about these things, but they don't really understand what they go through, you know, because once you've faced addiction, it's a different sort of I don't know how to describe it, but it's a different sort of like disease, you know. It's like a disease where you just keep relapsing, but you gotta be strong, you know. And we're gonna try, you know, at the end of the day.
Yeah. Inshallah, you know, it definitely is a bad road to get down on. And look, what makes it bad is honestly the good that comes with it. Because look, it's crazy because now I remember all some of the bets that you've you know, really made money on, the Tom Aspinall and the Bilal Muhammad card, the Manchester card.
Yeah, I remember I won that fight.
That was a good night for you.
That was a really good night. You know, no, don't get me wrong. I have good nights as well. Do you understand?
Well,
So that's
those good nights are what keeps you coming back. You know,
that's it. That's the addiction part of it, isn't it? There you go, bro. And you know, when you're on a good night, it's like you start having a few of them good nights after consecutively, weeks after weeks, and then that's the feeling that you get from it. But at the same time, you gotta be smart because you can just lose it all, you know. And there's been times where I've been like, okay, I've made this much this month, and then I'm putting it all on the next event. Do you get what I'm saying? But you know, anything can happen in that next event. So, you know, you either can lose it or, you know what I mean, you could just obviously win, but it's not a guaranteed thing all the time, you know. So that's why it's haram, and the feeling you get from it, you just want to put more money down, and you know, that's where it can be a dangerous thing where you can lose everything, you know. I've seen it happen to a lot of people, man. So I'm just trying to avoid that as well, man.
Yeah, no, it's definitely not a joke, man. You know, by the way,
You've got to know when to stop as well. Do you understand? That's the way you win out of it, because in the long run, the more you're betting, the more chance you're taking and losing it all. Do you understand? a very bad habit, like I said, bro, man. One of the worst habit a man can have. And I've been there. Do you understand? I've been down, bro. There's been times where I've lost all my money, bro. But
Oh,
you know,
wow.
you ain't a real hustler if you can't lose it
like,
all and get that all back. You understand?
like
So
you lost it all in gambling, a fight, or
this was years ago, bro. Now I'm alright, innit? I'm good right now, bro. You know, I'm sitting on some good money I've made and stuff, But bro, there was a point where I lost a lot of money, bro. This was years ago, though. But I
on a
learned
fight, though, right?
huh?
Was it on a fight?
Yeah, bro. It was on a fight, bro. It was like
Do you
I
remember,
put like
do you remember which one?
yeah. I remember exactly which one. It was Chris Congo versus Michael McKinson,
Oh,
and that
no.
I had a really good relationship with my Chris Congo, and I had like 15 racks on it, 15,000, bro.
Man. Oh, man. Oh,
Yeah.
and you put, so basically, so he's basically your homie. You know, and you put money on him because
Yeah, but we fell out, bro. I'm from the road, bro. You get me? Like, bro, if I lose 15 racks, like, I'm gonna be pissed. You get me?
wait, hold up, wait. So y'all fell out because of this fight?
Yeah, bro, I fell out because like he was like, no, there's no way I'm gonna lose this fight. There's no way I'm gonna. Do you get what I'm saying? And then like when he went in there and he got dropped in the first round like a bad habit, bro. Because Michael McKinson can't even punch, bro. And he dropped him, bro. The guy's got like 23 fights. And he's got 1 KO. But he managed to drop Chris Congo in the first round. And I was like, nah.
What was going on in Chris Congo's camp when all of that was going on?
I do not know, bro. I really don't know. That's what I'm saying. So when that happened, I just knew. I was like, so basically, he was the last one on my parlay. Imagine this, yeah. Like, I put 15 grand down, and I had like a 3-fight parlay. 2 fights came in, so now they're thinking, no, like he's a favorite. Chris Congo is a favorite, so it's more likely to come in. So they offered me a cash out value, the gambling website. They offered me a cash out value, so I had 15K. Offered me 21K to cash out. So that's 6 grand profit without even the Chris Congo fight happening. Because the 2 other fights that I had on my accumulator, on my parlay, they both came in. So they were thinking, yeah, like this bet's gonna come in. So they offered me a cash out value of 21,000 when the potential value, if Chris Congo won, would have been 32,000. Do you understand?
Okay, so you really were going for it on that one.
Yeah, but I was so confident that he was gonna win that I thought, nah, he won't let me down. And next thing you know, he let me down. And like, bro, that was when I was like, I was about 20 some. I was in my mid-20s or so, innit? And like, bro, I really needed that win, bro. And then like, bro, he lost, innit? So I got pissed, innit? Because like, bro, I don't know anyone that's got the balls to put 15 bags on a fighter. Do you understand? I've never seen that. You understand? Especially from around London. That's from a guy that's from the road and that. Do you understand? Like,
Yeah.
do you know what I mean? So I had a lot of faith in Chris Congo and we fell out because of that, bro.
Damn, bro. You know what? That reminds me of when do you remember when Prince Nas did that little bid on live TV after a Chris Eubank fight? Do you remember? He's like, hey, where's the camera? Where do I look? Right here, right here. Hey, Chris, listen to me, Chris. You've got to retire, Chris. You've got to retire. Remember that? You know what Chris said, right? You know what Chris Eubank said about that? He's like, well, I don't know why he was so mad. Maybe he had lost a bet or something. I don't know why he would say that. You know, and I was like thinking, yo, you know what, man? I was like thinking, yo, Nas is over here going hard on Chris Eubank over this loss. Do you remember which fight that was? I forgot who Chris had fought in that one, but yeah, I remember he was so mad at Chris, right? And I was like thinking, yo, he's never mad at anybody like this
Yeah.
ever. You know what I mean? Prince Nas, especially somebody that he knows, right? And but I don't know. I don't think Nas bets, does he? I mean, we don't know if he does.
Drake bets. We know Drake bets.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we know that. That's why they got the betting companies, sponsoring him. Making these fake bets that he supposedly makes. Well, I don't know, man, because he loses a lot. So I don't know.
He loses a lot, bro. Literally, he's reversed that gambling, bro.
Yeah, and he.
Well, you know what?
Did not. He definitely not see the whole Kendrick thing coming too. Also, which really puts him in a bad position because then he tried and basically tried to sue his own record label, his own distributor, because he was saying that, well, you guys are prompting Kendrick Lamar. And it's like Drake didn't understand. You don't understand how this game works, do you? It's like you had your time. We can create who we want to be up there, and it just happens to be Kendrick right now.
Yeah, facts, bro.
They're like, yeah, we're gonna uplift Kendrick, through the song where you're being dissed at, and then we're gonna go from there. And that's man, that's
facts, bro, man.
Reality.
What did you think about the Shiraz fight, man? Now, I didn't want to really ask you about it, but you know what? Now we're talking about bets. I lost a bet on that fight as well,
Man, I got to tell you, man.
Who is
the strength and conditioning coach?
Who? Shiraz?
Does he have a strength and conditioning coach?
Yeah, he does, yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what they do or how they train because, man, I think that for strength and conditioning, I think Shiraz needs to work on volume. I think that he has the skills to be the champion. I mean, it's no wonder why he was able to draw against a world champion, right? I mean, he was literally just right up there. But what he needs is a little bit of extra strength and volume to sort of make that difference.
Yeah, but you know what it is? I have to be honest and upfront. And even though I'm a big Hamza Shiraz fan, I thought he lost that fight, man. But
Yeah, and how about Turkey El-Sheikh?
I respect Turkey.
You are losing too. Man, can you imagine if Dana White did that? Can you imagine?
But the thing with Turkey is he's made Hamza a Riyadh season ambassador. You get me? So he's definitely gonna be going up to his corner, and because he got a lot of backlash from the fans because of that. But put it this way, like he's representing the brand of Saudi. Even in that fight, he had the Riyadh season shorts. Do you understand? Hamza did.
Yeah.
So obviously, he sees Hamza as an asset to his company. You get me? So if he loses, it won't look good. Do you understand? Because he's a Riyadh season ambassador. So he promotes what Turkey is all about. Do you understand?
Yeah.
And a lot of people saying that Turkey went into Shiraz's corner and obviously cheated by telling them the scorecards, which is not true, man. It wasn't even the scorecards. It was just his opinion of the fight.
AI. It was the computer.
Yeah, exactly.
Not the real
That's what I'm saying. There was no way he was looking at the scorecards because the scorecards were not 2 points off. They had it 118-110 to Carlos Adames, 115 to 114 Shiraz, and 114-114 a draw. So there was no way that he could have saw the scorecards. It was just his opinion, and like anyone would do that if they cared about Hamza as well. If I was in Saudi, I would have got up my seat and said it as well. You understand? Because like I had my money on the line, and I don't want to lose my money. But you know, these things happen. You get what I'm saying? So you can't really predict all the time what's going to happen because, you know, I predicted that Hamza would win that fight easily, but you know,
I
look
did
what.
as well. I was really confident in him as well going into that.
Yeah,
And
I really wanted him to become a world champion, man. I really did, man. And it would have been really, really nice, ideal going into Ramadan, him becoming a world champion.
I know, yeah, man, I know, bro. I know, but you know what? I know that feeling, man. I've lost the fight before, just right before Ramadan. It's I mean, I didn't try to really, try to what do you call it, like simmer down on it or be down on myself about it. I just looked at it as two different things, right? It's like, well, all right, I got through this fight, it's over, I lost, but then, now I got Ramadan coming up, so now it's like a completely different, venture that I'm setting myself into. I think that's one thing that a lot of fighters really have to understand, right? Is they got to understand how to look at themselves outside of the ring. In other words, get new hobbies, get new interests, or possibly get different type of career opportunity outside of boxing if need be. But with Hamza Shiraz right now, this is his end all be all. You know what I mean? Hamza doesn't do anything else. Hamza is not a rapper. He's not a podcaster. He's not an actor. He's not a professional wrestler. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? He's a fighter. That's what he does. That's what
One
he
thing
knows.
one thing I will say, Kyrie, is alhamdulillah, he got paid nicely, innit? And
Yeah,
you know,
that's what matters the most. That's
what
see,
matters
that's a
the
good Ramadan right there.
yeah,
That's a
exactly.
good Ramadan.
Yeah.
But a lot of people were not happy with with Turkey for that one. They were
Bro,
not
the
happy.
thing is that for them people that aren't unhappy, yeah, let me tell you one thing. When Floyd was in Gervonta Davis's corner saying he's down on the unofficial scorecards, no one was complaining then. But when it's a Muslim fighter and a Muslim guy going up to him, why are they making a big fuss about it? Do you
Well,
understand?
I'm glad you mentioned that. Speaking of Muslim fighters, right? I'm glad you mentioned that.
Right.
For one, Floyd is a fighter, right? He's also, I guess, you could classify him as a trainer as well.
Yeah, but when Floyd was promoting Tank, he was just his promoter. He wasn't his he's got his own trainers, Gervonta Davis, which is Calvin
Okay, I see
Ford.
what you're saying.
But like that's not right what Floyd did, but at the same time no one complained. It's just about narratives and who they prefer. Do you understand? It's not about favoritism. So if Floyd did that and he's looking out for his fighter, Turkey did the same thing. And nothing was said when Floyd did it. So you can't be saying shit when one of us does it. You understand?
Yeah, I think with Floyd, it's a little bit different because here's the thing, right? When you're a promoter in boxing, you are allowed to show favoritism. But when you're a promoter in MMA, you can't show favoritism, especially in the UFC.
Yeah.
Now, there was one incident where Dana White wore a shirt during the Conor McGregor and Khabib press conference fight week, Thursday of that fight week. Dana White wore a sweater that said Crusaders on it. Let me see if I can pull this up right here.
That's mad.
UFC 229. Because I'm going to show you the context behind this, right?
Yeah, go for it, bro.
Pre-fight. Okay, I'm going to show you the where is Dana White's picture here? Hold on a second here. Okay, so here's the I'll just pull up the footage. I'm sure we're not going to get.
I gotta big you up for fasting and covering the fight as well. So some real.
Man, yeah. Hey, you know what? It's actually quite helpful. So okay, here I'm going to show you this picture right here. Right, so here's Dana White at the press conference. Right, tell me if you notice something odd about what Dana White is wearing.
Yeah, what is he wearing, bro? That's some Crusaders thing.
Correct. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So guess what? When this press conference was happening,
Yeah.
guess who called me or texted me, right? One of the managers of Team Alpha Male, Tabriz Ansari. Shout out to him. And if you're watching and listening to this right now, Ramadan Mubarak to you, my brother. So he texted me and he said, hey, man, do you notice what Dana White is wearing? I was like, wait a minute. That's a Crusader shirt. It's like, yeah, why is he wearing that? It's like, I don't know, bro. Is he like committing like some kind of microaggression? I was like, bro, I don't know, bro. You know, but you know what? It makes sense if he would be more pro Conor than he would be Khabib, right? I mean, he's an Irish American from Boston, right? You know, he's the one who discovered McGregor. He's the one who signed McGregor personally himself.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's like maybe he is showing favoritism. Okay, so I looked it up. That is the school his son goes to.
Okay.
In Las Vegas.
Oh,
so I was like, all right, that makes sense. All right, you live in Vegas. This is a school that's in Vegas. That's the school that your son attends in Vegas. And the fight is in Vegas. I can understand where Dana White's mind was at with that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I can understand where his mindset was at during that time. It's like, all right, you know, this is my son's school. We're in Vegas. The school is in Vegas. But still, you know, it didn't look right, especially if you're a Muslim and you know what is up, you know, and you know the history of the Crusaders and all of that.
Yeah, it's like rivalry, you get me?
Yeah. So it looked like he was showing favoritism in that, but then when you really dig into the context, not really. Now, when he fought Floyd, see, this is where in boxing you're allowed to be a promoter and a fan of a fighter, right?
Yeah.
In MMA, you can't because you're promoting everybody, especially in the UFC. So you know you can't be Dana White and be for John Jones and not for Tom Aspinall. You know, you have to be, you know, for both guys.
Yeah.
But if one of your guys is going out to the boxing ring and you're the co-promoter of that event, you know, then let's go. It's no problem. Because you've seen Dana during that time. I mean, he was like praising Conor to the heavens. You know what I mean? He's like, and now, remember the world tour? He's like, and now, I present to you the notorious Conor McGregor. And then his whole face was like all red. Like, I was like, all right, you know what? Dana ain't curbing his enthusiasm here. You know what I mean? Because in any normal fight, in any normal UFC fight, he has to curb all of that. But that's what it is. You know, I think that with Turkey, what people have to understand is that he's a fan, but at the same time, he shouldn't be a fan, if that makes any sense. You know, because it's not fair for him to be a fan, but at the same time, I think it's safe to say that he's promoting Hamza over Adames, and Adames is a PBC fighter, right? He's a PBC.
Adames is a PBC fighter, yeah, facts.
So he's not really with them. So
no, not at all.
In a way, Turkey sort of had the right to do that. Now, all right, if Turkey did that during the Bakoli and the Parker fight, you know, I don't know. Maybe that would not be good because Bakoli, I believe, is a Frank Warren fighter.
Yeah.
Right?
No, the only reason why I did it with Hamza is because obviously Hamza's a Riyadh season ambassador, isn't it? So
right. So it's clear
the fighters Turkey has picked to be Riyadh ambassadors. He has faith in them, you know. So I think personally, before this fight, he didn't think Hamza would have any difficulty with Adames, and that's what I thought. But he was so shocked that he thought Hamza was losing the fight up until that point, and he went up to him and told him, bro. And I respect that because he's being real with him. He's not lying to him, and he just wanted the best for his ambassador. You understand?
I
And
had a feeling it was going to be a tough fight, only
yeah,
because of what people have been singing behind the scenes. Oh, you
mm,
know, this guy, he sparred with this guy, and you know the whole
nah, that's good
sparring
though, Kyrie.
story.
You're right. People overlook that, and you properly analyzed that, and you know you knew it was going to be a tough fight. So that was a
Yeah,
good
bro,
call.
because if real fighters see what other real fighters do in the gym, and they're saying that with you know, with pure confidence, it makes me wonder. You know, like, well, who are these big names that they're talking about that was in there with Adamas? Who are these guys?
Yeah.
But the way that they talked with confidence. And look, here's the thing: these were not people that were affiliated with him in any kind of way that would sway some sort of biasness.
Yeah, facts, bro, man. Facts. Yeah, man. What what a shame, man. Because I really wanted to see Hamza become a world champion, man. But inshallah, he will. You know,
Yeah.
and we wish him all the best. You know, we hope he comes back from it, and yeah, man. Just
Well,
hope
think
he.
about this, right? Imagine being a world champion now in your own card, because look, it's great if he won this, no problem. But imagine how bigger it would be on his own card.
Yeah, it would have been massive.
You know what I mean? Like his own headline, his own, and maybe even in England, maybe even win it, you know, in the UK or in the United States. You know, imagine how much sweeter that would be. Probably more so with England and London.
Facts.
You know, or imagine if it
But
was
you
a
know what?
stadium.
I know how the boxing fans are, man. I mean, I don't know what he's gonna do next year, but if he was to take the rematch, he would have to win that decisively in his next. If it happens next, you get me? Because the general consensus is that people don't think that Hamza Shiraz will be able to beat Carlos Adames based on that performance. You understand?
I think so. I just think that he needs to up the volume. That's
Yeah.
the only thing. You know what? Here's the thing, right? This is
But
something
what
that I've
do
noticed.
you think about him saying that he had a broken hand after the fight? Did you see that?
Who? Shiraz?
You there, bro?
Yeah. Oh, I'm here. Yeah. You're talking about Shiraz, right? He had a broken hand.
Yeah.
I didn't know
Like,
that.
did you?
I didn't know
Yeah.
that, but that explains a lot if that's the case.
Yeah, that apparently that's the case. That's what's coming from him and you know the promoter. But people are saying that's excuses. But at the same time, it could be him and only his promoter really know. But after the fourth round, he did stop using his right hand. I believe. You understand?
Yeah.
Mm.
All right. Shout out to Nasrat. He just won a unanimous decision right now, fighting on Ramadan as well. Nasrat, the Afghan Kelvin Gastelum, as they call him, because he resembles Kelvin Gastelum a lot. And
Okay.
yeah, he just won a unanimous decision right now. So
Yeah, keep the commentary going, bro. I'm gonna tune in like half an hour or so, 20 minutes.
and then next week we got Ankalaev next week against Peloton. Now imagine that, right? Imagine how big of a superstar Ankalaev will be next week. He fights Alex, who's a big superstar right now, right? And then does it on Ramadan after Alex has been on a hot streak.
Right. That's
You know,
good,
but
man.
I really hope that he gets his wrestling shoes for this one, because there's one way to beat Alex other than the way that Izzy did it, which is go head to head with him on the kickboxing range. But the other way to do it is test his butt with that wrestling. You know, and I know Ankalaev likes to strike, he likes to box, he likes to kickbox, but he needs to wrestle in this fight. Make it really ugly for Poatan. you can't let him, get comfortable here. He's got to be in his face every second and not let him breathe. And that's the way to win.
Can't wait
But
for
I
that
think
fight.
he could do it. I think he could do it. And you know what? It's only 1 week into Ramadan
Yeah.
that he's going to fight, so that's not that bad because your body really starts to change, like probably within the second or third week. You really start noticing the weight loss, or or the loss of muscle mass, and which
Muscle
can
man.
ultimately
Yeah.
affect your your performance in the cage.
Yeah.
But I think that
Remember
he's
when Kamzat was fighting
was
in
that
Ramadan? Remember when Kamzat fought in Ramadan?
he did, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
last.
and you could tell too by you could tell there was a lack of muscle mass,
Yeah.
and it showed in the fight.
Yeah.
But I believe he was already like deep into Ramadan when that was happening, like literally 3 weeks or into Ramadan. Now with Ankalaev, what's great about him fasting for Ramadan 1 week out of the fight is that at least it's going to help him with his weight cut.
Yeah.
Because he needs to weight cut anyway.
Mm.
Yeah. But here's the thing, Eric, Eric Trilogy, the guy that I trained with before, the nutritionist of Jake Paul and Logan and Conor McGregor.
Oh yeah.
He told me during the Kamzat fight that Kamzat should not have a problem with this. He'll hydrate. I'm like, bro, listen. I know you're a world-class nutritionist, but you don't know ish about fasting on Ramadan. You know what I mean? Like you could know anything that you need to know about, sports science and nutrition and performance and all of that. But if you just don't know unless you felt it and then train while doing it. You know what I mean? That's another thing too, training while doing it.
Yeah, that's crazy, bro. It's a different sort of workout after when you're fasting and doing it. It's like you're not gonna be 100%, bro.
Yeah. But Ankalaev spent his entire training camp in not fasting. I mean, it was just a couple of weeks ago. He's now finishing up his training camp right now, and all he needs to do is just make weight, and fasting is going to help him do that. Because it's what you do anyway on fight week. You know what I mean? Now, adjusting from night to morning is a little bit different. Because he's weight cutting and then he's not going to eat after the weigh-ins.
Yeah, so it kind of messes your body up a bit, when you're usually eating,
But for Ankalaev, he if there was a time for a fighter to fight while fasting, it would be the schedule that Ankalaev is in right now.
Oh, you reckon?
Yeah, because it's only 1 week into Ramadan.
Yeah,
Next
facts.
week is March 8th. Today is the first day,
Weight,
March 7th.
Yeah.
What's that?
And he's trying to make weight as well, isn't it?
Yeah. So he's going to be depleted anyway. But what makes fasting and competing more dangerous is if your training camp was during Ramadan or when you're fighting, like let's say 3 weeks into Ramadan or even 2 weeks into Ramadan. But the timing of Ankalaev is so perfect. Right? Like, so he probably, when he got the call, because look, this is how much, man, this is some bitch shit by Poatan. He did not want to take this fight originally.
Okay.
He said, you know what? I know that Ankalaev is going to say no because I know he's fasting during Ramadan. He knew that. So guess what Ankalaev said? Okay, brother, I sign. You know what he said? He said, Dana, bring contract in pen. Okay? He did this. When Poatan said, all right, you know what? I know he's going to say no. This is what he did. Dana, fax it over. This is what he did. March 1st. Like that. And here we are. You know, because he really didn't think that he was going to do it.
Yeah, that's mad.
You know, and you know, Poetan, you know, there's a video of him taking his shahada, right? Did you know that? There's a video of him taking his shahada.
Oh, mashallah.
Have you seen it?
No.
You've never seen it? All right, let me see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, pull it up.
Alex.
That's mad. I didn't know that.
Right?
Yeah. A lot of athletes become Muslim as well, you know that.
But here's the thing. I don't think he is. I don't know what he was doing it for, but let me see if you can you see? Oh, here we go. Can you see the screen?
I see it, yeah.
Okay, let me see if I can takes his shahada right here.
أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وأشهد أن محمدا رسول الله أشهد أن لا إله.
So, what do you think? I mean, like, you know, I don't know, man. You know what I think? It's one of those situations. You've seen this a lot because I know Dawa is big in England, right? I see a lot of Dawa people in England. You know, like Ali Dawa, obviously, Muhammad Hijab. I know Andrew Chaudhry did this back in the days, you know, when they did the street preaching. You know, they would run across somebody, they'd have a conversation with them, ask them, hey, what is it that you believe in, or this and that. And the next thing you know, some of them do get swayed into, you know, converting, into taking their shahada.
Facts, bro.
But sometimes they don't always follow through with it. And here's another thing too, right? Here's another interesting thing too that sort of relates to this. I know a lot of dudes that converted when they were in prison.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? This is very common in American prisons, by the way, whether it's in the East Coast or in the West Coast.
They do it for different reasons, though.
That's right. But the reason why a lot of them do it, now check this out, Wack 100, you know what he said, right? The manager of the game in Blueface. You know what he said about Diddy? He said the only way Diddy is safe in prison is if he was to join the Muslim car.
Yeah, fact.
You know what I mean? And I was like, you know, that kind of makes sense, right? Because the Muslim car in prison, it's one of the strongest, you know, gangs in American prisons. You know, now obviously, you know, if you go outside into the streets, you know, Muslims are, you know, entrenched in different, you know, hood politics, different gang politics, and things of that nature. But when they're in the inside, it's like you're either rolling with the whites, you're either rolling with the blacks, or you're either rolling with the Muslims. And then the blacks and the Muslims are sort of like tied in with each other, or you either roll with the Mexicans. At least that's in California, you know, politics of prison. But yeah, man, that's what I'm saying is that going back to Alex Pereira, maybe perhaps he converted out of, I wouldn't say pressure, but like, you know, he just thought that maybe this is a good idea for this time and that never really followed through with it.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we could never know their intention, innit?
Yeah. But one thing's for sure, I doubt he's fasting for this one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because it's not being talked about. No one in his camp is saying it. And if he was
fasting, it's like with Tank as well. You know, Gervonta Davis, he became Muslim as well. He took his shahada, but he's fine. You know, I don't think he's been.
Is he? Maybe what he did was delay his fasting until tomorrow, or I don't know. You know that is a thing though.
That could be, yeah.
Yeah. You know, because I remember when I went into Ramadan after a fight, you know, I remember I couldn't fast the first day because you know, I had swellings in my head, and so, you know, I had to take like you know, like medications and stuff like that, you know, to like get the swelling down. So yeah,
Wow.
man, you know, I wasn't able to fast the first day of that also. So so
I
maybe
hear that,
that's
but what you said was there's no mention of it, you know, leading up to his fight or anything about it, you know, about fasting. So you don't, I don't know, man. Maybe he's not observing as well, you know.
that's what I'm saying, bro. Look, and then here's the thing: there's a lot of brothers like this. Wallahi, bro, there's a lot of brothers like this. You know what I mean? And he's no exception to that. He just, you know, this is just the you know, the combat sports version of it playing out before our very eyes. You know, the symbolism of
Yeah,
those guys.
but then it gets you thinking, like, why did they convert it? What's the reason behind it? You know,
Because
it's not genuine.
again, he thought that it was a good idea, but living it is a whole different thing. Now, look, I've known about Alex being Muslim for a long time, and then it got skeptical for me when I saw him get a tattoo of the middleweight championship on his arm, and I'm like,
Okay.
you know, this is unusual. You know, most Muslim converts, I mean, some of them do have tattoos, granted, but then they stop after that. You know what I mean? He obviously didn't stop after that. So, you know, it's just, yeah, really interesting to see that that's, you know, the way that it is, you know?
Yeah, I understand, man.
Yeah.
Well, what can you do, man? It is what it is.
Yeah,
You know?
yeah. It's just interesting nonetheless, you know?
Yeah. Then, yeah, it is interesting though. Facts, bro. Because you think, what's going on? You know?
Yeah.
What's going on the UFC? Talking about what's going on.
So right now, it is Marquez versus Cody Brundage in the middleweight division right now. Good scrap that's happening right now. I believe the tank card had already started. Obviously,
Yeah, it started.
but yeah, I'm not seeing the prelims on that right now. Just on the UFC, or maybe I'll pull it up and see what's
Yeah.
going on.
You know who's fighting? You know Julian J. Rock Williams?
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, he's
Right.
fighting. That Muslim fighter. He's a Muslim fighter. Who's fighting in the main event tonight?
In the UFC, Manel Kape and Almabayev. Manel Kape is obviously the last fight of Muhammad Makayev.
All right.
You know, so man, I hope they bring back Muhammad Makayev, man. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, man. I really want to see him fight again, man. He was.
Marquez. Yeah, Marquez just rocked Cody Brundage right now. Now he's got him in a standing guillotine choke. Okay, now he's still pounding away at him. Mark Smith, the referee's looking on. All right, and he survives that onslaught right there. Ooh. Oh, wow. This is the first time I've seen two guys drop their gum shield. Wow. Two guys drop their gum shields at the same time.
Oh, wow.
Oh, and I think the referee gave them the wrong mouthpiece. What the heck? Oh, my God. Oh, no. Marquez just got knocked down. Oh, wow. Brundage is going for the finish right now. Man, and they got the wrong mouthpiece on. What the heck? I've never seen this. Two guys lose their mouthpiece. The referee gives it back and gives them the wrong one. And he gets finished. He gets finished by the other guys by a swapped mouthpiece. Wow. All right, give him back his mouthpiece. He's like, no, I'm keeping this one. You're keeping yours. and they're never going to use that for any fight ever again. They're like, man, this has been in your mouth, bro. You know, like, forget that. Wow, what a fight, man. What a fight. Wow. Well, all right, brother. I'm gonna play a video real quick. I'm about to break my fast, so hang tight, okay?
Yeah.
And this is the video that I released today. Saudi and UFC taking over boxing. Dana White and Turkey buys boxing commissions. That is the title. Check it out right here. Subscribe.
We're literally getting doors. We're literally getting doors in like 10 minutes.
What was that? You're getting what in 10 minutes?
I'll get indoors and I'll tune in on the fights as well. UFC.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, play your video if you want. The latest one.
That can continue to go on and continue to give opportunities to lots of different people from all over the world. Boxing got so that nobody can actually make a living out of it, because most of the time, most of these guys in boxing will say, well, I want 40 million for that. Well, how does that make sense? Saudi Arabia had to take it over. A group of people that have so much money, they don't care whether they make or lose money. It's a fight that should have happened. It took Turkey to make that fight because they have unlimited fights. Because of piracy, that fight lost like $100 million or something like that. I do give a shit whether I lose money or not. We built a sustainable business that can continue to go on and continue to give opportunities to lots of different people from all over the world.
All right. Well, don't forget to like and subscribe, because the day that I'm recording this is the same day that I'm going to be releasing this. And it's also the same day we got Gervonta Davis taking on Lamont Roach. Also, on this same live stream day that we're going to do, we got Kape taking on Almabayev, 21-2 versus Kape, 20-7. In my opinion, probably the Kendrick Lamar of MMA, the Portuguese Kendrick Lamar of MMA. We're going to see how this fight pans out. But for now, we got an interesting story that I'd like to talk about. Obviously, we know about Dana White's possible boxing match back in the day against Tito Ortiz. And how did that come about? Obviously, they had animosity, beef going on, just like a lot of fighters and promoters have amongst each other, right? Different discrepancies, different ideas, different ways of going about things, different vision. All normal, right? But he was actually going to box Tito Ortiz, which leads me to the fact that Dana White's first love was boxing, and MMA just happened to be a side mission that came about in which he was the huge contributor of its entire mainstream popularity. As you can see right here, Dana White in the old UFC gym, in the old UFC offices where he was training for this fight. But it never materialized. Just like Zuffa Boxing. Zuffa Boxing was something that was an idea that was flowing around, and it never materialized. I wonder why. Right? But then here comes Turkey El-Sheikh. He comes into this whole situation, and all of a sudden, it seems like anything and everything is possible. The Usyk and Tyson Fury fight was possible. Not only was that possible, it happened twice. And maybe even the third time they would have done it if different results would have varied. But on any regard, we got to ask, what will this do to fighter pay overall in boxing? Because everybody says that you make more money in boxing than you do in MMA. But what does that really mean? Does that mean that it's the undercard guys that are making more money than the undercard guys in UFC and MMA? Or is it really just the top guys who are making way more than everybody in boxing, and the top guys in MMA really don't make that much in comparison to the top guys in boxing? Well, we're going to try to explore all these different possibilities.
that he would have made more money than had he done what he did, which is to go take 2 boxing fights and ultimately sign with the PFL? Probably not. Almost certainly not. But let's talk about it. Let's see what we can figure out. Why are we even talking about this? Well, UFC President Dana White spoke to the media following yesterday's Contender Series event and was asked about it as a follow-up to an interview he did with Kevin Iole. First, here's the comment he made at the Contender Series event.
Earlier today, you did an interview with Kevin, and you mentioned that it wasn't necessarily true Francis would have made more money boxing than he would have if he stayed in the UFC. Right. My question to you is, you always said, he didn't want to stick around because he didn't want to fight John Jones. Why didn't you mention the fact that he would have made more money to fight John then? It would have sort of backed up your point. Why did it take you until now to bring it up?
Because why? I don't give a shit. What's the difference?
It's interesting for people to realize.
Because I know all the shit that you people don't know. And I don't care what everybody says. It doesn't matter to me. But that's a fact. He was offered more money. Because I know the real numbers. I know the real numbers. And let me tell you what. I don't want to call him out, but let me tell you what. He'd have done anything to make that fucking fight. And he tried to.
Now, I'm going to come back to this in just a second, but let me add to it what Dana White said to Kevin Iole. Here is the quote. I'm going to read it to you. That's not necessarily true when he was talking about whether you can make more money in boxing.
So I bought a $500 bottle of Creative Rentis because it's the world's most popular fragrance. Potentially.
That's the BS publicly that people believe, but that's not the truth. Total BS, total BS. That's the whole myth that makes everybody go, oh, let's effing go to boxing and all this BS.
All right, so let's read this right here, right? Just to kind of give full context of what is going on here. That's BS publicly, people that people believe, but that's not true. Total BS. Total BS. That's the whole myth that makes everybody go, oh, let's go to effing boxing and all this BS. Boxing don't work. Boxing does not work. What makes it work is the Saudis, which is why we're here right now. And by the way, keep in mind, this video that Luke Thomas made was done 4 months ago, right? Just to give it in context, October 2nd, 2024. All right, so let's continue on with this.
BS. Boxing doesn't work. Boxing does not work. What makes it work? You need a Saudi effing trillionaire to make effing fights. And even Saudi trillionaires get tired of the effing BS. It's all effing myth. It's all myth. Like the whole statement you just made, that's absolutely positively not true. It's those types of effing statements and those types of quotes by the media that makes all this S. All these fights are happening. It takes a Saudi effing trillionaire. Every effing guy that tries to go do the boxing thing, they all end up losing S loads of effing money. The model does not work. A Saudi unlimited amount of money pops up, and that's what makes these fights happen. And even guys with that kind of money get effing tired. First, let me actually give a bit of an olive leaf to Dana. While his answer to Kevin Iole is kind of weird because he ends up saying it's not necessarily true that you make more money in boxing than you would doing MMA. He ends up making kind of this promoter argument that promoters don't make the right amount of money or enough money, which is a separate argument from whether or not the fighters make money. In fact, it's a completely different argument. So I don't understand what he trailed off into that different direction, but is it true that no matter what, you'll always make more money in boxing if you're a UFC fighter and you leave to go fight in boxing? No, of course, that's not necessarily true. Case in point, Nate Diaz goes to fight Jorge Masvidal, and he has now sued Fan Mio because he didn't get basically any of the money that he was essentially.
So once again, kind of important to point out, okay, Nate Diaz files lawsuit against Fan Mio, claims that he's owed $9 million for the Jorge Masvidal fight. I remember that fight, and I remember the controversy that came about when it came to the pay that Nate Diaz was supposed to receive. Now, I got to tell you, these are not the same type of mistakes you're going to see out of the Saudis because they have trillions of dollars on deck and on their budget, if that word even exists, budget. I mean, Saudis and budget doesn't seem like two words that really go together, right? It's definitely not a peanut butter and jelly sandwich situation where you mash up these two contrasting things together and make it a fact. No. You see, everything that Dana White says about boxing, okay, a lot of them do try a going out of business style. In other words, they really try and make an effort in making the best possible card or the best possible fight that they can make, but pay everybody in the undercards way less money than what is deserved and things of that nature. And as a result, this is what you have. Okay. You have a situation where there's people that are just trying to make as much money as they can without really regarding the idea that they may lose some money into it. Right. Again, the Saudis don't even think about that. So of course they're going to have some problems paying $9 million to Nate Diaz when they have to pay the overhead costs for this and that and things of that nature. So let's continue on with this video.
$1 million, but there's a whole lot more that they owe. And I made a video about this. You can check it out here above. You'll get the idea. So like this idea that just because you fight boxing, that the business model or every promoter out there will do business with you in a way that where your purse is naturally going to go up. This is obviously not true. So fair point. It is not necessarily true that you can make more every single time doing boxing. Boxing just means more money. But there's a couple of problems here with what Dana White said that really have to be acknowledged. Let's talk about just the basics overall. Let me show you some court documents from the UFC antitrust trial. This comes from the plaintiffs when they were cobbling together evidence for some of their claims. They come to this particular moment, and here you have quite
check this out.
in boxing, Lou DiBella, who basically note the reality of boxing is that 80% or upwards of 70% end up going to the fighter, and then the house basically takes the rest of it. I mean, it's obviously split a few more ways than that, but you get the idea. It's a 70 to 80% split with the fighters, and the UFC is the exact opposite. It's not just the case with Bob Arum. It's not just the case with Lou DiBella. In fact, they go through Golden Boy in the same document, and their numbers are pretty.
And with that, we go back just 1 month prior to that video that Luke Thomas made right here by Alex K. Lee of MMA Fighting. Mike Tyson says that Dana White is going to be the best thing to happen in boxing. Well, why is that exactly? Okay, well, Mike Tyson has been in a boxing game for a long time. He's happy to see Dana White jump in. Ahead of the Jake Paul fight, he was talking about this. So this is going to be the best thing to happen in boxing, according to Tyson. If you're in a UFC and if anybody's booing the fight, you're going to see that guy. His next fight is going to be in South Dakota somewhere. Only good fights. If you don't have a good fight, you ain't ever going to be seen again. Not like boxing. The guy's going to fight next month again, and we don't want to see that. If any fight stinks, you're not in the back in the UFC no more. You're going to see those guys again. So that's kind of what he's talking about here, right? The incentive structure that they have going on with the UFC as opposed to, let's say, boxing. Because obviously there's been a lot of complaints with people about Floyd Mayweather. Oh, well, he's not really fighting. He runs around or this and that. Or just to name a whole few different boxers that have what you would consider boring styles or whatever, right? Well, the UFC sort of operates in that same kind of matter where they kind of operate in a way where, like, you know what, if you're not performing right, if you're not doing it right, they're going to replace you. But the oversight in boxing doesn't work like that. They are only interested in making the fights the mandatory, and I'm talking about the commissions, right? Now, when it comes to the matchmaking and the production behind it, obviously all of that is dealt with by the promoters. As we know, Dana White has had some experience sort of delving into boxing. Obviously, the UFC Fight Pass fighter that he has covering all of his boxing fights, Callum Walsh. And by the way, shout out to Callum Walsh. You gave me some pretty good views just covering his fights back in the days. But if you want to check that out, I'll put it on the description below. If you want to check out that live stream, I had a whole bunch of people in Ireland pull up for that one. So that's quite interesting. So yeah, this is Dana White in a nutshell, right? He's delved into boxing, but he wants to do a little bit more than just promote one guy, which is Callum Walsh, right? Which is his guy in boxing. He wants to do a little bit more than that. He wants to cover an entire league and make great crossover fights, just like what you've seen with Francis Ngannou and Tyson Fury. And by the way, shout out to Turki Al-Sheikh, right? Because obviously this guy is the main attraction of this whole entire story. Obviously, Dana White is the whole entire focus, but really the star of this whole entire video is Turki Al-Sheikh because of everything that he's made in boxing, everything that he's made for his country, all the entertainment value that they have going on. Now, how about this, right? He made a movie about Saudi special forces having to rescue Tyson Fury on the day that he had to fight Francis Ngannou. Now, can you imagine? They created a whole entire storyline revolving around this fight. And by the way, even in that movie with the special forces guys in Saudi that were rescuing Tyson Fury from bad guys or terrorists or kidnappers, they added the whole entire fight into the whole scene. So in other words, that whole entire story was immersed into the day of that fight, almost in a way to kind of give Tyson Fury an excuse like, hey, you know what? You didn't do too good in that fight because you got kidnapped by a bunch of terrorists. But on any regard, that's the main story here, is that Turki Al-Sheikh is out to take over boxing. Dana White is trying to put himself in that door, and he's trying to expand his business way beyond mixed martial arts, way beyond slap fighting, and way beyond just boxing and WWE, which is now affiliated with the UFC. So that is all that we have for you right now. I hope you guys enjoyed. Don't forget to like and subscribe, and I will see you guys in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
Against somebody that John Jones is in the news drunk again, right? And there's a lot of indications that can tell you how he's going to perform probably sometime down in the future. Now, not totally indicative of how he may do against Tom Aspinall, because I can tell you right now, even with the declining, even with the digression and things of that nature, it doesn't change how he's going to do against somebody that he is already predispositioned to beat, right? So in other words, it may not catch up to him now, but it's going to catch up to him later. And that can tell you that the Tom Aspinall fight is just going to be his last one. And again, this is sort of part of his spontaneous nature, right? When you saw him open up a flying knee against Shogun Rua back in 2011, right? Becoming the youngest light heavyweight champion of UFC's history. In fact, the youngest champion in its entire history of the league. But nonetheless, right? I think it's a telltale sign of how his post-fight career is going to end. Again, spontaneous, great for a certain part of your career, but it's going to lend itself a lot of mental health issues later down the road, and you see that right now. Again, spontaneous, not the worst thing in the world to have, but it has its consequences. Look at this, like this cat right here. This is spontaneous, out of nowhere. This cat just shows up while I'm sitting here having coffee. Now, that's spontaneous by nature, right? Those are the positive things that come out of spontaneousness. But this, there's a lot of deadly consequences with this. There's just a lot of deadly consequences with having an alcohol habit, and it's not going to help him in the long run. Certainly, it's helped him with a lot of his fights somewhere down the road with Teixeira, with Rampage, with Lyoto Machida, also with OSP. Although that one was a little bit questionable because that was when he was coming off of the little steroid scandal, right? When they had to reverse the decision that they had against Daniel Cormier, which, by the way, he scored a knockout in that one, and they had to reverse that into a no contest. So you looked at that fight. He looked kind of suspect, didn't look like himself, maybe was a little bit attentive, but at the same time, I think a lot of that is just indicative of his performance outside of juice. So here's the thing that you got to understand, right? Will this affect how he's going to do in a fight in any kind of way? Maybe. But I got to tell you, one of the things that I like to talk about is something beyond fighting, something beyond the understanding of this competition and the stats and the accolades and the idea of who is the icon, who is not, who is the best in the UFC, who is not, and this and that, right? Who is the best heavyweight of all time? It goes beyond that. But I got to tell you, I think that the real story is not so much of his fight career, but so much of what happens afterwards. And that right there is one of those ESPN 30 for 30 documentaries that gets really dark. And you may see that in the future. All right, here we go. Round one, Manel Kape versus Almabayev. So for those of you that are watching and tapped in, don't mind me. I'm just having my breakfast. So yeah, I'll be commentating while this fight is going on. So all right, so here we go. Manel Kape, Almabayev, round one, 440, 439 of the first round. A bit of a feeling out process here. If you ever wondered what the fights were like during the pandemic, this is an example right here. It's not really a lot of people in the crowd, not a lot of noise, only hearing the corners. Although, contrast to the pandemic, this has a little bit more people in there, right? As far as the crowd goes, they didn't even have that in the pandemic. All they had was security, just the corner, the referees, and that was literally it. But yeah, this is a prime or a small example of that. And don't forget, after this main event, we will be here live with Zayn Musa Boxing hosting from the UK to cover Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach live right here tonight. Don't forget to like and subscribe. You know what? If you're watching or you're hearing the commentary, Dominic Cruz made a very good point. I don't ever recall anyone ever in a wrestling match ever moving back and then shooting in for a single or double leg. It's usually a forward motion.
which again, this is why wrestling requires a lot of constant offense and constant explosive actions moving towards a person in front of you rather than backing away from them. Kape just rocked Almabayev right now. Kape is doing a very good job of keeping him away from any of these wrestling exchanges, and I think a lot of it has a lot to do with him circling and cutting him off, basically cornering him rather than backing away from him, which is going to give Almabayev a lot of room to shoot in for takedowns. Round one so far, I'm going to give to Manel Kape. All right, second round. Here we go. What's going on here? I think we got an iPhone situation here. All right, good shots in pursuit by Kape here. All right, that's the end of the round. Look at these exchanges right here. Yeah, Almabayev should have gotten 5 minutes in that one. All right, here we go. Round 3. All right, well, how about that? They said they're going to be commercial free for the rest of the way. Brought to you by ESPN. Wow, they're exchanging some heat right now. El-Kheer and Almabayev. I'm glad I'm pronouncing it correctly the way that John Anik had to confirm that one. Yeah, that happens sometimes where the referee doesn't see any of that. But now look at El-Kheer right now. Look at the finish on Almabayev. What is this? Is he going to finish him off? Oh, look at this. Almabayev is running right now. That's it. That's it. Wow, El-Kheer got the finish on that one. All right. Shout out to El-Kheer on that one.
right. Well, this is members exclusive only video where I'm going to give you raw and uncut views of certain takes and topics that are going on in the world, in particular right now with Little Durk. So let's ask the legit question, right? Is Little Durk a Muslim? And well, the answer that a lot of people would say is obviously yes. Being that he displays it, he's shown it, you've seen him wear Gelabaya in some events. Maybe that was Dubai, maybe that was somewhere local, maybe that was going to a mosque in Chicago of some sort. But before I go on and answer that topic, let me just say from a street's perspective, right? I'm really surprised that somebody who's from Chicago would come and really bust down on people in LA. I think that's sort of unheard of. I mean, it's not impossible, but there's just different rules and engagements when it comes to Chicago and LA and California in total. For example, in California, obviously, the police are hard at work when it comes to the gang task units and things of that nature. So they have a specialty in cracking down these particular types of crimes and groups. Whereas in Chicago, it's a completely different ball game. Now, if you try and do any of that drill stuff, let's say in the middle of downtown Chicago or anywhere where there is, let's say, a high landmark place, then I think you are going to find yourself in trouble, and the cameras and everything else that modern amenities can offer is going to, as a result of the environment.
Nice counter again by Fuego and Martin Lance.
Which, by the way, is known to have produced a lot of new Muslim converts now, right? So this is also a hood that Little Durk came from. And one would believe that maybe he had a lot of influence in maybe converting a lot of these guys, because obviously he's a popular artist. And also, not to mention, here's something that you can't really not mention when it comes to Little Durk is he was partnered up with, really, in many people's opinion, probably one of the most evil guys in rap ever when he was living. Obviously, he had been deceased. And as a result, this is why these guys are now in the situation they're at, because they wanted to get at the guys that were responsible for the death of King Von. And that is the reason why I wanted to pose the question, is Little Durk a Muslim? Because think about this, right? I respect what he had to do. You had to go out and ride for your homeboys and this and that. I'll tell you, man, I've known a few guys in my life that have done similar things like that. And that's just what it is, right? They've either suffered the consequences of it or there was no record of it whatsoever, right? But this is a different world that we live in now. This isn't the 90s or the mid-2000s where there are no cameras hidden around everywhere. Everybody's got a Ring. Everybody has a building camera. Everybody has now street light cameras everywhere in the hood. So it's hard to, quote unquote, slide. And then the way that these guys got caught, it was in those similar instances. So once again, is Little Durk a Muslim based on the fact that he wanted to go and ride for a dude that was, in my opinion, a real Satanist? You want to know the truth about King Von? And all true to God honesty, he would not last in the California Black Gang Samoan Asian Alliance system. He would not last, because you can't just go out and do what you want to do. And a lot of the things that he did was just based on that. He slid on fools based on just emotions and really no benefit behind it other than just to prove that you can go unalive somebody. So there's no honor in that. But this is Little Durk's man. So he decided, you know what, I'm going to go ride for this guy. And he did that. So what did they do? They went and rented a few cars, used the OTF record label and cruise business account, leaving a whole lot of trace. And that's just not what you do. if you're going to do that, you can't bring a cell phone with you. And again, this is not in any way to sort of give any hints or anything like that. This is just a fact. This is just what you do. And a lot of people out there that are sworn criminologists would probably agree that these are the right things to do. Number one, you can't leave a trace behind of credit cards and cell phones. On top of that, hotels and all, I mean, it was just a mess. And then they got caught in the cameras sliding because it's LA. And you know what? It's not just any type of LA. It wasn't South Central LA or maybe up in Stockton or some parts of South Sac. Not even that. All these places have cameras. So that's why it's hard to slide. Not in O Block, though. Not in Chicago. They got a lot of practice growing up in that kind of environment because the cops didn't care. The Carl Winslows did not want to interfere in the family matters. Bars, you get that? So, you know what I mean? That's just the reality of it. But when you go to a different environment, there's different rules, there's different environmental factors, and then there's different security measures that you have to take into consideration. So what they should have done was travel with no cell phone, unmarked car, maybe even shave their beards and their head to sort of give a different look or give some kind of different disguise. Go over there, slide, but again, that's not a guarantee because once again, we live in a different world where crime, technology, and catching you is inevitable if you really think about it from a logical point of view. But whether he is a Muslim or not, I got to be honest with you, this is a serious test that he has to now face because the dude is facing life. But you know what? Here's the twist. He may not have to face life if he ends up confessing to all the unalivings that have been going on in Chicago, which, by the way, there are a lot of them. It's notorious. Chicago is right up there with San Bernardino, Stockton, Compton, and Long Beach. They're all up there together, right? In terms of murder rates. But they went and tried to do that in the wrong place, right? It's a different world. Look, you know, in the 90s, you know, many of you may not know this, but Suge Knight literally owned an entire police station, which is the reason why Compton PD right now ceases to exist. And now they are replaced as the Compton Sheriff's Department. In other words, they used to be a conventional police force, now converted into a
Yo, what's going on? I'm just watching the undercard of Gervonta Davis.
Oh, there you go. Sorry about that.
Yes, bro. What's going on, man? Bro, is there any UFC fights going on right now?
The Manel Cap fight just ended, so that's done. And yeah, so
There's nothing going on, innit? I'm just watching the undercard, the Gervonta Davis one.
yeah, so this is Martin. And did Julian Williams fight yet?
Huh?
Julian Williams he fought?
I just tuned in like 10 minutes ago, so I'm not sure. I think he's on the main card, so no, he hasn't. I don't think so.
Oh,
Oh, he might have. He might.
Yeah, no, because I'm looking at top Topology doesn't show the results. I'm gonna pull this up.
Yeah, topology, innit? I probably missed that fight.
Let's see if we
Lamont Roach is gonna get knocked out though.
Yeah, man. Do
There's
you
one
know
that's,
anything about him or
Yeah, he's a good boxer. He's a really good boxer. He uses his jab. Comes in with a Philly shell. Very good, man. Technically, very good. Could see him up on the scorecards in this fight until Gervonta Davis catches him. That's what's gonna happen, I reckon.
okay.
Gervonta Davis has got good power, man. Very good power. And once he catches you, that's it. It's one of them ones, bro.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those fights where Gervonta has a great chance of knocking him out. Like,
Yeah, for sure.
because he can knock out anybody really, in his weight class. But
Tank's a good boxer as well. He can box, but
yeah,
more gifted with the power. Yeah, that's gonna be a good fight.
All right, so Martin versus Puello. The dude looks like Anderson Silva from a distance a little bit. Puello, right?
Yeah, he does.
Anderson Silva, but obviously a much smaller version of him, because obviously Silva is like a completely different size human being compared to this guy.
Yeah, I can see similarities, isn't it? The way he postures himself. His his bald head as well. Brazilian as well. He looks like he's a Brazilian, Puello.
But let's see if the other
Yes.
Dominican.
Dominican, right?
Yeah, Dominican. Yeah. So it looks like we got the co-main event coming up next, and yeah.
There's a double jab, but doesn't deliver the left. And immediately they clinch.
Wow, yeah, he's a real aggressive puncher, this Puello guy. Very aggressive. He sort of, sits down on his shots, if you've noticed.
Yeah, you can see that. Yeah. It's quite stationary when he throws, isn't it? Well, he's quite good with his footwork as well, though.
Yeah. And then you got Jose Valenzuela versus Gary Russell. Now.
That's a good fight.
Oh, yeah, that is. Man. Man, at some point, PBC ran boxing, bro, and look how fast that changed.
Crazy, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Turkey has changed the game.
Oh, he did. And definitely the power dynamic structure of it all, right? Like, think of it like this, right? The Saudis, like, this could have been anybody that would have done this, right? Elon Musk could have done this, right? It just so happens that the Saudis decided to do it. And it tells you a lot that when you got money and you want to come into this game and you want to shake things up, you can definitely do it. Because if you think about it, right? It's only the Saudis that that are doing it because they feel like it's something that's lucrative for, let's say, their brand as a country, or better yet, their standings that they want to show to the world. Shout out to Anakin MMA. He says, hello, Nasrat, top 15 next. I would say so. That was a big win. And Manel Kape, a title shot. Yeah, I can see that. I mean, considering he has, I believe, fought the champ before. So there's a story in that one. Manel Kape. Yep, he has a loss over Pantoja in his UFC debut. So his UFC debut, Anakin MMA, was obviously the current champion right now. Yeah, so now they're fighting right up in close range proximity right now. Ooh. Nice hooks right there. Close range shots between these two.
Good fight, man.
Yeah, really good fight so far.
Puello looks like he's winning it.
Yeah.
But then you see Sandor Martin getting a few of his shots in as well.
Yeah, I think this is a clear fight for Buello.
Yeah, I think so. As long as he doesn't get caught with anything like too bad, I can see him edging it out if it goes the whole distance.
Yeah.
What round is it? Round 8?
The eighth, yeah. 8th round.
Yeah. So, don't know. It's still got quite a while left till the 12th round. So someone could definitely get tired, man. It's quite a fast-paced fight.
Ooh, bang. I was watching a replay on that hook right there. All right. So round number 8. Yeah, they close the distance straight away, not even giving each other any room whatsoever. He just like walks up there like, let's go.
Mm. Did you break your fast then?
Yeah. That's what I was doing when I had the videos playing and all that. So,
I was having like Seri, man.
Was that?
I was eating like Seri, for Seri
Oh
time.
yes. Uh-huh.
Yeah, so it's mad, bro. Different time zones.
Yeah. I just ate mine and then and then you're just about to go into fasting, right?
Yeah.
And then just sleep it off during the day. So, like.
Yeah. I tried to do the prayers as well. So,
Of course. Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes I miss them, bro. So it's not good, man. So I try to be more on it, this year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a rewarding feeling because you know that Eid is coming, so you want to work up to that day. You want to make that day very special, and the way to do that is being deemed tight on on Ramadan. So
What's the weather like in California, bro?
Right now, so we're now hitting the 60s because obviously it's like
60. Wow. Is it
yeah.
hot? Must be hot down there.
60 degrees, not
Wow.
Celsius. So just so you know, not
Oh,
using
so it
the
must be hot.
but
Must
60s,
be
yeah,
really hot.
that's still yeah, that's close to like 70s and 80s. So just a little bit
60
windy,
degrees. That's hot, bro.
huh?
You said 60 degrees.
Yeah, and maybe even a little more than that, like maybe
Must
60.
be, oh, that. So it must be hot down there, right?
Not as hot as the summer would be, but it's relatively warm. Yeah,
Oh,
you know, it's relatively warm for the most part, I'd say.
right. That's nice, man. It's always
Like the
raining or it's wet.
yeah,
You know?
the coldest it gets is maybe like 40 to 50 degrees at best. You know, it never goes underneath that.
No way.
Yeah.
Nice, bro. Over here, it's always cold.
Yeah. But you know what? In the UK, when the sun is out, bro, everybody comes out. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's lit when it's summertime.
yeah, that's like when everybody comes out. You know, like here in Cali, just because it may be nice out, it doesn't necessarily mean you'll have people come out. There's
Yeah.
so many of those days for them. But with
Yeah.
England, it's a little bit different. It's like when they got a nice weather, we want to take advantage of it straight away.
Facts, bro. It's true, man. Summertime is nice, though. I can't lie, but
Yeah.
winter time is just, yeah. I'm pretty much used to it, but it's just like you don't really want to do much, you know. You know what I mean, bro?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. Going into fasting soon. Yeah, man. Second day now.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're already on the second day. I'm just getting my first day, going. That's, you know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure. Different time zones, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, man. How was your first fast? Did you do it?
It was pretty good. I mean pretty decent, not as bad. Because you know what? There are days where I do intermediate fasting a lot longer than this, but it's different because you get to drink coffee. So there's like, a cheat appetite suppressant in that. So it's, I mean, you can fast all day long, with coffee, intermediate fast. But this one was, it felt easier because, I mean, you're going from like 5 a.m. to 6 p.m., not exactly the most disastrous, or hardest path for anybody that's used to fasting, I suppose,
Yeah, I hear that. Yeah, it's not as bad as the previous year.
And it
Very.
differs every year because of the time zone that you're at. And what's interesting about that, it's sort of like Allah giving you, kind of giving you different situations of life. Like, okay, you know what? Some years are hard, some years are easy. And it's sort of the overall lesson, the quintessential lesson that you're really learning from that.
Yeah, facts. Test.
Oh, what is that? Did someone's mouthpiece come off on that one? Man, that tripped me out on the co-main event of the UFC, bro. I've never seen two dudes drop both of their mouth guards at the same time for the referee to pick it up
on
the wrong person. So they basically kissed each other in a way, like in a. I mean, yeah, man, they kissed each other without touching lips, bro. It's
jokes, bro.
Rob. You know what I mean? That's, but yeah, man. I highly doubt those guys are going to use their mouthpieces again in their career. There are some guys though that switch up mouthpieces every fight. So all right, there's Gervonta Davis right now. There it is. These guys getting close range straight away. This is like their main thing they do once, you know, the round hits. They get in there and they, you know, straight away get into, you know, close range. And then they just bang away from there. It's like they're highly susceptible to it. Ooh, good one. Ooh, that hurt him. That hurt him. Puello's looking to finish here.
Yeah. Puello's looking strong, bro.
All right, so 1 minute left in the 11th round. Basically 4 minutes left into this fight.
Mm-hmm.
What was that? What you got there?
I got retainers
Oh,
for my
okay.
Invisalign.
Okay.
So yeah, it straightens my teeth. I have to put them on for like 22 hours a day, bro. It's long, bro.
Oh, you got to put it on for 22 hours, you said?
Yeah. They're like braces, bro, but you can't really see them. Do you understand?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But they cost a lot, man.
Oh, I'll bet, man, especially if they're, you know, like invisible. You know, like
Yeah.
they definitely would be.
Paid about four grand, bro. 4,000, bro.
Oh, wow. Man, you know what? I thought the NHS would have you know, like provided that, because you know how you guys have free healthcare in you know, in the UK.
Yeah.
Is that
What
like
it is, when you're young, when you're like up to 14 years of age, they offer you braces. If you don't take them when you're young, but when I didn't take them and that, so my teeth were not too bent, but a little bit slightly crooked when when I was small. But now I've got the money to do it. I just got the land on.
So you what do you call it? You bypassed it when it was free, and then when you became an adult, you're like, all right, let's run with it.
Bro, I didn't want to wear braces when I was small, you know.
I feel it.
Not want to wear them. I would go to school and that, and yeah, I wasn't looked at one of them nerdy kids, so I didn't really want them. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I know what you mean. Yeah. And plus kids can be very mean at a certain age, especially when you have braces. You know what I mean? It's like, I've seen kids get picked on, for having braces when I was a kid. So yeah, it's the unfortunate way of things,
Trust me, man. Yeah, when you got good teeth, people take you more seriously. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's just a natural thing. You know? So yeah, I just thought I'd get them. You know.
Wait, man. I'll be right back for some Isha prayer.
Yeah.
Go ahead and just commentate the fight. Let
Yeah.
everyone know what's going on.
Sure, man. Yeah.
In the fight, and
I'll
for sure.
Yeah, no, it's good, man. I'm gonna have to pray Fajr when you come back as well.
For sure. I like how that's like those two different time zone transitions we got going on there.
For sure, man.
I'll be right
Pray.
back, man.
Alright, man. Love, bro. So yeah, man. Today we're gonna talk about the Gervonta Davis fight versus who's he fighting tonight? He's fighting Lamont Roach. Yeah, I was gonna do a prediction video on that one, but I was fasting and I don't really want to indulge in any gambling this month, so staying away. But I really want, if I wanted to bet, I'd put Gervonta Davis by knockout. He's gonna knock him out. I just can see it happening. But right now we're watching the undercard fight, Puello versus Sandor Martin, and Puello is winning this fight. It looks like it's gonna go the distance. There's the last 1 minute left, so yeah, not too long now. Looks like it's going the full 12 rounds, and Puello is going to be the victor. Let's see what the judges' scorecards say. Hey, they're always controversial. So hopefully, there's nothing controversial about these ones. But I have Puello winning this fight. I believe Julian J. Rock Williams also fought on this card. So let me see if he's already fought. I got onto the stream quite late, but yeah, Julian J. Rock Williams fighting out of Philadelphia. I'm not sure if you've heard of him, but he used to be a very good fighter. Just checking the results now on BoxRec. He lost. Yeah. Not a surprise there, but yeah, at one point Julian J. Rock Williams was a potential really good fighter. It went the distance though. He won on points. Your Ennis Tellers versus Julian Williams. The Cuban fighter won on points. He's now 10-0 with 7 KOs. Yeah. By the way, Sandor Martin and Puello have gone the distance. We're just waiting the scorecards. One fight I'm really looking forward to is Gary Antoine Russell Jr. versus Jose Valenzuela. That's going to be a very good fight. It's up next, I believe. So, yeah, a very good card. Looking forward to this fight, though. A big Ramadan Mubarak to all my Muslim brothers and sisters fasting around the world. So yeah, Puello has outlanded. Oh, actually, Sandor Martin has outlanded Puello. But yeah, it's a close fight. Win the judges' scorecards. It could go to Sandor Martin. Depends how the judges are seeing it, I suppose. Good fight though, very entertaining from the first round. Yes. Just waiting the results now for Puello versus Sandor Martin. I think it's a very close fight because the judges are taking their time.
Especially in the sport of boxing, middleweight champion there. Carlos Adames sitting there ringside, taking in all the action, as well as newly crowned world champion Scooter. Yeah, Stephen Full.
Yeah, Puello won.
Featherweight champion sitting ringside, and a guy who has been in the ring with Gervonta Tank Davis, Isak Pitbull Cruz. He would love to dance with him once again, sitting ringside.
Next fight, Jose Valenzuela, I think, versus Gary Antoine Russell.
Fuego's going to win this fight. Fuego's winning this fight. I did. Tell me what you saw that maybe others didn't see. Well, I mean, look, it's all perception. What do you think you saw? And what I thought I saw was the heavier punches were being landed by Fuego. The guy that was bleeding at the end of the was Martin. I thought he landed solid rifle all night long, especially down the stretch. I thought he pulled away at the stretch. And I said he was a
Yeah, so Jose Valenzuela versus Gary Antoine Russell next.
Pitbull Cruz. That was last August. Got the world title. Well, now he's got to take on another power puncher, Gary Antoine Russell. He has stopped every opponent that he has beaten. Only loss came to Alberto Bueno, and he went the distance with him. This one's got a lot of intrigue with it when you talk about here. And, you know, take a look at the Gary. Well, I mean, what intrigues me is the match. Necessarily. I mean, obviously, you see, evenly the reach, the height is almost the same, the weight, the age. I mean, there's a lot of similarity there, but it's the styles that.
This is going to be a good fight. Jose Valenzuela versus Gary Antoine Russell. I have a feeling Antoine Russell is going to win this fight. But you never know, man. Valenzuela is a live underdog. Who you got in the main event? Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach. So let us know your thoughts in the comment section below.
This is going to be a different fight. Well, Ryo said this is basically the first of many big fights for him in the future. Meanwhile, Gary Antoine Russell said he learned a lot from his first professional defeat. One, about being impatient. So you won't see him, an impatient fighter, tonight get back to being his own self. We'll see what happens here. Let's take a look back, though, at how Ryo, a world champion, it was last August in Los Angeles, and it was a good back and forth throughout this one.
Showing us the highlights of the Valenzuela versus Isaac Cruz fight. It was a good performance from Valenzuela. Boxed very well against a tricky sort of puncher, power puncher in Isaac Cruz.
Rarely found himself getting trapped again.
Good boxing ability shown by Valenzuela. He knows how to take a step back after he punches as well to get out of range. It's really good. Almost time now.
Oh, I'm excited for this one, Brian. Jose Valenzuela is flying high after winning the title for Pitbull Cruz, like you just mentioned last August. Gary Antoine Russell, one of the best punchers in the division. 17 knockouts in his 17 wins. However, I like Rayo Valenzuela to get it done tonight by decision. He's minus 105 to win straight up, but betting him by decision will get you plus 180. Many have it as a pick'em fight. Champion at 140, Jose Valenzuela, making his first title defense against Gary Antoine Russell. Let's go ringside. Here's Mauro Ranallo. Jose Valenzuela, Gary Antoine Russell for another 140-pound title fight here in Brooklyn. Back to back is BK.
But yeah, make sure you subscribe to Kyrie's channel. His MMA channel, dropping you nothing but the best exclusive UFC and boxing news. So yeah, make sure you subscribe to his channel, guys. But we're just on the way to getting the Gary Russell vs. Jose Valenzuela fight. So we've got the ring walks right now. Gary Antoine Russell joining in the gym right now, joining us in the ring.
Coming off that setback after a learning experience, a very close fight, a split decision, lost 12 there to Puello. But he said it wasn't so much what Puello did, it's what Russell did it to. And he said tonight.
Oh, interesting fact. Puello beat Gary Antoine Russell. That's his only loss in his career. Puello just fought against Sandor Martin and won that fight. So that's an interesting one.
I like what a fighter says. It's not what he did. It's night to do. That lets you know that he could have done a lot more, which is pressure.
All right, here we go. Oh,
yes, bro.
Zayn, just lower the volume.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
Yeah, just lower the volume on your end because I don't want them to.
Yeah, no, I'll get you. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good. But yeah, there it is. Wow, they're still walking out. That's crazy, man. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna. I think I have time to pray. Taraweeh. So I went and prayed Taraweeh on top of it. You know what I mean? So,
No problem, bro. No, the more the better, bro. That's good. Still got an hour left, so yeah.
Oh, till the main event, yeah.
Yeah.
What do you know about Jose Valenzuela? Have you seen this guy fight?
Yeah, I saw him in his last fight against Isaac Cruz.
Oh, okay. All right. So
he won on unanimous decision, but Isaac Cruz is a sort of very, very good power puncher, pressure fighter, you know? So it posed the test to see if Valenzuela can handle the pressure. He was able to outbox him, so, you know, he's got a bit of skill about him. He knows how to counterpunch quite well. So, yeah. It's going to be an interesting fight because Gary Antoine Russell is a very powerful puncher as well. But I think Valenzuela is going to outbox him, you know? Yeah.
You think so? So you think this is Venezuela's fight to win, huh?
I think so, yeah. But Russell can also knock him out because Russell's got that power, you know, that can just end the fight. So, yeah, it's interesting. It's going to be good. They're just about to start as well. So,
yeah,
looking
man,
forward to this one, bro.
Too.
It's always an interesting fight where you get a American fighter versus a Mexican fighter.
Yeah, man, really is. And then the contrasting styles that come with that
Facts.
too.
Yeah, facts. Yeah, hit the nail on the head there, the contrasting styles. The interesting thing is Gary Anton Russell has got 5 brothers, and 4 of them are boxers.
Yeah,
That's,
man, it would be like that for some families, right? I mean, there's just families out there that, you know, fight together, like the Smiths. They're an example of that. You know, I tell people that if you don't know who Callum Smith is, you don't know anything about boxing. You know what I mean? Because if you know who Callum Smith is, to me, that's a sign of, you know, how much you know boxing. You know, and you know that. You know, you ask any random English bloke that, you know, says they watch boxing but do it in a casual level. You know, you mention, you know, Callum Smith. They're like, who? You know, but you mentioned Anthony Joshua. Ah, yeah, Anthony Joshua, of course. You know what I mean? But you know that's sort of my litmus test on who the casual is and who isn't.
yeah, facts.
Shout out to Callum Smith, though, man. You know, my litmus test to how much you know about boxing, right? Boy, that boy knows his boxing. I couldn't believe he beat, Buatsi, bro. I couldn't believe it.
Mad thing. Yeah, I couldn't believe it as well, man.
But I should have known because of how experienced Callum Smith is.
Yeah, but at the same time,
Buatsi
like,
winning the fight going in.
that's true. But I
Right?
thought
Did you have Buatsi winning as well, or did you do a prediction on that
I
one?
had Boatsi winning it, you know, at the beginning, before the fight, I mean. But during the fight, the experience of Callum Smith, it just took over, man. And Boatsi, I don't know, he was just there to get hit as well at times. He wasn't showing much lucidness. And
yeah,
man, I think Callum Smith was just a bit too stronger. Huh?
yeah, he is, man. He is. He
Yeah,
was way too
some
much.
of the shots that Joshua Boatsi took, I don't know how we're still standing there, man, because he took a lot of punishment. But yeah, first round of this fight, they've already started off quite like,
Oh yeah, Russell and Venezuela.
yeah. Russell looking like the aggressor here.
Yeah, he definitely is, man. And the pace that they're going at it right now, it's you know, it's fast and furious.
Yeah, man. This is really gonna, it's gonna catch fire real quick. This fight. Russell starting off very well though.
All right, we got about 25 seconds left into this round, and so far so good for Russell. I'll give the aggression to Russell and
Russell's winning. Well, I give that round to Russell. Yeah, Russell, yeah. He's very aggressive.
yeah, a little too aggressive for the first round, but yeah, we'll see how they hold up on this one.
Right.
Macarena? Is that what it's Macarena smog check? Macarena as in the Macarena dance back in the 90s? Is that who
Yeah.
he's sponsored by? Okay, so I guess it must be a smog check area where Venezuela was like offered, you know, like, hey, bro, you want to get sponsored by like my stuff, or you know, I think that's probably how it went. You know, because
Yeah.
I've seen these meetings with fighters before and how they like get these sponsorships. You know what I mean? That's how it goes. You know, it's
Yeah.
usually like sometimes one of their homeboys at like kebab shop, you know, that they put on their shorts. You know what I mean? Like,
Facts, bro. It's a good fight, though.
yeah. This is a very decent fight so far, and you know, entertaining from start to probably the finish.
Mm. Actually, looking forward to the main event as well, man. It's gonna be a good. Oh. Always like it when I see Gervonta Davis fight. And he's got a lot of history with Turkey now, hasn't he?
No, you know what? He mentioned recently that he thought this you know, picture that Turkey was taken with all these other people, he said that it looked evil. Did you see that? He said that it
What?
looked evil, like on some
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah,
stuff.
I read. You shared it, innit? I remember.
Yeah.
I vaguely saw it. And yeah, I was thinking about that as well, man. What did you think about that?
Man, I think Tank needs to chill, bro. You know what I mean? These are not gangsters from Baltimore that he's dealing with. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Because look, bro, I'll tell you this. You see me, I talk smack to anybody. You know what I mean? I'll talk smack to dudes in the streets. I'll talk smack about Ukraine. I'll talk smack about, you know, the other side of Palestine. You know what I mean? But guess what side I will not speak on? I'm not speaking. There's no way, bro. I ain't speaking on that. You know, I see what they could do. I know what they could do. And, you know, Tank, you know, please, brother, chill. You know what I mean? That's what I think. I think he needs to chill. Like, we get it, we understand, but you know, chill for your safety. You know what I mean? And for the safety of others. You know what I mean? Like these are not people to play around with. You know what I mean? Like they ain't trying to do anything other than give us some good boxing fights. So, you know, it's hard to get mad at that. But in Tank's position, you know, he has a different outlook than we do, obviously, right? You know, because the way that we look at it, we're like, okay, well, great, you're bringing in all these fights. With Tank, it's like, oh man, who are these to try to prop up to beat me? You know, that's what their mindset is, or at least Tank's in particular.
What do you think of? Do you think he's right? He just needs to chill, innit?
Yeah. You know, there's just some things that you don't want to speak on. Look, here's the thing, right? The Saudis are very much some of the most privileged people in the world in terms of government and also in terms of just being a citizen of that country, right? But more importantly, as a government, because you think about this, right? They've always had oil. They were always an oil powerhouse. They're starting to. This is what I heard, and I don't know because you know I'm not you know an archaeologist in any kind of way or anything like that. But I heard that they're running out of oil, and so they need to create options. Boxing,
Saudi.
yeah, boxing comes into play. MMA, entertainment, movies. Remember, I told you about. I think I said this on the video. They made a movie about Saudi special forces where they had to go rescue Tyson Fury from terrorists that kidnapped him on the fight week of Francis Ngannou versus him. And they added that whole entire fight into the storyline.
Yeah.
So they literally just got Tyson Fury back to the arena in time to fight Francis Ngannou. And you know what's weird about that? It sort of gives Tyson Fury a built-in excuse in how he performed that fight. You know what I mean? It's like, well, of course I'm not going to do good because, you know, I didn't sleep all night. I was kidnapped by, you know, by a bunch of terrorists, you know, or people that were against Saudi Arabia, because that's ultimately what the movie is going to be about. You know, the Saudis are the good guys. You know, they got all the weapons, they got all of this and that. They have the capabilities to protect anybody. And that was basically the gist of the whole movie that they were trying to do.
Crazy, man.
You know, and that's part of their whole entertainment package. So we're talking movies. You know, if you look at some of the other stuff that Turkey Al-Sheikh is working on, he also works on, like, you know, concerts. You know, he brings in Arabic singers and stuff like that. So it's like one of them things, you know?
Yeah, he's so rich, bro. It's mad.
Yeah.
He needs to bring us in, bro.
He needs to what?
He needs to bring us in, bro.
Yeah, bro. And you know what? And when he does, you know what people are going to say? They're going to say that we're now part of the Illuminati and all that.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? I'll bet you. And I'll bet you that we're going to be getting all types of tweets and all types of messages talking about, oh, you sold out. You sold out.
That'll be funny,
People are
bro.
crazy, bro. You know what I mean? Yo, you know, I'd be getting messages like that from you know, from my high school you know, my high school schoolmates from back in the days. You know, you've seen it, you know, in my social media pages. Some of them challenge me on it. They're like, oh, you know, you support these guys or this and that, you know, and you know, I'm like, man, it's a lot more complicated than you think. You know what I mean? Like,
Facts. It's funny, man.
but it's hard to deny the you know, the Saudis. You know what I mean? It's hard to deny them of the job that they did, especially if you're a boxing fan.
Yeah, facts, bro.
Yeah, these uppercuts and hooks are just phenomenal right now.
Yeah, I think Gary Russell's winning this.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, there's Robert Garcia right there. Macarena smog check. Macarena. Hey, so in the United States right now, this pay-per-view is worth $80 to watch.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man, $80, bro. You know, and in England, you guys probably got this one for free, I would assume, right? Or this or you have to pay for this one.
No, I've got all the channels, bro.
Okay, so Turkey's talking about making the pay-per-views a lot cheaper, right? I don't know. I think he's only talking to Americans because, from what I remember, back in the days, if you remember when Anthony Joshua fought Brazil, and you know, and these guys back in the days, Eric Molina, remember those fights back in you know, Anthony Joshua's days? All those fights were like at least $20 from what I remember in the UK.
Yeah,
right?
they were, you know.
You know, so when
Yeah,
Turkey's
facts, bro.
talking about slashing the prices, like you're talking about Americans. You know,
Yeah,
you're talking about the UK because you're talking about UK prices already. Like that's what y'all pay in the UK anyway. But in America, I swear, America is the only place where you can shame people for not buying stuff.
right. Mad. Yeah, Gary Russell's winning this fight, bro.
Oh,
Easily, man.
yeah, Russell is just outworking him right now.
Yeah.
At least so far. So far, that's what's going on.
Bro, it's gonna be
He
hard for
tried
me
to
to
sweep that right hook earlier.
Yeah.
Missed.
Mm-hmm.
You know what Russell does really good is double jabs, especially from the outside, right?
Yeah,
Like
but
and not only that, he comes in leaps in range, which
yeah,
is
he's
really
good, man.
interesting. Very interesting fight style that he has.
He's smart, isn't it?
Yeah.
I thought Valenzuela would give him a good fight, but seems a bit one-sided right now.
Yeah.
Who you got in the main event, Harry?
Yeah, Russell's just starting to beat on him right now. What? Oh, I'm sorry. What did you
Yeah,
say?
man. Who you got on the main event?
You know what? I'm going to say Tank, but man, a lot of people are saying this Lamont Roach guy is so good that I think we're in for a good fight, man. And you know what? I think that if there's anybody that Gervonta Davis is going to take, like lightly, it would probably be this guy. Like, I just have that feeling.
Yeah, facts.
All right, the same arena that Khabib won his first title at. All right, seconds out. Next round coming up. Yeah, there were some crazy knockouts in the UFC tonight. There's one heavyweight from your
Who?
section. They had a London dude, black dude from London. I believe is Mario or Marco Pinto. He knocked out Austin Lane. He was a former football player turned MMA fighter. Knocked him out cold, bro. Like he just went to sleep. Like
Yes, bro. Still pretty much the same, isn't it, from Russell? But
yeah,
Valenzuela's having a little bit more success.
and still keeping the same pace too.
Yeah, his stamina and conditioning is really good, Russell's. I mean, it don't even seem like he's going all out as well, you know?
Yeah.
I think Valenzuela's struggling a bit with the pace as well.
Oh, yeah, good uppercut right there. And some body work, too, on top of it. So the corner of Russell is instructing him to go down low and basically, yeah, hit him right in the middle.
Okay.
Because those body shots are working good for him. Yeah, so far it's just all Russell so far.
Yeah. Facts. I see it the same. Yeah, the crowd looks checked out. Either There's a lot of people there, isn't there?
either that or they're just probably like waiting for the main event. And I mean, Tank is like that, right? Tank is the type of guy that does attract casual types, because of the mainstream popularity he has. So, we could very well be looking at a very like casual crowd. Yeah, really good fight, man. At least on the part of Barry Russell. I mean, it's just showing some things that really shows why he is a world champion in this level right now. All right, here we go. Round number 7. Just going halfway into this fight already. the co-main event of the evening. Nice counter right there by Gary Russell.
Yeah, he's winning this fight, bro. Easy. Damn, he's landed way more.
Even more impressive if he was to get a finish on this one, but you know, let's see if that can happen or not. Yeah, just the constant pressure of Gary Russell right now. Oh, wow, he just rocked him. Oh, wow, he just rocked Valenzuela right now. Okay,
Damn, I saw that. Damn. Yeah, he looks hurt. He's trying to disguise it.
Good job fighting back.
Shit.
He's straight banging on him right now. He's banging on him like he's getting signs at him. Ooh. All right, now that's the end of the round. That's the end of round number 8. No, round number 7, actually, going into round number 8. All right, round number 8. Here we go. Just past halfway into this fight right now, and we are on to the main event soon. Yeah, I tell you what, man, Tank definitely, you know, attracts like a casual, you know, fan base, right? Because I know a lot of people that are not tapped into boxing or MMA or any combat or anything like that, and a lot of them were telling me today, they're like, "Yeah, man, you know, I'm gonna go see this fight." It's like, oh wow, you know, and a lot of them are not like real fighting people, you know what I mean? But when Gervonta Davis is on, you know, they're ready to see something, you know? There's a lot of leaping hooks being thrown in this fight. Double jab, left hook. Yeah, this is definitely what Gary Russell does right here, the typical style that he fights with. And not only that, too, aside from boxing skills, there is a significant athletic attributes difference, physicality difference between these two. And it's obvious Gary Russell is allowing himself to take a full advantage of the gifts that he has and just being one step closer than Venezuela. Oh, wow. Yeah, he's
pretty much
wearing
the same from
Russell right now.
Roach and Gary Russell. Quite a dominant display, bro.
Yeah, real dominant performance on his part right now.
You think he could get the stoppage?
You know what? At this point of the fight, I'm going to say no.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to
He
say
definitely
no.
wins on points.
Yeah.
Mm.
Unless, of course, out of nowhere, Venezuela gets caught with a shot just because he was really slipping. Like, I don't know if that will be the case here. It just seems like they're going to follow the same trajectory. See, I have this theory in fighting, right? Where if something keeps working, they go back at it over and over again. I call that like a rinse and repeat. Like, for example, in MMA, if you know that you can take a person down and keep them down, like let's say you throw jab, jab, low kick, and then jab, jab, low kick, and then shoot in for a takedown, and you know that that's all you need to like keep the person down and keep the ground control time. You're going to continue that same pattern, rinse and repeat. You can also use that same concept in boxing. If you know that, let's say, hooks or constant jabs or double jabs, which is what Gary Russell is doing, is working for him, they're going to go and rinse and repeat towards that. Now, the only problem with rinse and repeat is that you're not really innovating anything new out of the situation that you're in. In other words, you're just continuing to do what works, and that may not necessarily translate to a finish.
Yeah, right.
And that's kind of where Gary Russell is at right now. So he's doing a good job, but I don't think that he's going to be too ambitious to try anything or even risk anything in between whatever it is that he wants to get ambitious about, whether that would be, a stoppage or a late KO.
Yeah, but he's doing well, man.
Yeah, and we're close right into the championship rounds right now. Ooh, good shots. Ooh! Ooh! Oh!
Yeah, what happened?
Oh, he's hurting Venezuela right now.
Yeah,
Oh, and these shots are penetrating.
Damn.
Oh, he's looking to finish. He's like, no, we're not even going the championship rounds, bro.
That's crazy. You had him hurt there.
All right, going into round 10. Yeah, man, Venezuela's getting smashed.
Yeah. I see it, man. Crazy.
Yeah, how crazy would it be if he won tonight? Lamont Roach.
That's crazy.
Yeah, just going body head right now.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Damn. Russell's really good, man. Damn.
Really is.
He dominated this. All right, 1 minute left. A little bit more of a quiet round thus far compared to the last one. Thirty seconds left What
to
powerful,
this round.
powerful performance from Russell, man.
How crazy would it be if Lamont was to win tonight?
That would be mad.
Really, though, I mean, like, you know who would be happy? Turkey. I'll bet you that guy would be happy. He's like, that's what you get, brother, for talking smack. And next thing you know, he's going to sign Lamont Roach. Oh, my goodness. He's going to sign Lamont Roach. But that's if he wins, man. I don't know, man. You know, Tank is Tank, and he's, you know, you need to be a very special human being, in that weight class to take on Tank. Would you say Mayweather did a good job of promoting Tank? Because I feel like
to a
Tank
certain
is
extent, yeah.
What's that?
To a certain extent, yeah, because before he wasn't really known, innit? And hanging with Mayweather gave him that sort of popularity. But in some ways, he was always going to be his own sort of boss, innit? You get what I mean?
Yeah. When he
I just
fought
hope him and Turkey
McGregor,
sort their differences out, you know? 'Cause
yeah.
I think it'll be really good.
I
Do you know what I
remember
mean?
when he fought in the McGregor Mayweather card.
Yeah.
I remember I had some of the homies there, and they were like, "Who is this guy?"
Oh,
This is
yeah.
when he wasn't known in the when he was in the undercard. They're like,
Mm.
"Who is this guy?" And when I heard that, when I saw a
Look at
bunch
how much people are there in attendance. Wow.
for this fight,
Yeah, look. It's fact.
oh yeah, it's quite packed, man. This is the same arena that Conor McGregor threw the dolly at the bus, and the same week that Khabib won his first championship in this same arena. This is also
Alright.
the same arena Tekashi 6ix9ine got into a shootout with. I don't know who he got into a shootout with. I think some other rival gangs, or maybe I think some other rival rappers from Chicago. But yeah, they Brooklyn Barclay Center is notorious for a lot of violence that has happened over the years. You know what I mean? So hopefully we see that ringside wise in a Tank Davis and Lamont fight. Hopefully that fight gets as violently entertaining as possible.
Yeah, I think we're going to see enough.
Well, here comes Russell right here. Yeah, if I was his corner, I would stop it right now, Venezuela, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
just, live to fight another day. You're not
Right.
proving anything by going another round and just taking more beating.
Yeah, no, facts, man. I would do the same as well, because he's just getting beaten the shit out of. Like, it's just taking too much punishment now. And there's
Yeah.
no way he's winning the fight, bro. So you might as well just, like you said, live to fight another day.
You know what I noticed in the crowd too? I noticed there's a lot of people with sunglasses indoors at night. You know what I mean? Like
I've
that
done that.
only a Tank Davis fan base you will see that.
That's true. That's funny.
One more round. Yeah, Valenzuela looks defeated,
Facts, bro.
like absolutely demoralized.
Yeah, he's been very,
And
very
Russell's corner is just telling
quiet.
him to keep up that pace for 3 more minutes, basically motivating him through that fight. And as for Valenzuela, there's really nothing that you can say other than just like, man, let's just stop this fight right now. Like right there, just throw in the towel. Oh, what is this, Dr. Check? I've seen that same Indian doctor in all the UFC fights that was talking to him in the glasses. That same
Yeah.
Indian doctor, I've seen him in a lot of UFC fights. He must be like an official fight doctor for the New York Commission. All right, but they're going to let it go, though. They're going to let it keep going. Yeah, this is a shutout on the scorecards, in my opinion.
Yeah, in fact, so. I can't see it any other way. But yeah, this has gone the distance, bro.
Yep, definitely will.
Yeah.
You know, even
It's
not
how
even the
you predict it,
doctors
yeah.
can stop it from not going to distance. They
Mm-mm.
looked at Valenzuela and like, yeah, you're good. You should be all right.
Yeah, but like you said, like he isn't gonna win this fight at all, though.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, very mild crowd, right? You know, I think there's a hugely vast difference between a UK crowd and an American crowd. And this right here is a quintessential example of an American crowd. They're like, wait, who are these two guys? And why are we watching this? And why is Tank not out yet? That is the overall sentiments that the fans are saying to themselves right now in Brooklyn. All right, you're getting lived up a little bit as a little more action's picking up right here in the last 30 seconds. Oh, yeah, they're trading right now. He got hurt. He took some big shots right there in the end. 10 seconds left. Wow, that was it, man. That was it. What a performance by Russell. Great fight.
Yeah, that's
Probably the best Gary Russell performance I've ever seen out of him.
Yeah, that was dominant. Bro.
I can't think of a Gary Russell fight where he looked this good. And sometimes you need the right opponent to do that, and yeah. But nothing left but the main event next. Highlights of the fight. Oh, those shorter punches going in. Oh, those uppercuts and hooks. All right. Tapping in, getting ready for the main event of the evening. Everybody in the building right now, don't forget to like and subscribe. percentages on this one right here. Well, man, Gary almost threw 1,000 punches. He threw like 900 punches here. You see these stats?
Yeah, I think he won unanimous.
All right, and there's another title win for Gary Russell. There's Brian Campbell right there from Morning Combat. All right, shout out to DC. He said thanks to PBC Al Heyman. So Brian Campbell is asking him, how did he make this look so easy? Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Man, his brother is, emotional right now.
Yeah, see his brother
Yeah, he's really sweaty right now. He's like, you know what I mean? It's like he fought too. You know what I mean? Like he looks like he either fought or got out of the treadmill. But yeah, man, the Russell family has a lot to be proud of tonight. Great performance by him, and a great opener to a co-main event going into the main event.
Thanks, bro.
There's that PBC security guard that I always see in every PBC boxing show. Right? Like there's always like security guys that you notice that are like always there. So
Hey, Kyrie, I'm still watching, yeah? I just put the light off.
what was that? Say that again?
I'm still watching, yeah? I'm still on the live. Don't think I'm not.
Well, all right. There's Lamont getting some warm-ups.
Well done to Thingy, though. Gary Antoine Russell.
Yeah.
That was a good display. I was not competitive at all.
Yeah, this whole entire night is like DC, Baltimore, Virginia area.
Yeah.
Gary Russell,
Lamont Roach.
Hank. Even Julian Williams, he's a Philadelphia guy, so yeah, it's kind of in the same area.
Mm-hmm.
Literally the same area. Every time I'm in the East Coast, right?
Yeah.
If I'm driving to like Philly, it's like I'm not too far away from Washington DC, and it's literally like just within that one road area. So.
Okay. That's crazy. So it's right around the corner.
Like tonight, these guys can go drive home, easily, which I think they probably will. So from Brooklyn down to like Washington D.C. and then at night, there's literally no cars on the road, so they can, just speed off into the night.
Yeah.
With no traffic.
That's it.
There's Joe Goosen right there.
Mm.
All right, we're moments away from the main event.
Yeah. I'll wait for this online.
And pretty good pacing, right? They're not doing all these like pre-fight rituals going on and this and that.
No, they're just getting on with it.
Yeah, that is the difference between a regular boxing show and a Turkey El-Sheikh boxing show, right? You know what I mean? If you had Turkey El-Sheikh up in here, you'd have 50 Cent do like a 10-minute bid. And then on top of that, you'd have to have Usher come in, do a bid. And then you've seen, Tyrese, dress up in his Galabaya trying to talk to the Sheikh. Maybe he's going to get a performance in too. Do Sweet Lady one time. You know what I mean? And then perform the song that he did for Baby Boy.
Yeah. But I think he stopped doing that now,
Who, Turkey?
Yeah, man.
Nah. You know what? Maybe in some shows, but if it's a big one, he's bringing out, Liam Gallagher. He's bringing out Jay-Z. He's bringing out C Central.
I think it's been a while.
Hey, bro, I got a documentary that I want to recommend to you. It's about C Central, by the way.
Oh, is that?
Let me see. C Central Trap Lore Rust. Check this. This is a 3-hour documentary. Look. This is look at this. I'm going to show you this right here. This one.
If you want to see a massively uncut 4-hour version of this video with everything I can't show you on YouTube or Spotify, go to patreon.com/traplawross, where you can get that for just $2. Over the last few years, if it comes to the genre of UK rap or UK drill, there's one name that's been getting mentioned all over the world.
Central C.
Yeah.
Central C.
Central C.
Central C.
Central C.
Central C.
Central C.
Central C has taken his career to a height that most UK rappers have for years dreamed of reaching. He's the latest British rapper standing on the shoulders.
Hey, what ethnicity is Central C? Do you know?
I'm not too sure. I thought he was white, but I don't know. He must have something else in it.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, he can't be fully white. You know what I mean? And because then he'd be a tan white boy, and there's no tan white boys in England, even though there's a lot of tanning salons.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's albino. No, he's not.
Albino? Okay, yeah.
No, he's not. I don't think he
Oh,
is.
there's Fabulous. Speaking of rappers, look at Fabulous right there. Wow, man, yo, he still looks the same from when he first came out in 2002.
Facts,
That
bro.
brother
He's
is ageless, bro. Oh, there's Jake right there. There's Jake. That's why. That explains why. That explains why. Yeah, that explains why they hopped on the plane.
Uh-huh.
Oh, snap. All right. Yeah, so check this one out right here. This is a 3-hour documentary. I've yet to see this, but what is he got
I'll
here?
check it out for sure, man.
So check this
Central
out. This
C.
is right up your alley too. You know what I mean? Like look at the timestamps here. Gang war in London's richest neighborhood. Central C, real dealer or fake gangster? Wow. Digga D, West London's most dangerous teenager. Who's Digga D? You know this dude?
Digga D. He's another rapper.
Okay, so he's his ops pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay. The failed pop music career of Central C. Failed pop music? I don't know, man. I don't know about failed pop. I guess he's mainstream in rap, but then pop is different, I suppose. The rise of Central C, the war for Wild West London. All right. Murder or F dot? F dot, I'm assuming that's somebody that's with either Central C or his ops.
Yeah, sounds like.
Yeah, but this is a good documentary. This is good though, man. It's a Trap Lore Ross, bro. You know, this dude does all types of do you watch his channel, this dude?
Central C.
No. Trap Lore Ross. He's like a gang channel.
Okay.
But he's straight out of London though. The dude looks like Harry Potter. The dude looks like he went to school with Eddie Hearn.
No way.
You know what I mean? But he does gang documentaries. He even does American gang documentaries. Like he goes to Chicago, he goes to LA, does all the LA gangs. So, you know, Trap Lore Ross is he's a good YouTuber, good documentarian in that world of gangs and crime and whatnot, you know? Yeah, man. Shout out to Central C though. He had that song Khabib, right?
Yeah.
You know what? I wonder if Khabib even heard that song. You know what I mean? Like I don't think Khabib is tapped into to stuff like that, but maybe somebody informed him, like, hey, this London dude, did a song on you, right? And he didn't even he just named it Khabib. And then when I heard the song, bro, I understood why he named it Khabib when I heard the song. You know what I mean?
Yeah, one of them.
Song Khabib by Central. You heard the song, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, man, it's a very good song. Very good song.
Would you say he's one of your favorite rappers from London?
Central C?
Yeah.
You know who mine? Bugsy Malone. Bugsy Malone. You know him from Manchester.
Yeah.
What do you think of him? That I think he's right up there as
He's good, but I don't really like his accent.
Huh?
He's good, but I don't like his accent, bro.
Oh, to Manchester for you.
Yeah, bro.
Well, we got to mix with the butts. Mix with the butts.
Yeah.
That's his style, right? We got to mix with the butts. I'm like, mix
Yeah,
with the
but I
butts?
just can't stand it. Well, he's a good rapper, don't get me wrong.
But you know what? A lot of people can't understand Kendrick Lamar either. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people complain that they don't understand anything that this dude says. Oh, here we go. Lamont Roach already coming out. I like this pacing that they got going on.
Yeah.
This is the pacing they got going on. They already got him walking out. Who is this rapper behind him? Yeah, they're not playing tonight with the pacing. They're like, yeah, we're going to get on with it right now.
Yeah, it's good, man. You should don't waste time, man.
Yeah. Good as the rapper isn't even rapping the song. He's just like going along with it. Kind of like what Eminem did for Terrence Crawford. Remember, like Eminem didn't even rap the song. He just, you know, like he just walked with him. Boxing, they love having rappers walk them out. You don't ever see that in MMA, even though a few guys have requested to do that. You know, he got shot down real quick.
Okay.
But in boxing, it's like it's like Mando that you know that you gotta have a rapper walk you out.
Yeah. With Gervonta, it's always been like that. He's always had a rapper, you know?
Yeah. All right, here we go. Tank Davis is walking out right now. Oh my God! Hey, that's Joel Santana.
No way.
Oh, that's Joel Santana. Wait, hold up. That's Jim Jones. Jim Jones and Joel Santana. Oh man.
Crazy.
Oh man, they done brought out the Harlem Bloods. All right, well, it makes sense. You know, you are in New York. Oh wow, he's got the whole diplomats. All they need now is just SAS. Hey, bro, I was just about to say that earlier. I was going to tell you, yeah, one of my favorite London rappers of all time, probably SAS. You know, which is you know, a London version of Dipset, and they were signed to Dipset. They even got featured in one of the movies that Damon Dash used to do back in the days. They're like, hey, you don't know, man. You know, we got some London connects, you know, over there. You know, and next thing you know, they pop the screen up to London. You know, you got SAS, you know, doing, you know, stuff in London and all that. Like, he got the New York hat too.
Mm-hmm.
The New York
Yeah.
hat.
See him coming out. Crazy. Do you think Gervonta's a star?
I don't know, man. You know, I know how good Tank is, but I just don't know honestly how good Lamont Roach is. And I've heard he's very good. So I just think we're in for, you know, a treat of a fight. Jimmy Lennon Jr. You know, this dude has been announcing since the days of Muhammad Ali. Like, how crazy is that? Oh, by the way, before this fight starts, I wanted to show you this. I wanted to get your reaction to this. This is like out, local stuff around here in my area. Watch this.
Go for it.
And this one's gonna be a trip out one, funny but interesting at the same time. So we got this woman right here. It was a police officer from Merced Police Department, and they were doing a police raid, conducting a raid and an investigation on a gang member. It just so happens to be this gang member right here, a norteño from the streets of Merced. And when they did the raid, she was in the bed with the individual as they conducted the raid on the man's house. And they found their fellow officers in bed with this man.
No
Talking
way.
about working undercover, she was under the covers, sleeping with the prime suspect in the investigation the whole time. This norteño right here was living up to the
What is
NWA
that?
classic F the police, because he really did that. They were in bed together when the cops barged in, get on the ground, and notice homegirl right there in the bed getting her teeth clapped. Breaking news once again, and this one's going to be a tripped out one. Funny, but interesting at the same time. So we got this woman right here. It was a police officer from Merced Police Department.
You see that? Shout out to the Norteños, man. I was just hanging out with them not too long ago, a couple of days ago. But yeah, man, what do you think of that?
Bro, that's mad, fam.
Yo, she must have gotten in so much trouble for that. But at the same time, I don't know, man. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how laws are in England. I can't imagine that that's illegal here. Like, you know what I mean? Like, all right, if you're getting raided and they want that guy and you had nothing to do with it, then, you're really not the person of interest, right? But since you're a cop and that's your job and you have a certain standard that you have to, kind of live by, I would imagine that that's not going to go too well with her department.
No, she's getting sacked.
And even
She's
the
going to
homie,
prison.
right? As glorious as that sounds, as much of that sounds like a trophy, for dudes, it's like, I'm sure the homies looked at him like, man, did you tell her anything or this and that? Because, there's always that element of surprise that comes with that. But yeah, man, that's a little famous story that happened around our section over here. So
Mad.
I know they had something like that happen in the UK, right? Wasn't there like a female prison guard
Yeah. She slept
that
with
had an
the.
affair with a prisoner?
Yeah. It was recently as well, man. And
Man.
the worst thing is she had a husband.
Man, yo, listen to these dudes, bro. Yo,
That's
never date or marry female cops, bro. You know what I mean? Like, because like, I think if you're I don't know if this applies the same, but like cops and G's almost have the same mentality, and if they're women, it's even worse, I would imagine. But man, look at this. They're already doing a face-off. Next thing you know, now they're about to fight. It's about to be round one already. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Round one, main event of the evening. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to commence battle. Here we go. Tank Davis taking the center of the ring, as he always does. Lamont Roach taking the center of the ring, right on the DraftKings Sportsbook symbol. Open stance fight on both of them. Gervonta Davis on the southpaw position and Lamont Roach in the orthodox position. Let's see how this plays out within their planning as the fight goes on. Now, Lamont, one thing I one thing I've noticed before with Lamont, he likes to go square to look for that right hook. And also, I think there's potential head clashes just by what I've seen out of these two before. And Roach looks pretty big in comparison to Gervonta Davis. He looks like a decent sized fighter for this weight class. The one. So it says on Gervonta Davis's trunks. Yeah, Tank looks unfazed by any of this. All right, so so far Roach is really trying to find his way into this fight. And as for Gervonta Davis, one thing that I do notice that he may try to do is load up, because that's what power punchers do. So be on the lookout for him trying to do that as this fight progresses. Round one in the books. First round, maybe I'll give it to Roach in the first round. Again, not indicative of the whole entire fight. But one thing I've noticed, top level guys tend to want to shed, you know, some sort of feeling out process in the beginning, right? You've seen it with Canelo, you've seen it with Floyd, where they're kind of getting dominated, or not dominated, but outpointed in the beginning of the fight, and then just gradually come back and you know, and do what they need to do to win. All right, round two. Here we go. What do you think of the first round, Zayn? Looks like Zayn may have fallen asleep on us. All good. Yeah, not really making him work right now. Just sort of content to pot shots at each other right now. Yeah, Tank's doing a lot of waiting and just being very patient in the way that he's handling this right now. Yeah, check out the shoes on Tank, man. Yeah, Tank has real quick reactions. All right, so that's the end of the second round. Yeah, a very quiet second round. Not a lot of action. Yeah, it didn't look like a lot was happening here. There it is. That's his father right there with him. He's advising him that when he gets low, for you to get low as well. All right, here we go. Round 3 already as the fight is moving. Yeah, Lamont really needs to pressure and put up a little bit more volume. And Tank, once again, sort of sitting down on his shots, really waiting to land on Roach here. There it is right there, that little reach that he was going for. Yeah, it's a little bit more of an open up action right here. They're getting less shy, sort of saying. Ooh, nice one. Right, Tank right there. Tank's got a high guard up right here and a Philly shell on the part of Roach right here. Yeah, now they're talking smack to each other. You got Tank loving the whole situation right now. Yeah, that's it. Round 3 in the books. I'm gonna have to give that round to Roach, right? Roach is getting a lot of these rounds. Probably 2 or 3 of the rounds, man. So really depends on how you see it, how you like your fights to be won, whether you like them defensive or offensive. It's really dependent upon that. Yeah, Gervonta Davis seems a lot more reserved than usual. And again, I think a lot of that is predicated on the fact that he's trying to land that hard shot. So, to be honest, man, it's a little bit even. Tank looking to get explosive right now. Yeah, Roach is trying to chase him down. He's having a bit of a hard time there. Yeah, this round, you could say that this is more of Tank's round than it is for Lamont. Be honest with you, it's not the most exciting Gervonta Davis fight, but it is high level pro fight at its best, and what you have to do at this level. Especially when you got somebody with the talent of Lamont Roach, and not a lot of people really know about it. They know about Tank Davis. They know about what he can do. They've seen what he can do. But yeah, that one has to be Tank Davis's round. That one I can firmly say that is Tank Davis's round, and the other rounds not so much. I'm going to have to give those other rounds to Lamont. Last one for Davis for sure. By the way, all those that are tapping in right now, don't forget to like and subscribe, as I am giving you a live reaction to Tank Davis versus Lamont Roach right here on Kyrie El-Kheer MMA. And also, don't forget to like and subscribe to Zayn Musa Boxing Dosage, who is with us right now in London, but I believe he's probably asleep, probably fell asleep on the stream. It's quite normal for these things to happen. It happens, it happens. It happens. He's in the UK. You know what I mean? He's starting his fast right now. I just ended my fast about 3 hours ago here in the first day of Ramadan, second day of Ramadan coming up. But here we go, round number 5. Roach's father is telling him to be mindful of his distance. All right, everybody that's tapping in from around the world, don't forget to like and subscribe as we are heading into the 5th round of Roach versus Davis right here on Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA. Good work underneath here from Roach. Ooh, good hook right there. Yeah, Roach may have hurt him just quite a few times there, and Tank's talking to him as this fight is going on. Yeah, some good left hands right there by Tank. And now Roach is talking back to him, so now they're fighting in the inside as they're talking smack to each other. Here we go, a little clinch position right there. What is the referee doing? Yeah, the referee's trying to maintain the order by telling them not to trash talk. It's kind of weird. Like, you can't tell somebody to talk? Like, I don't know, man. Yeah, but so far, a better much control on the part of Davis right now. Much more of a controlled round for him. Oh, wow. There it is, a little shoulder shot right there. And then he hit him with an uppercut within close range proximity. He said Tank won that round by just talking. All right, round number 6. Yeah, Gervonta's looking to lay it to him right now. Yeah, what is this approach that Roach is taking right now, standing right in front of him? Ooh, that was a hard shot right there. Yeah, he's going to get drilled and knocked out if he keeps throwing that right and he keeps making it. There's Lamont with the Philly shell. Now, once again, what I warned you from the beginning was that there's a potential to have head clashes here, right? That was a possibility right there in those close ranges. All right, shout out to everybody that's around the world tapping in right now. We are now in the 6th round, 1 minute left, as Tank Davis is looking to make a comeback. Because I think so far, this fight, Roach has been winning this fight. Don't be surprised if this has a scorecard where Roach is somewhere near winning or close to an upset or a total upset in total. And now, but right now, Lamont Roach is not doing much in comparison to Tank Davis. This is Tank Davis sort of starting to take over now. Oh, what is that? Was Davis rocked in that one? What is that? He's backing up. Okay, now that is the end of the 6th round going into the 7th round. One guy's landing punches, the other one isn't, and that's just sort of the game, isn't it? Now halfway into this fight. Oh, man, he's backing up Tank Davis with those shots right there. Oh, doubling up on the left side right there with those shots. Look at Davis here. Oh, good left hook right there. Ooh, there's some power right there by Gervonta. Wow, man, we got 1 minute left in the 7th right now. Less than 30 seconds left in the 7th round right now. And Tank really needs to push the gas on this one right now because he is losing this fight. I mean, he could potentially lose this fight. Some nice right hooks to the body right there. And Davis is landing a lot of accurate punches right now. Yeah, man, that round, I would have to give that one to Davis. I'd give that one to Davis, although it's close. I wouldn't be mine either. I wouldn't really be mad at either one of the judges' choices for that round. Yeah, the way that he was throwing those shots to the body, it caught his arm. And I think when he caught his arm, that may hurt his arm a little bit. You know, sort of like what Canelo does, right? When he goes and, goes for a body shot, sometimes he'll go and hit your arm. Sort of what he did against Callum Smith. All right, here we go. Round number 8. Wow, so I think Davis injured his left arm in the 6th round. That'll be interesting to see how that came about. Man, yeah, I would not be mad if Lamont Roach won this fight and continued this same trajectory during the fight right now. But so far, I must say, this is probably Tank's hardest fight. And Lamont Roach gave him a harder fight than Ryan Garcia. I mean, would you agree with that? Like, that he gave him a harder fight than Ryan Garcia? I'd say so. All right, we got about 1:30 left into the 8th round right now. Ooh. Nice one from Tank. Real close on that one. Oh, good exchanges right there. Oh, he just rocked Davis. Oh, my goodness. He just rocked Davis. Oh, they are trading. They are going back and forth right now, going tit for tat. Got him stumbled. Oh, there's a left uppercut right there. Yeah, the referee keeps interfering way too much in a way where he's sort of getting himself too involved in the fight. Right? There's too much talking towards the referee. But yeah, this is, I'd say this is a round for Roach, hands down. This is Roach's round right here. Ooh! Did Davis just get hurt on that one? Look at this. He's stumbling back on that one. No. All right, everybody, don't forget to like and subscribe. We are about to go into round number 9, I believe. Now we're going into the 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th rounds. So going into the last quarter of the fight. Yeah, Gervonta's getting touched up here. All right, round number 9. Undefeated record on the line for Tank Davis right now. Right now, Davis, Larry Hazard's scorecard is he's up 77 to 75. Not mad at it. Oh, what is this? Tank took a knee. Wait, what just happened right now? What was that? So he wiped his face, pretended he was. What is that? Man, okay, he looks like he was hurt there, but he didn't want to show that he was hurt. And now they're trading, and now Lamont Roach is mad. He is mad. And it is like literally in the middle of the round, right? Which is 1:30 left. It's not one of these situations where there's 20 seconds left. He's got a lot of time to work right now on Tank. Oh, wow. Now they're trading shots right now. They're going back at it right now. Yeah, Roach took a huge left hand right there. Oh, there's the body shot right there. Now they're going Mexican style on each other right now. There we go. Yeah, now this fight is getting a whole lot more exciting right here in the 9th. Yeah, man, they're going at it right on the middle section, man. They're just trading shots in the middle section. Oh, he just hurt Tank right there. Brilliant right hand by Roach right there. All right, that's the end of it. All right, man. Yeah, this fight is picking up right here. All right, well, we're now heading into the championship rounds right now. All right, here we go. Round number 11 into the championship rounds right now. All right, so Davis is up by 2 points according to Larry Hazard here. 96-94 heading into the 11th round. Oh, wow. Yeah, Davis looks like he's out of options in terms of what he's going to do, but seems like he's just coasting right now. But Lamont is doing a very good job of just really good counter right there. Slip counter on that one. Wow, they didn't even stop the clock in that one. Ooh, wow, going back at it right here. Ooh. All right, that's the end of the 11th round. Now going into the 12th and final round of this one. Yeah, this is definitely one of the hardest fights of Gervonta's career. Yeah, the corner of Gervonta Davis is telling him to go hunt him down right now. Yeah, this is a tough fight. Do not be surprised if Lamont wins this. Man, this is very close right here. And there's Tank right there encouraging the crowd. Look at this. They're talking to each other right now as this fight is going on. Oh, there's another hard right hook, left hook rather, by Lamont right there. No, he's really hurting Davis right now. Oh! Yeah, he's not hurting Tank, but he's definitely connecting on him. Just about a minute and a half left right now. Yeah, Lamont's counter game is sick right now. There's 40 seconds left into this fight. Yeah, man. All right, well, check this out, right? The way that this fight had started from the very beginning, it started off very slow, right? We are now witnessing the end of Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach. It started very slow, started boring. Let's just be honest about it, right? That's what the casuals say. I don't want to sound like a casual saying it, but man, it was boring. But you know what? If you understand fighting, you know that sometimes the boring part is what gets you to the exciting part. And then here we are. In the middle of the fight, Gervonta Davis's arm broke somewhere in the 6th round. And as a result, somewhere in the 9th round or so, he had to go to the corner to get his face wiped down with a towel. In some instances, that would be rendered a disqualification. But that didn't happen. What happened here was that they let the fight continue on, and quite frankly, Gervonta Davis had the hardest fight of his career against Lamont Roach right here. And once again, a lot of people never really gave a shot to Lamont Roach. And once again, we don't know if he's going to win this fight or lose this fight, as we are witnessing the end of oh, wow, yeah, okay, wow. Wow, he hurt him bad. I'm sorry for the little interruption there. I had to watch the highlights here, and Roach was doing good. Look at this, 28% for Roach, 37 for Gervonta Davis, 400 punches he threw, 279, 103 of them connected, 112 of them connected for Lamont Roach. He had most of the connections here. Now, look, him and Lamont Roach are talking to each other in the middle of the ring, giving each other respect. We are about to witness who had won this fight. Again, either way, it could have gone to either person. But right now, this is so far the hardest fight in the career of Gervonta Tank Davis, hands down. The hardest fight of his career. Nobody has ever given him a fight like this. And sometimes you need that. But at the same time, it's also very concerning because it makes me wonder if this is the hardest fight of his career, how many more hard fights is he going to have coming down the pipeline, right? I think Tank is going to have tough fights after tough fights after tough fights. And right now, this is great practice for him to get ready for those tough fights later down the road. Because he's never experienced any of this. Mike Tyson had a serious problem early in his career similar to this. He had issues with going to distance, taking on somebody that was a lot more technical than him, somebody like, let's say, Holyfield, or somebody that was tall and technical like Lennox Lewis. Well, now the Reaper, Lamont the Reaper Roach, has come to collect some souls, and one of them was Gervonta Davis. So even if Gervonta Davis wins this fight, let's find out. Let's find out if he won this fight. Even if he won this fight, he knew he was in for a fight, similar to John Jones and Gustafsson, John Jones and Reyes. Let's see who won this one. Okay, we got ourselves a split decision here. Wow. So the fight ends in a majority draw. The first draw of Tank Davis's career. There you have it. Very tough fight. Slow from the very beginning, but it picked up in the end. That is all that we have for this one. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, let's hear this one right here. Again, very similar to Hamza Shiraz. Wow, man, that's insane. Very similar to Hamza Shiraz and Adamis, right? Wow, man, people are booing him right now. Wow, man, I'm quite shocked of that draw right now, but it is what it is, man. Wow, man, what a fight. What a fight, guys. All right. Well, that is all that we have for you guys. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'm about to drop a video on this subject right now. Let me just upload this first, and then we will get right up out of here. So. All right, guys. Well, that is all that I have for you guys right now. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I got a new video coming out right now. I will be playing a video just to keep the stream going right now. But once the video is uploaded, I will shut this stream down. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you for all those that have tapped in around the world. And I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
But at the same time, it's also very concerning because it's slow. It started off very slow, right? We are now witnessing the end of Gervonta Davis versus Lamont Roach. It started very slow. Started boring. Let's just be honest about it, right? That's what the casuals say. I don't want to sound like a casual saying it, but man, it was boring. But you know what? You understand fighting. You know that sometimes the boring part is what gets you to the exciting part. And then here we are. In the middle of the fight, Gervonta Davis's arm broke somewhere in the 6th round. And as a result, somewhere in the 9th round or so, he had to go to the corner to get his face wiped down with a towel. In some instances, that would be rendered a disqualification. But that didn't happen. What happened here was that they let the fight continue on. And quite frankly, Gervonta Davis had the hardest fight of his career against Lamont Roach right here. And once again, a lot of people never really gave a shot to Lamont Roach. And once again, we don't know if he's going to win this fight or lose this fight as we are witnessing the end of wow. Yeah. Okay. Wow. He hurt him bad. I'm sorry for the little interruption there. I had to watch the highlights here, and Roach was doing good. Look at this. 28% for Roach, 37 for Gervonta Davis, 400 punches he threw, 279, 103 of them connected, 112 of them connected for Lamont Roach. He had most of the connections here. Now, look, him and Lamont Roach are talking to each other in the middle of the ring, giving each other respect. We are about to witness who had won this fight. Again, either way, it could have gone to either person. But right now, this is so far the hardest fight in the career of Gervonta Tank Davis, hands down. The hardest fight of his career. Nobody has ever given him a fight like this. And sometimes you need that. But at the same time, it's also very concerning because it makes me wonder if this is the hardest fight of his career, how many more hard fights is he going to have coming down the pipeline, right? I think Tank is going to have tough fights after tough fights after tough fights. And right now, this is great practice for him to get ready for those tough fights later down the road. Because he's never experienced any of this. Mike Tyson had a serious problem early in his career similar to this. He had issues with going to distance, taking on somebody that was a lot more technical than him, somebody like, let's say, Holyfield, or somebody that was tall and technical like Lennox Lewis. Well, now the Reaper, Lamont the Reaper Roach, has come to collect some souls, and one of them was Gervonta Davis. So even if Gervonta Davis wins this fight, let's find out. Let's find out if he won this fight. Even if he won this fight, he knew he was in for a fight, similar to John Jones and Gustafsson, John Jones and Reyes. Let's see who won this one. Okay, we got ourselves a split decision here. Wow. So the fight ends in a majority draw. The first draw of Tank Davis's career. There you have it. Very tough fight. Slow from the very beginning, but it picked up in the end. That is all that we have for this one. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El-Kheer MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, My man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all